Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, The Infinite Train Project. When natural disasters ran rampant, with extreme cold and storms spreading endlessly. When the world mutated, zombies surged like tides, and eerie horrors emerged. When the apocalypse descended, massive devouring abysses hundreds of kilometers in diameter began appearing around the globe. When people looked up at the atmospheric cloud layers and saw the slowly emerging corpse of a colossal evil god. From that day, people began to notice that daylight was arriving later and later, until the sun no longer rose, plunging the world into an unending polar night. For survival, on that day, the Apocalypse Radio made its final broadcast to the world: everyone, flee eastward, escape to dawn. Lin Xian awakened the mechanical heart ability. He could devour machinery to gain various mysterious skills, scan machines to obtain blueprints for manufacturing, and even use his thoughts to achieve unified control of different machines. Thus, he found a 200-ton heavy gas-powered locomotive, towing specially modified storage, planting, production, medical, and living carriages, and embarked on a 320,000-kilometer journey along the planetary orbital rail, charging eastward toward the dawn. Chapter 1, The Infinite Train Project. In Zhang City, the afternoon sun shone softly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. On the balcony of a high-rise apartment, a faint glimmer flickered briefly. A man raised his head to glance toward the sun, then checked the time on his watch before closing the sunshade of his astronomical telescope. In the far distance, beneath the clouds, the city lay eerily silent. Above the skyline, a massive cluster of clouds loomed like a mountain, towering and unmoving. Beep, beep. The sound of an alert came from his watch. 5:00 p.m. There was still an hour and a half until nightfall. The man pulled on an iron chain, causing a specially designed alloy shutter to rise outside what was originally a floor-to-ceiling window. The room darkened as the sunlight filtered through the gaps between the alloy panels, casting linear streaks of light over a living room packed with supplies. Buzz. Buzz. A strange sound echoed, and the man paused what he was doing, tilting his head to listen. In an instant, his expression changed. He grabbed a short dagger for self-defense, fastening it to his waist, and carefully stepped out of the apartment, climbing the stairs to the rooftop. A helicopter flew low from the distance, the roar of its massive rotor blades growing increasingly deafening. Whoosh! The man retrieved a long water pipe from who knows where, tying an orange tattered cloth to one end and waving it rapidly at the helicopter. Inside the helicopter, a girl wearing headphones noticed the flash of orange and silently traced her finger across the window. Mr. Wen? The pilot, seated in the front, also spotted the orange signal on the rooftop and turned to ask tentatively. The man referred to as Mr. Wen was a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. Glancing out the window briefly, he shut his eyes with an indifferent expression and said coldly, "Dream on. Who cares about the lives of these paupers?" The pilot fell silent. Noticing the girl's gaze, the middle-aged man raised his voice, "What's wrong? Feeling sympathetic? Remember this, they're not the same as us. If tomorrow were the end of the world, we'd still be the last ones to die. Got it? TCH. The girl's expression turned icy, her gaze fixed on the scene outside. She clearly held no regard for the man's words. Whoosh! The helicopter roared past the sky above. The man on the distant rooftop, watching the scene unfold, slowly lowered his pole and gazed thoughtfully into the distance. Damn it, what a good aircraft. Such a waste. Woo. A few minutes later, an urgent alarm blared inside the helicopter. Stall warning, stall warning. What's going on? We've suddenly lost lift. It might be an unknown air vortex. The young co-pilot's expression changed drastically as he scrambled to stabilize the flight. The sudden crisis threw everyone into chaos. We're in the air. In broad daylight. Could we have encountered some kind of ghost? Shouted the once-calm middle-aged man in the back. The pilot glanced at the onboard radar but found nothing unusual. Suddenly, the light inside the cockpit shifted, as if covered by a shadow. Alarmed, he craned his neck to look upward through the windshield. What he saw made his pupils contract, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Above them, hidden within the massive cloud formation, a grotesque black shadow flickered faintly, blotting out the sky and sun. The clouds turned violently, and the wind surged with ferocity. The helicopter was caught in a tremendous suction force, rising uncontrollably higher into the sky. Warning! Warning! Damn it! Captain, what do we do? Panicked, the young co-pilot turned to look at the pilot, only to find him transfixed. Following his gaze, the co-pilot looked up as well. The thin layers of clouds dispersed as their altitude increased. Finally, the two men in the cockpit saw the black shadow within the clouds clearly. It was a massive humanoid corpse. The colossal humanoid corpse floated face down within the cloud layers, its shadow blocking out the sky and sun. The portion of its torso visible beyond the clouds spanned at least 10 kilometers in length. The giant corpse hung motionless, resembling a floating continent at first glance. Its body was entirely gray-black, with withered, canyon-like wrinkles etched into its dried skin. Its pitch-black, hollow eyes exuded no trace of life but carried an eerie sense of dread as it floated high above the city. Terrified screams erupted within the now helpless helicopter. In the back, the girl's face turned ghostly pale, her pupils consumed by an encroaching darkness. The hurricane winds tore mercilessly at the helicopter's fuselage. The industrial machine, weighing several tons, was reduced to nothing more than a speck of dust in the air. The invisible suction force instantly dragged it upward, swallowing it into the clouds. Moments later, it disappeared without a trace. Back on the rooftop, Lin Xian watched the entire scene unfold, his expression dark. Buzz. At that moment, a flicker of light flashed across the horizon. Realizing something, Lin Xian cursed under his breath, shit, and quickly headed back to his apartment. He shut the window shutters, sprayed deodorizer in the stairwell, and locked the iron doors. All he could do now was wait for night to fall. Beep, beep. 6:45 p.m. For the second time, the horizon flickered with light. The sun had set, and the city was swallowed by darkness. In the pitch-black city, sinister whispers echoed through the alleys, while piercing howls reverberated in the shadows. Terror loomed. The eerie had arrived. Inside the room, the record player spun softly, filling the dim room with the gentle rhythm of jazz. Lin Xian, donning an apron, stood calmly in the kitchen, leisurely opening a can of beans. On the electric stove, a pot of tomato and beef brisket soup simmered, releasing a tantalizing aroma. On the cutting board lay a sprig of vibrant green cilantro, a rare harvest from the rooftop garden. In times like these, even a touch of green could bring a fleeting sense of joy. He chopped the cilantro finely, sprinkling it into the pot with care. Not a single piece escaped his attention, even the tiny fragment sticking to the knife was added. Outside, the night loomed, deep and hollow with despair. From below the floorboards, faint, deliberate footsteps echoed. Somewhere in the pitch-black corridors, an eerie, raspy breathing could be heard. But Lin Xian remained unbothered. As if accustomed to the unnatural surroundings, he set the table with practiced ease, eating his dinner in the glow of a flickering candle. The sunrise now lasts until noon. The next polar night is less than 5 days away, he murmured. At the table, while eating, Lin Xian jotted notes into a small journal. The batteries and generator in his storage room were primarily used to keep the refrigerator running and power the alarm system. Lighting, however, was avoided entirely. It would turn his shelter into a glowing beacon in a city drenched in darkness. After finishing his meal, he began sorting through the day's haul. 2 cans, 2 bottles of water. Oh, and a pack of expired chips. Strangely, the large backpack wasn't filled with food and water but instead held a collection of miscellaneous junk, a few broken phones, an old speaker, a busted shaver, and a hairdryer. To Lin Xian, these useless items were treasures. With a faint smile, he placed his hand on the old speaker. In an instant, a faint phosphorescent glow appeared around his hand and at his pupils. His hair fluttered gently, even though there was no wind, as an unusual force seemed to awaken. Moments later, the glow disappeared, and the speaker he had touched suddenly decayed into a small pile of brownish ash that scattered onto the floor. Devouring successful, +1 mechanical source point, +1 mechanical devour skill proficiency. Bonus, strength +1, current mechanical heart level, level 1, 176 out of 500. Note, upgrading the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. At level 3, level 6, and level 9, mysterious awakenings will be unlocked. Attributes, strength, level 1, 22 out of 50, speed, level 0, 28 out of 30, defense, level 0, 15 out of 30, current skills, mechanical devour, level 1, 265 out of 300, mechanical manufacturing, level 1, 112 out of 300, mechanical scan, passive, mechanical repair, passive, mechanical operation, passive. The familiar system interface lit up before him. Lin Xian's eyes brightened, Who would have thought that dismantling an old speaker would boost his strength by 1 point? Do not underestimate 1 point in strength. Ever since his strength leveled up from level 0 to level 1, Lin Xian had experienced a transformation. He used to be a scrawny college student who struggled to carry a bucket of water. But now, he could easily perform 101 armed push-ups in a single go. The change was astonishing. At first, he thought his ability was weak, but over time, he realized its vast potential. If he could continue upgrading his strength and speed, his combat abilities might one day rival those of the mutated ability users with enhanced physiques. Devouring successful, +1 mechanical source point. Devouring successful, +1 mechanical source point. The next few broken phones didn't provide any attribute boosts, much to his disappointment. It seems larger, more powerful devices yield better results. He muttered, recalling a past attempt to devour a car engine. That single effort had boosted his mechanical source points by 20 and granted 5 attribute points. However, the reason he now chose smaller objects and insisted on bringing them back to his apartment was simple: larger mechanical structures took significantly more time and energy to devour. When he devoured the car engine, it had taken him over an hour and left him completely drained, as though he'd been through a horrifying ordeal. He was lucky to have escaped that situation without being attacked by zombies or ghouls. His survival was nothing short of miraculous. Since then, Lin Xian had learned his lesson: patience was key. Rushing only led to danger. He adhered strictly to the principle of survival first. But what he didn't expect was that when he devoured the hairdryer, the interface in front of him suddenly flashed gold. Devouring successful, +1 mechanical source point, +1 mechanical devour skill proficiency. Bonus: you've acquired the wind cannon skill, wind cannon level 1, focus air at your fingertips and release it instantly to cause destructive force. A skill? Lin Xian's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had gained a skill from his mechanical devour ability. Who would have thought that consuming ordinary items could unlock skills? A hairdryer? And now a wind cannon? What kind of logic was this? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian focused his thoughts. He raised his finger and pointed toward the sofa in the distance. Whoosh! A faint sound of air slicing through the room followed. The cushion on the sofa suddenly burst as if struck by something invisible. The cotton stuffing inside scattered like snowflakes. Holy shit! Lin Xian's heartbeat accelerated. He had deliberately restrained the power of the wind cannon to avoid making too much noise, but even this small test demonstrated its destructive potential. If he unleashed it at full strength, it could undoubtedly become a deadly weapon. In the year 2069, Apocalypse Day arrived. Across the globe, 13 massive devouring zones, each with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, emerged. Officially named the Abysses, these zones behaved like mysterious living entities, radiating waves of darkness that spread outward. These waves of darkness, known as the dark tides, engulfed new areas every 2 days, expanding by several hundred kilometers at a time. Daylight grew shorter, and once a certain cycle was reached, the affected areas would enter a polar night. During the polar night, extreme weather events, biological infections, zombie hordes, and unspeakable horrors from the abyss descended upon the world. Humanity was forced to embark on a mass migration to escape the advancing darkness. After the apocalypse began, a small portion of the population mutated under the radiation from the abyss, gaining various supernatural abilities. This gave them a significant edge in the struggle for survival. Lin Xian was one such individual. Soon, survival groups led by ability users began to emerge like sparks in the dark. Zhang City Emergency Report: all 6 monitoring teams from the northwest and southwest sectors have gone missing. Attention survivors, flee eastward. Founded by the ability user Liu Wei, the Oasis convoy will depart tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. from the Walmart in White District. Only individuals aged 1650 in good physical condition will be accepted. The elderly, children, and women will not be taken, but if you have firearms, weapons, or large amounts of supplies, you may bring one additional family member. Zhang City Bunker welcomes all ability users and beautiful women. We are based in a military-grade nuclear shelter in Zhang City, with over 300 members, clear division of labor, and the capacity to withstand the polar night. I'm at Block A, Apartment 1304 in Mingwang Community. I have plenty of supplies and a house specially modified for survival. I only accept women aged 1630, no ugly ones. Ananda is a messenger sent by the Creator to cleanse the evil thoughts of humanity. As long as you feel sincere remorse, you can join our paradise faith. Free yourself from calamity by devoutly offering water, food, and pure young maidens. The Savior will spare the innocent. For those seeking redemption in hardship, contact 139. I am Professor Wang from the Zhang City Research Institute. According to my calculations, Zhong City will be swallowed by the polar night again in 5 days. This time, there will be no sunrise. Ha ha ha, it's over. Physics. How ridiculous. There's no escape. No one can escape. Ha 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 ha. In the darkness, Lin Xian slowly adjusted the radio dial, tuning through one extreme message after another. It seemed that after experiencing the first polar night, most of the survivors in Zhong City had already fled. The last polar night, which lasted for a full 21 days, had turned the once million-strong Zhong City into a hellscape. And who knew how long the next polar night would last? Would his supplies hold out until dawn finally returned? Infinite Train Recruitment Project. Assemble a fully armed heavy train to race along the 320,000 kilometer planetary orbital rail. Lin Xian unlocked his phone and opened a post he had made on a local forum before the last polar night began. The responses were sparse, and most of them were dripping with sarcasm. You've watched too much Snowpiercer, haven't you? Bro, the global power grid has collapsed. How are you gonna run it without electricity? Even with a gas-powered locomotive, it burns at least 50 liters of fuel an hour. If I had that much fuel, I'd just drive an off-road truck instead. Post-apocalyptic clown. Wait till you hit a broken track and get a reality check. Sounds great in theory, a mobile fortress made of steel. Not even a zombie horde could break through. But dreams are dreams. It's just not realistic. Idiot. In the post, Lin Xian had outlined his plan to build a fortress train equipped with various functional carriages, living quarters, supply storage, medical facilities, planting areas, energy generation, and production units. He was actively recruiting members, but the requirements were strict. Each member had to either possess supernatural abilities or specialized skills relevant to the train's operations. A fully armed, unstoppable heavy train racing eastward along the planetary rail to escape the polar night. Even if it had to stop along the way, its fortress-like armored carriages would be able to withstand zombie hordes and the assaults of eerie anomalies lurking in the dark. It was both wildly romantic and utterly insane. But after the polar night, most of the internet and power infrastructure had collapsed. The post hadn't received any new responses in a long time. Now, aside from the scattered voices of survivors broadcasting over the radio, the entire Zhong City was eerily silent. Chapter 2, The Apocalypse Help Call. The next day, when the sky finally brightened, it was already 1:00 p.m. The black shroud of night receded without the gradual appearance of a sunrise, leaving the sky clear and slightly angled toward the afternoon sun. Daylight now arrived an hour later than the day before. Based on Zhong City's location and its summer time zone, with sunset still around 6:45 p.m., it meant that in just 5 more days, dawn would no longer come to this place. Inside the apartment, Lin Xian strapped his short dagger onto his backpack. Jumping from his balcony into the neighboring unit, he followed his established route, weaving downward through the building until he reached the access point to an underground civil defense tunnel. This led him into a section of the subway system, specifically a maintenance zone at the former university town station. Since the apocalypse began, the station had fallen into complete disrepair. The zombies on the platform had already been cleared out by Lin Xian, turning this area into his designated train assembly site. Walking deeper into the tunnel, Lin Xian approached the rusted and neglected tracks. Sitting there in the shadows was a massive steel behemoth, the Hueco 3E heavy gas turbine locomotive. This 200-ton mechanical monstrosity was Lin Xian's secret weapon for escaping the polar night. Click. He turned on a flashlight, and its white beam cut through the pitch-black tunnel. Staring at the massive locomotive in front of him, Lin Xian's nerves tingled with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The Hueco 3E was a masterpiece from 30 years ago, jointly developed by Alstom Transport and China's CRRC Corporation. Based on Alstom's Prima locomotive technology platform, it was meticulously designed as a high-powered, 10-cylinder gas turbine freight engine. The locomotive spanned over 36 meters in length and had a width of 3.2 meters. Beneath its imposing frame lay staggering energy potential, a traction power of 18,500 horsepower, equivalent to the combined output of dozens of supercars. It could haul tens of thousands of tons of cargo with ease. For Lin Xian, this locomotive was the perfect platform for his mechanical abilities. Its discovery had sparked the vision for the Infinite Train project. Check the transmission shaft, brake pads, and power turbines. Lin Xian muttered to himself. His mechanical hard ability came with 3 foundational skills: mechanical scan, mechanical repair, and mechanical operation. Simply put, as long as Lin Xian understood the principles of the machine he touched, he could perform basic controls, repairs, and even generate holographic blueprints of the device via scanning. These 3 passive skills, however, were not upgradable. The Hueco 3E required fuel for primary propulsion and electricity for auxiliary functions. While fuel was one of the scarcest resources in the post-apocalyptic world, Lin Xian's mechanical heart could directly power the locomotive using his ability, completely bypassing the need for conventional energy sources. This capability was nothing short of miraculous. However, the output power depended on his personal stamina. At his current limits, the range of operation was still restricted. That said, with Lin Xian acting as a human battery, scavenging additional resources along the way, and possibly acquiring power generation systems or small nuclear reactors, the energy issue could eventually be resolved completely. Beyond the locomotive itself, Lin Xian had modified 3 additional carriages to serve specific functions. These were repurposed from old passenger cars: living carriage, used for storing supplies and serving as living quarters; empty carriage, reserved for future use, intended as a farming zone to grow green plants. Ideally, it would house a water oxygen circulation system for plant cultivation. However, lacking expertise in this area, Lin Xian had left it temporarily empty. Tool carriage, a storage area for tools, a motorcycle, a crane, a welding machine, and any materials scavenged along the way. Lin Xian walked to the 4th carriage and placed his hand on the vehicle's exterior. Activating his mechanical heart, a custom hydraulic lift descended. Inside the carriage was a motorcycle designed to help him collect resources during stops. Climbing onto the lift, he brought down a welding machine. By the tracks lay a pile of materials, mostly rolled steel plates, high-strength tungsten steel, and manganese steel, all scavenged from Zhang City's specialized steel factory. These were ideal materials for crafting the armored fortress he envisioned. Buzz. A glowing interface appeared before Lin Xian, displaying blueprints he had drawn himself. Among them was a design for composite armor plating. There were also firearm blueprints, such as the Glock 23.40 caliber handgun, blueprints he had extracted using his mechanical scan skill after disarming a group of raiders. The problem, however, was the resource requirements: high alloy chromium molybdenum steel, 120 grams. Basic steel, 300 grams. Plastic, 195 grams. Lin Xian groaned in frustration. Compared to standardized items like this, he found it much easier to rely on his mechanical manufacturing skill and existing materials to DIY custom parts. Clang. Lin Xian's eyes glowed faintly as the steel in front of him began to levitate, seemingly of its own accord. Under immense pressure, the metal quickly reshaped and fused into a single composite structure. In just 10 minutes, a 1.5 by 0.9 meter piece of composite armor was complete. Manufacturing and assembling parts required intense focus, and with no one else to assist him, Lin Xian had to work as efficiently as possible during daylight hours. Several hours passed, and Lin Xian managed to assemble several sets of gridded, double-layered composite armor windows. Using a small mobile crane from the tool carriage, he carefully hoisted the heavy armor panels into position along the carriage edges, welding them securely in place. The Whale 03's driver compartment was fully connected to the rest of the train via isolation doors, ensuring that the entire train could function as a single fortress. Lin Xian had named the train Infinite, and it embodied his dream of survival. The 1st carriage served as his living quarters and storage for most of his supplies. The 2nd carriage, as mentioned, would eventually become a planting area. For now, though, it remained empty. The 3rd carriage housed tools, machinery, and the materials he was gathering to expand his project. As Lin Xian was engrossed in building his mobile fortress, his phone suddenly vibrated. Startled, he froze. Most satellites were now defunct, and satellite communications were nearly non-existent. He had kept his phone charged primarily for storing data, maps, and emergencies. He hadn't expected a call. Answering cautiously, he heard a nervous female voice on the other end. Lin Xian, are you still in Zhang City? I want to join your Infinite Train project. The caller was Chen Sixuan, Lin Xian's former university lecturer. She was the only person from his contact list he had managed to reach in the early days of the apocalypse. Chen Sixuan was 27, a stunningly beautiful woman without a boyfriend, practically an anomaly in Zhang City's pre-apocalyptic culture, which encouraged early marriage and childbirth. Tall and elegant, born into an intellectual family, she was the quintessential urban rich and beautiful. At the university, she was a figure admired by all. At the start, when Lin Xian had mentioned his train project to Chen Sixuan, she had outright rejected the idea. Lin Xian hadn't disclosed his ability to her, and the plan sounded too far-fetched. Back then, Chen Sixuan still clung to the naive belief that a rescue team would come for her. But after Zhang City experienced its first polar night, countless people perished in despair, and the eerie horrors of the night consumed the last shreds of survivors' sanity. Lin Xian had witnessed the grim atrocities that emerged from the collapse of social order. In this brutal world, a woman without abilities had less value in survival teams than a barrel of gasoline. He had assumed Chen Sixuan had either left with some group or met her end. Receiving her call now left him surprised. If she hadn't escaped, how had she managed to survive for so long? In an apartment, the door was tightly locked, and the curtains drawn shut. Chen Sixuan, disheveled and dressed in loungewear, sat curled up in the corner of a sofa. Her expression was tense as she stared at her phone's nearly depleted battery. Her once soft, full lips were pale, and her body trembled involuntarily. For 2 months, she had endured the darkest period of her life, scarce food, endless nights, and unrelenting fear. Each night, the terrifying sounds from the darkness jolted her awake. She was frail, thinner than ever, and her mind teetered on the edge of collapse. At first, she had waited for the arrival of an official rescue team. Some of her old admirers even brought supplies to her door. But when she realized the entire world's order had crumbled, and the polar night had come, she understood she was trapped in a nightmare. Desperation set in, and she began reaching out for help. But after the polar night passed, most of Zhong City's population seemed to vanish. Those who remained were either migrating eastward or had descended into madness. The survival teams that were willing to take her in had only one request: send a nude photo to prove her worth. It was then that Chen Sixuan fully grasped the reality. She was no longer the adored university teacher or the woman who once captured the hearts of Zhong City's elite. She was now a liability. In this apocalypse, even a trace of beauty required her to offer herself up in exchange for a mere glance from others. Just as she was about to lose all hope, she suddenly remembered Lin Xian. Her power banks had long been drained, and her phone had only a sliver of battery left. At this moment, no matter how crazy his plan seemed, even just hearing someone's voice gave her hope. "Ms. Chen, are you okay?" On the other end, Lin Xian's calm and steady tone instantly eased her nerves. Lin Xian, I'm still alive. Are you still in Zhong City?" Her voice trembled as she bit her finger nervously. After a long silence, Lin Xian's voice finally came through again. "Yes." Chen Sixuan's entire body shook as relief washed over her. Her eyes lit up with hope, and she hurriedly spoke into the phone. "Where are you? Can you come pick me up?" She regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. The request sounded absurd. She recalled how, just days ago, she had reached out to a team planning to escape east. When she asked them the same question, they had ridiculed her mercilessly. Their mocking tone implied, "Who do you think you are? A princess?" Quickly, she corrected herself. No, I mean. Where are you? Can I come to you?" Desperation left her with no choice. If her phone died, she would be left with only 2 options: continue hiding in her apartment, waiting for death, or wander aimlessly outside until the zombies tore her to shreds. "Ms. Chen," Lin Xian's voice came through again, calm and detached. "Do you have supplies? Or have you awakened an ability?" Hearing this, Chen Sixuan's heart sank. She glanced at her barren apartment. Her lips trembled as she answered in a voice that was almost a sob, "And no. I don't. If you need me to." She never thought she'd stoop so low as to plead with one of her former students, but before she could finish, Lin Xian cut her off. "Sorry, Ms. Chen. My supplies are limited. If you want to join my plan, you need to bring some value. Physical needs mean nothing to me." Lin Xian had no interest in charity. No one believed in his train project, so he was building it for himself. Every step he took was to escape the polar night, not to play the hero. His calm yet firm tone carried an odd sense of security, but it also plunged Chen Sixuan into utter despair. "All right then. Good luck, Ms. Chen." Lin Xian's voice was indifferent. With a sigh, he prepared to hang up. On the other end of the call, Chen Sixuan's body went cold. Just as Lin Xian was about to disconnect, she suddenly snapped, clutching the phone tightly and shouting, "Wait." Her eyes widened, and her chest heaved with rapid breaths as she yelled. The planetary orbital rail was constructed starting in 2039, spanning 126 countries and 34 regions, crossing 9 continents and 4 oceans, and passing through all 13 current abyss-devouring zones. The rail's total length exceeds 320,000 kilometers. My father was a level 1 maintenance engineer for the planetary rail, and I know the locations of all 1,266 stations and 625 maintenance segments along the line. Also, I'm fluent in multiple languages. I can be your translator. I eat very little, and I know how to cook. As long as you take me with you, I'll do anything you ask." She screamed the last sentence with every ounce of strength she had. A long silence followed on the other end. Chen Sixuan sat frozen, her body trembling. Her nails dug into her thighs so deeply that blood began to beat at the surface. "Your location. I'll come get you." 6 simple words. Chen Sixuan felt dizzy, her mind spinning. Snapping back to reality, she frantically blurted out, I'm at Building 3, Unit 901, Yashui Gardens, Jiangsu Road." Beep. Before she could repeat her address, Her phone screen went black, it had shut down completely. Panicking, she pressed the power button repeatedly, but there was no response. She wasn't even sure if Lin Xian had caught her address. Frustration overwhelmed her, and she bit her lip so hard it bled. Ah! She let out a furious scream and hurled the phone at the wall, shattering it into pieces. He heard it. He definitely heard it. Muttering to herself, Chen Sixuan tried to calm her fraying nerves. To distract herself from despair, she immediately began rummaging through her apartment for any books or materials related to the planetary orbital rail. On the other end, Lin Xian stared at the phone in his hand, letting out a sigh. The once admired and respected Miss Chen Sixuan, now speaking to him with a pleading tone, even going as far as to offer sexual favors. It was a grim reminder of how this hellish apocalypse could twist people into monsters, turning human dignity into a mockery. Still, her words had struck a chord with him. The planetary orbital rail circled the entire globe, a route filled with unknown dangers. Having someone familiar with its intricacies would be far better than relying on a dead map stripped of its GPS and navigational functions. After all, maps couldn't indicate maintenance segments or special connection routes. Of course, there was another reason. Chen Sixuan was someone Lin Xian knew personally. In the apocalypse, people instinctively sought out the security of the groups, and familiar faces were the easiest to trust. Setting aside the phone, Lin Xian glanced at the time before returning to his welding work. There wasn't enough time left in the day, and the progress of preparing the train couldn't afford to stall. Beep, beep. 6:00 p.m. There were 45 minutes left until nightfall. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin Xian gazed at the thick, tank-like armored windows he had just installed on both sides of the third carriage. A sense of accomplishment welled up in his chest. Next on the list, a generator, heating equipment, water purification, a fridge, and an advanced monitoring system. He murmured to himself. And then there's the defensive gear, automated weapon systems, a radar system, and other protective measures. Right, the living quarters. I need a big bed, a bathtub. Might as well add a recreation area, maybe a gaming zone or something. How about storing a few thousand movies, TV shows, and games? Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rattled off his ideas. At that moment, he realized something profound. In this apocalypse, life was becoming something to look forward to again. Chapter 3, Eerie Horror. In the dead of night back at his apartment, Lin Xian took out a bottle of disinfectant mixed with bleach from behind the door. He carefully sprayed the solution around the entrance and the hallway outside. Only after completing this ritual did he step inside, lock the anti-theft door, and secure the iron chain. The first thing he did was pull out his phone and open a map to locate Chen Sixuan's position. The first rule of the apocalypse: be cautious of the night. The second rule of the apocalypse: never act recklessly. Lin Xian never fought an unprepared battle. Zhang City had completely fallen. Those who remained were either survivors huddled in shelters, marauding raiders prowling the streets, or hordes of zombies. Nighttime, however, was even more terrifying. To this day, no one truly understood how many bizarre horrors roamed the darkness. From the accounts of survivors on various radio frequencies, the things encountered in the night were indescribable, unexplainable, and deadly. Few who came across them lived to tell the tale. 7.2 kilometers. Not exactly close, Lin Xian murmured as he studied the map. Before the apocalypse, such a distance would take no more than a 15-minute cab ride. But now, with the transportation system collapsed and bridges damaged, even using his motorcycle would take at least half an hour. And he had no idea what the situation over there was like. In the apocalypse, risking your life to save someone was only worth it for family, or maybe your mother. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. Ms. Chen, I hope you're worth the risk. At 6:45 p.m., the darkness began to descend. Lin Xian pulled down the iron shutters on his windows and started preparing dinner. He hadn't gone scavenging for supplies today. By now, the supermarkets and convenience stores in Zhang City had been ransacked countless times by fleeing survivors. Even finding a single packet of ketchup was a near impossible task. Fortunately, Lin Xian's scavenging extended beyond food and water. He hunted for mechanical items that most survivors wouldn't even glance at. 2:42 a.m. A faint sound jolted Lin Xian awake from his shallow sleep. He sat up instantly, his eyes locking on the door in the dim darkness. The sound seemed to come from the hallway outside. He grabbed his short dagger for defense and quietly moved to the door. The door had been reinforced with steel plates several times and was much sturdier than a standard anti-theft door. Still, against those things, Lin Xian wasn't entirely confident. Living in a high-rise, his only escape route was the staircase in the hallway. Lin Xian pressed his eye to the peephole, scanning the corridor. The hallway was pitch black, with only the faint green glow of the emergency lights faintly outlining the walls and floor. After observing for a while and seeing nothing, Lin Xian turned to go back to bed. But just as he took 2 steps away, a strange knocking sound came from the iron door behind him. Knock. Knock. The 2 slow, deliberate knocks sent a chill racing up Lin Xian's spine. Someone was really there? Or had those things discovered his hiding spot? His expression turned grim as he stepped back to the door. After a moment of hesitation, he tightened his grip on the short dagger, held his breath, and cautiously peered through the peephole again. Hiss. What he saw made Lin Xian suck in a sharp breath. Under the eerie green glow of the emergency lights, a figure stood in the hallway, a frail old man wearing a black funeral robe. The man's face was pale and gaunt, his sunken features resembling that of a corpse. His eyes, decayed and lifeless, were a ghastly gray-black hue, exuding a suffocating aura of death. Most horrifying of all, the corpse-like old man's dead eyes seemed to be staring directly at Lin Xian through the peephole. Lin Xian instinctively staggered back 2 steps, his face pale with shock. Isn't that Grandpa Li from downstairs? But Grandpa Li had died long ago. Lin Xian's expression grew solemn as he stepped back further. There was no need to think twice, whatever stood outside his door was no longer human. A zombie? But zombies didn't knock on doors. Lin Xian's face darkened. If this was one of the bizarre entities from the night, then he was in deep trouble. Grandpa Li, Lin Xian muttered under his breath, couldn't you just enjoy your peace in the coffin? What are you doing back here to suffer? Time dragged on, and Lin Xian's sleep was entirely gone. He leaned against the wall by the door, gripping his dagger tightly. The knocking didn't come again. But then, something even more unnerving happened. From the other side of the wall he was leaning on, faint scratching sounds began to emerge. The sound of nails scraping against the wall. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make Lin Xian's scalp tingle. It felt as if something was just on the other side of the wall, clawing incessantly. Shit. Lin Xian muttered under his breath as he jumped back, staring at the wall in front of him. Is this thing trying to dig its way in? He felt a wave of confusion and unease. Whatever was outside seemed to sense his presence. It was now separated from him by nothing more than the thin layer of the wall. At this moment, Lin Xian's best option was to hold his breath, remain perfectly still, and avoid making any noise. As long as the door to his apartment remained unbreached, he was temporarily safe. Simultaneously, he mentally prepared his escape route. Most of his supplies had already been moved to the infinite train. In the apartment, he only had a few days' worth of food and water left, along with the generator and batteries. Time dragged on, second by second, as the eerie scratching sounds from the other side of the wall tormented Lin Xian like a haunting melody, burrowing into his mind. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the sound ceased. Lin Xian exhaled in relief and cautiously moved to check through the peephole again. However, the sight before him made every hair on his body stand on end. Somehow, a young girl had appeared in the hallway. She was lying on the ground, covered in blood, her body weakly trembling as she struggled to sit up. Reaching her hand toward the door, she whispered faintly, "Help me. Help me." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. The girl looked no older than 15 or 16. Her outfit was completely out of place for the post-apocalyptic world, short shorts, a low-rise crop top, and a bright-colored baseball jacket. Around her neck hung a pair of wireless earphones. She looked youthful and trendy, like someone plucked straight from a pre-apocalyptic high school. If not for the blood covering her face, Lin Xian might have thought she was just the neighbor's little sister stopping by late at night. But Lin Xian stayed silent. Just moments ago, he had seen the corpse of Grandpa Li standing eerily outside. Now, suddenly, there was a bloodied teenage girl begging for help. It was beyond suspicious. These entities that emerged in the night were unpredictable and sinister. Besides, Lin Xian had no relationship with this girl. Opening the door would be risking his own life. Time ticked by, and it was now 5:00 a.m. There were still at least 9 hours until daylight. Through the peephole, Lin Xian saw that the girl's face had turned pale. She was slumped on the ground, unconscious. Damn it, is this some kind of monster setting a trap to trick me into opening the door? Lin Xian muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. This was far more unsettling than any zombie encounter he'd ever had. Unable to resist his curiosity, he looked through the peephole again. What he saw this time made his pupils contract sharply. Grandpa Li had reappeared, standing stiffly beside the unconscious girl. His head was lowered, as though sniffing at her. Moments later, Grandpa Li moved with a stiff, awkward shuffle, positioning himself directly in front of the girl. Then, slowly, he began to bend down toward her. Lin Xian's eyes widened in shock as he noticed something horrifying. Clinging to the back of Grandpa Li's corpse was a monstrous, centipede-like creature with long, slender legs and a shiny black body. The creature was enormous, covering almost the entirety of the old man's back. What the fuck is that? Lin Xian gasped, cold sweat breaking out across his body. The creature's legs moved in slow, deliberate motions, manipulating Grandpa Li's body like a grotesque puppet. Then, as its many legs twitched and scratched at the corpse's back, Grandpa Li raised his arms stiffly and lunged toward the unconscious girl. Chapter 4, The Mysterious Girl. Ah! A spine-chilling shriek echoed. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Xian's expression darkened. The girl was still so young. Even though he had witnessed countless tragedies over the past few days, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Just as Lin Xian thought the girl was about to be devoured by the zombie and the monstrous insect, an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted from her body. It roared outward with a deafening boom. Before Lin Xian could react, the door in front of him, along with himself, was blasted away by a powerful gust. Boom. In an instant, all the glass in the room shattered, and the furniture splintered into pieces. Lin Xian was thrown into a state of shock as he was flung by the shockwave and crashed hard against the iron grills of the living room window. His ears buzzed loudly, rendering him momentarily disoriented. Thankfully, his body had been enhanced, otherwise, he would have passed out on the spot. The sudden upheaval shook the entire apartment building. Almost immediately, a cacophony of howls erupted, and swarms of zombies began flooding the hallway. Damn it! Struggling to his feet, Lin Xian cursed silently. At that moment, the zombified Uncle Li, controlled by the monstrous insect, had already stumbled into the living room without him noticing. Switching on his flashlight, Lin Xian was horrified to see Uncle Li crawling on all fours. The zombie suddenly leapt from the floor with a strange, guttural cry and hurled its foul, putrid body straight at him. Lin Xian gasped sharply, his blood pumping wildly. He instinctively retreated a few steps and raised his hand to unleash a wind cannon. Whoosh! Fueled by panic and rage, Lin Xian poured every ounce of strength into the attack. A rapid wind spear shot out with explosive force. Arg! In an instant, black blood splattered everywhere. The grotesque corpse took a direct hit to the face. Half of its head was blown apart as it rolled to the side, scattering chunks of rotten flesh on the ground. Shaken but not hesitating, Lin Xian grabbed his short blade and charged forward decisively. He plunged the blade straight through the black insect. Squelch! Screech! The black insect let out an eerie shriek, its numerous legs convulsing madly. Lin Xian gripped the short blade tightly, not daring to let his guard down. Unexpectedly, the black insect twisted its body and severed itself from the blade. It then quickly scurried into the shadows. Are you kidding me? This thing is that smart? Lin Xian cursed under his breath. The commotion had drawn a horde of zombies charging toward his once safe haven. With no time to lose, he grabbed his backpack, stuffed it with whatever supplies he could, and looked toward the corridor. The girl was lying motionless on the ground. Even after causing such a massive disturbance, she was still unconscious? Lin Xian's mind raced. It wasn't hard to guess, this girl was likely an ability user. But why had she sought him out? Unable to figure it out, he gritted his teeth, deciding to save her first and deal with the questions later. Scooping the girl into his arms, Lin Xian bolted down the emergency stairs. With his shelter destroyed, he had no choice but to charge into the underground tunnels. Behind him, countless zombies swarmed the stairwell, relentlessly pursuing him as he ran. Splat! Splat! Along the way, Lin Xian repeatedly used his wind cannon to take out several zombies. Finally, he reached the infinite train. Placing his hand on the train's body, the mechanical heart activated, opening the cockpit door. Lin Xian quickly shoved the girl inside before climbing in himself. Bang! The heavy cabin door shut, and the corridor lights flickered on. Leaning against a steel wall, Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Ugh! Ah! Ugh! The zombie horde surged forward, surrounding the train in mere minutes. Countless claws scratched against the train, producing ear-piercing screeches. What the zombies didn't understand was that the massive steel behemoth in front of them weighed several hundred tons. Even its thinnest armor plate was at least 40 millimeters thick. Regular bullets couldn't even leave a dent, let alone the rotting claws of zombies. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lin Xian moved to the first carriage and pulled up one of the blackout shades. The train's interior lights illuminated the grotesque, rotting faces of the zombies outside. Snap! He pulled the shade back down. Fortunately, he had managed to complete the train's armor installation earlier that day. Just to be sure, he performed a quick inspection before turning off all the lights inside the train. Afterward, he headed to the cockpit and retrieved a black remote control. On the other side of the tunnel, he had set up a large remote-controlled speaker as a decoy, just in case he was ever besieged by a zombie horde while trying to start the train. Beep! A booming sound echoed from afar, immediately drawing the zombies away in a frenzied rush. Within moments, the sound of scratching against the train's exterior gradually faded into silence. Inside the train, Lin Xian let out a breath of relief. Turning on his phone flashlight, he began examining the girl's condition. To his surprise, the girl didn't have a single external injury. The blood on her body didn't even seem to be hers. This girl. There was definitely something strange about her. Lin Xian gazed at the sleeping little girl, feeling a sense of helplessness. Her sudden appearance had completely disrupted his plans. The most critical issue was his gut feeling. This girl definitely possessed some kind of special ability. Otherwise, there was no way she could have survived unscathed, running through the perilous night and ending up outside his door without so much as a scratch. Taking a girl like this with him was undoubtedly a potential liability, a ticking time bomb. After a moment of deliberation, Lin Xian grabbed some rope and securely tied the sleeping girl's hands and feet. Then, he carried her to the number 2 carriage, placed her on a blanket, and let her lie down. After finishing everything, he returned to the number 1 carriage to figure out his next steps. Furrowing his brow, Lin Xian reopened the map and began searching again. If I start the train tomorrow and head along line 3 to find Teacher Chen, wouldn't that be a shorter route? The idea was bold. If it worked, he could reduce much of the danger along the way and simultaneously test the locomotive's capabilities. Sure enough, after checking the map, Lin Xian realized that the residential complex where Chen Sixuan lived was less than 300 meters from the nearest subway station. Hey, he smirked and said, "What a prime location, Teacher Chen. You really nailed it with this property." It was a sleepless night. For the first time, Lin Xian spent the night on the Infinite Train. Although the steel fortress he had built with his own hands provided him with significant security, the night's upheavals still left him unsettled. This was his first encounter with the area of the night. Although it had been just a single monstrous insect, the thing was utterly disgusting. Not only that, but it was clearly much smarter than the zombies. On top of that, now there was a mysterious girl lying in his train carriage. How could he possibly sleep soundly under these circumstances? At 2:00 p.m., daylight came an hour later than expected. Lin Xian remained in the subway tunnel, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, but his watch indicated that it was already daytime outside. Sitting in the Infinite Train's driver's seat, a faint glow flickered in his eyes as he seemed to connect with the enormous machine's aura. Vroom, the turbocharger roared to life. The crankshaft and connecting rods emitted sharp metallic clinks as the horizon gate system opened. Clack. The amber-orange headlights instantly illuminated the dark subway tunnel, making it as bright as daylight. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. "It's time to go, my friend." Clang. Clang. The steel colossus, dormant for decades, roared back to life. Dust and iron filings slid off its frame as the Infinite Train, dragging 3 armored carriages behind it, slowly emerged from the maintenance track onto the main subway line. Devouring the black mist ahead, it charged forward with an earth-shaking roar. Chapter 5, A Former Colleague. This is the feeling. Lin Xian's heart raced with excitement. Feeling the roaring power of the train beneath him, the shadows of the previous night were quickly swept away. At this moment, he felt as if he and the entire train had become one. A surge of invincibility coursed through him. Clang clang clang, clang clang clang. Outside the elevated tracks near University City Station, a few zombies in tattered uniforms wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, these creatures simultaneously noticed the rumbling noise from the tunnel. The tracks beneath their feet began to tremble. Ugh, ah. Grkk, grrrkk. The sound escaped from their rotting throats, like the dying breath of ancient wood. As if drawn by an invisible string, the zombies turned their heads in unison. Their clouded, lifeless eyes locked onto the dark entrance of the tunnel. Woo-oo-oo. A deafening horn blast, like a roar from the abyss, broke the silence. The blood-red mechanical beast surged forth from the tunnel like a war god awakening from its ancient slumber, carrying boundless rage and the dormant power of countless years. Arg. Ah. The zombies howled and lunged forward like crazed beasts. But their decayed brains couldn't comprehend that the deafening sound was not prey but a steel monster with a terrifying 18,500 horsepower. Crunch, crunch. The accelerating Infinite Train barreled through them like an unstoppable force, instantly creating a rain of blood and a tide of shredded flesh. Severed limbs flew everywhere. In the cockpit, Lin Xian's gaze flickered as the pinned-up tension of the past 10 days was finally unleashed in full force. Yes. Lin Xian shouted in exhilaration. In this moment, he felt an unparalleled euphoria, as if breaking through the darkness and stepping into the light of dawn. It was a clear sign, his plan had taken its first successful step. Clang clang, clang clang. With excitement coursing through him, the heavy locomotive raced along the tracks. Lin Xian observed the city outside, now reduced to a desolate wasteland, while continuously searching for any useful information. The zombies wandering the streets posed relatively less of a threat to ordinary people unless they triggered a massive zombie tide. Of course, zombies that were once animals, like dogs or wolves, were often far more troublesome than their human counterparts. Buzz, buzz, Lin Xian tried calling Chen Sixuan again, but her phone was still unreachable. When the call failed, he put away his phone and prepared to pick her up in person. Lin Xian wasn't someone who second-guessed himself. Once he made a plan, he wouldn't waver. Unless Chen Sixuan was already dead, he wouldn't change his course. The subway tracks were far more navigable than he had anticipated. Perhaps because they were usually enclosed, or maybe because no one had been foolish enough to drive cars onto the tracks, there were no significant obstacles along the way. The station nearest Yashui Gardens was Tizai Station, which used to be a bustling subway hub packed with people. As the train entered the underground tunnel, Lin Xian gradually reduced its speed. After all, he would soon have to get off the train to search for Chen Sixuan. If he made too much noise and drew the attention of too many zombies, it would make his task far more difficult. Screech. Instead of pulling into the station, Lin Xian stopped the train some distance away. He first went to the number 2 carriage, where he saw that the girl was still asleep. This surprised him. How could anyone sleep for this long? Hey! Lin Xian lightly patted her cheek, but there was no response. So he reached out and pinched her face. Her tender skin was soft and elastic. Despite the bloodstains, her delicate features were impossible to hide. She was clearly a beauty in the making, likely a girl from some wealthy family. Forget it, let her sleep, Lin Xian muttered to himself. To be safe, he sealed off the passageways between the number 3 carriage and the number 1 carriage. Then, grabbing his short blade, he carefully surveyed the surroundings before disembarking. Following the path along the tracks, Lin Xian ran into the station. Yashui Gardens, Building 3, Unit 901. Chen Sixuan hadn't slept all night. The immense mental pressure had left her pale and drained. Her once beautiful face was devoid of any color. At the moment, she was curled up in the corner of her couch, her head buried against her knees. Scattered around her were books on planetary orbital rails. Her eyes were hollow, her dry lips moving incessantly as she murmured to herself, Jiang Line. Code HXO 5681. Total length, 1,256 kilometers. Stops at primary stations, Jiangning Station, Yubai Station. Secondary stations, Yushan Station, Beiwang Station. Since her last call had gone through yesterday, Chen Sixuan had placed all her hopes on the arrival of a speeding train. But as time passed, despair began to creep in, slowly eroding the last shreds of her sanity. Beiwang Station. Maintenance section. Her muttering abruptly stopped, and a slight tremor flickered in her eyes. A memory surfaced of a student she had barely paid attention to back then. From a regular family, always wearing a warm smile, quiet by nature, not very social, and not particularly athletic. Everything about him had seemed ordinary. Then she recalled his talk about a railroad train project, his plan to operate a heavy locomotive and escape along the planetary orbital rail. Thinking about it now. Wasn't that idea a bit too far-fetched? Does he even know how to drive a train? If he has that much fuel or energy, wouldn't it be easier to just drive a car? Chen Sixuan muttered to herself. Every question felt like a sharp blade, slicing through the fragile hope she clung to. What if the track is broken? Would her former student be able to fix it? Or would she, a foreign language teacher, have to? One question after another, too overwhelming to confront, bubbled up in her mind, gradually consuming her. The slim strand of hope she had seemed increasingly ridiculous. Tears the size of bins welled up in her eyes and dripped down, one by one. But Chen Sixuan didn't dare to give up just yet. She bit her lip hard, refusing to let her tears overflow, and silently repeated to herself, he promised. He said he'd come. Beiwang Station. 1 main track, 2 arrival and departure tracks. Her muttering filled the empty living room once again. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knocking broke the silence, like a stone tossed into a calm lake, sending ripples through the air. In the stillness of the room, the sound was deafening. Chen Sixuan lifted her head, her eyes lighting up with a glimmer of hope. Was it him? Barefoot, she ran to the door from the couch. But instead of looking through the peephole, she stood nervously and asked in a trembling voice, Who? Who is it? The response from the other side, however, was not the voice she longed to hear. Instead, it was the voice of a middle-aged man. Teacher Chen, it's me, Liang Wei. I've been trying to call you for 2 days, but you didn't answer. I got worried, so I came to check on you. At that moment, Chen Sixuan's hope plummeted into the abyss. Liang Wei was a former colleague of hers. Back when they worked at the university, he had been a sleazy man who hid behind a respectable facade. His eyes often wandered inappropriately over Chen Sixuan, and she had even heard rumors that he had preyed on several female students before. He was a true predator disguised as a professional. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to having connections, This man had managed to rise to the position of office director at the university. Chen Sixuan had always despised him and kept her interactions with him to a minimum. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, it turned out Liang Wei lived in the same residential complex and even in the same unit. Since the world had fallen apart, Liang Wei had called her repeatedly. At first, he pretended to be serious, saying that during a crisis, everyone needed to stick together. He claimed to have plenty of supplies and even offered to share them if she needed anything. But gradually, his true nature surfaced. Especially after learning that Chen Sixuan was running low on supplies, he became increasingly impatient, frequently suggesting she move in with him. Now, hearing Liang Wei's voice at the door, Chen Sixuan couldn't tell if her nausea was from disappointment or pure disgust. Clenching her stomach, she responded coldly, "I'm fine." Bang, bang, bang. The knocking grew heavier. "Fine? Didn't you tell me before that you were running out of food?" When Chen Sixuan still didn't open the door, Liang Wei pressed his face against the peephole to try and look inside. Seeing his shadow against the door, Chen Sixuan instinctively stepped back with a frown. Liang Wei's eyes lit up the moment he spotted her silhouette. "Teacher Chen. Are you hungry? I still have plenty of bread, cookies, canned beef, and bottled water. If you want, I'll bring it down for you right now." Bread, cookies, canned beef, bottled water. The names of these foods sounded almost intoxicating as they reached Chen Sixuan's ears, tempting her reason to crumble. She hadn't eaten for 2 days. But deep down, she knew. Whether Liang Wei really had those supplies or not, opening the door would mean turning herself into his personal plaything in this post-apocalyptic hell. Shame or survival, which one was more important? After receiving no response for some time, Liang Wei's last ounce of patience snapped. His expression darkened, and he suddenly slapped the door hard with his hand. Bang. "Chen Sixuan, you fucking BTCH. Stop pretending to be so high and mighty. The world's already gone to hell, and most people are dead. At least if you stick with me, you'll survive a few more days. I'm not going to eat you or anything. What the hell are you afraid of? Open the damn door." Bang, bang, bang. The knocking escalated to kicking, and the loud thuds reverberated through the room. Chen Sixuan's face turned deathly pale. She spun around, grabbing a fruit knife from the shoe cabinet for self-defense. Holding it close to her chest, her eyes filled with panic and turmoil. Chapter 6, Don't Insult Animals. Director Liang clearly overestimated his strength. There was no way his 50-something, depraved self could break through a heavy steel security door. Eventually, he calmed down and stopped kicking the door, realizing that too much noise might attract unwanted monsters, which would be like shooting himself in the foot. His eyes flickered with calculation, and he spoke to the person inside in a sinister tone. "That's fine, Teacher Chen. I just happen to have some leftover canned meat. To show my sincerity, I'll leave it at your door. After all, it'll be dark soon. You can either open the door and eat it yourself, or let the monsters eat you instead. Who knows? Maybe after you die tonight, I'll find your body while it's still warm." And, before he could finish his vile threat, a muffled squelch echoed from outside the door. The foul-mouthed Liang Wei suddenly fell silent. Thud. A sound of something heavy collapsing followed. Chen Sixuan trembled in shock. Slowly, she crept toward the peephole, pressing her eye against it. The sight outside the door made her pupils contract violently. Outside, a familiar young man was pulling a blade from Liang Wei's head. Lin Xian. Director Liang had been taken down in a single strike. Chen Sixuan gasped in disbelief. She hadn't fully processed what she was seeing when Lin Xian's voice came from outside. "Teacher Chen, if you're still alive, I suggest we don't waste time." His voice sent a shiver down her spine. He came to take her away. A visible wave of emotion washed over Chen Sixuan's face. The sight of Liang Wei's lifeless body filled her with a sense of cathartic relief. Summoning a courage she didn't know she had, she opened the door without hesitation. Lin Xian, she stammered instinctively, glancing at the blood-covered short blade in his hand. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back, unsure if her feelings were closer to relief or fear. Her gaze fell on Liang Wei's corpse. His head was nearly split open to the eyebrows. He lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, red and white fluid oozing out in a gruesome mess. Ugh, Chen Sixuan couldn't hold it in anymore and bent over, retching. But with nothing in her stomach after 2 days without food, only stomach acid came up. Lin Xian looked at the frail and disheveled Chen Sixuan standing before him. She was a far cry from the vibrant and confident Teacher Chen he remembered, who even exuded a commanding elegance during her classes. A pang of pity rose in his chest. Today, Chen Sixuan wore a pair of denim jeans paired with a sporty top and a lightweight windbreaker, likely her idea of appropriate attire for escaping. Scum like him is no different from an animal. Don't burden yourself with guilt. Are your belongings packed? Lin Xian's gaze swept over the rows of high heels by the shoe cabinet before landing on her bare feet. Yes. I'm ready. Forcing herself to suppress the turmoil in her heart, Chen Xiquan quickly regained her composure. She didn't want to appear weak in front of Lin Xian. She bent down to put on her shoes, deliberately avoiding looking at Liang Wei's body. Without saying much, Lin Xian stepped inside, scouring the apartment. He grabbed a cardboard box and stuffed several small appliances from her kitchen, including a coffee maker and a juicer, into it before shoving it into her arms. Hold this. Huh? Why are you taking these? Chen Xiquan instinctively asked as she took the box. Her voice was a mix of nervousness and curiosity. She couldn't understand why Lin Xian was grabbing random appliances. But Lin Xian, her rescuer, didn't answer, and she quickly swallowed her questions. She obediently held the box and followed him. Chen Xiquan's luggage consisted of just a small travel bag containing a few changes of clothes and barely anything else of significance. Except for one box of condoms. Though she had never been with anyone, as an educated and independent woman, she had always believed in protecting herself. It was a habit she developed after adulthood. Now, in the apocalypse, in this harsh environment, pregnancy was equivalent to a death sentence. No matter what lay ahead, this was her last line of self-protection. Beyond that, she had no food or water left. Upstairs, in apartment 1203, Liang Wei's home. The door was locked, but Lin Xian placed his hand on it, fiddled for a moment, and the lock clicked open. Liang Wei had claimed to have plenty of food and water, and Lin Xian wasn't about to let such supplies go to waste while preparing for their journey. But as soon as the door opened, a revolting stench wafted out. Chen Xiquan peeked over Lin Xian's shoulder, and the sight inside nearly made her faint. Ugh, she gagged again, her stomach churning violently. Even Lin Xian's face turned pale. His brows furrowed deeply as he surveyed the scene. There wasn't a trace of food or water in the house. Instead, the apartment was splattered with blood and gore. In the kitchen lay half a mutilated corpse, likely that of a middle-aged woman, clearly butchered. Lin Xian's expression darkened further as a wave of nausea hit him. Liang Wei hadn't been hoarding food. He had been killing people. It wasn't hard to figure out, the unfortunate woman in the kitchen was likely the original owner of the apartment, Director Liang's wife. I owe animals an apology. Calling him a beast is a massive insult to beasts, Lin Xian muttered coldly. Let's go. Stay close to me, and try not to make any noise. Realizing there was nothing of value left to scavenge, he turned decisively and walked out. Okay. Chen Xiquan's face was pale as she nodded. She was completely in shock. There are a lot of dead out there. Don't scream. Okay. At all times, watch your step. Don't drip. Okay. After witnessing such horrors, Chen Xiquan now resembled a compliant student, listening intently to everything Lin Xian said. Her instincts told her that following Lin Xian was the right decision. Squelch. Inside the station, Lin Xian casually cleaved through a few zombies' heads as he led Chen Xiquan down a narrow maintenance path alongside the platform. Chen Xiquan followed closely behind, her face ashen, struggling to suppress the nausea bubbling in her stomach. She hadn't imagined the outside world had become such a living hell. It was as if the entire city had turned into a scene from the worst nightmares imaginable. The grotesque sight of Liang Wei's apartment would undoubtedly haunt her dreams forever. In the dark subway tunnel, the only sounds were their hurried footsteps and strained breathing. Before long, a faint light illuminated a massive shadow in the distance. As the dim track lights revealed the enormous train, Chen Xiquan's mouth parted slightly in astonishment. The sheer size of the train left her stunned. But as Lin Xian approached it, the heavy locomotive roared to life. Its headlights blazed forth, bathing her in their light. Stop gawking, get on, Lin Xian called. Okay. Lin Xian reached out, took the small appliances from her arms, and then firmly grabbed her hand, pulling her onto the train. They entered the driver's cabin, and Lin Xian shut the thick iron door behind them. Inside, the bright lighting and the enclosed steel walls instantly gave Chen Xiquan an overwhelming sense of security. Lin Xian. You really know how to drive a train? She asked hesitantly. Do you think I pushed this thing all the way here? Lin Xian replied with a faint smile, his demeanor relaxing slightly after locking the door. Placing his hand on the floor, he activated the mechanical heart, turning off the train's headlights. He then guided her to the number 1 carriage, where he rummaged through the supplies, eventually pulling out a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. He tossed them to her. You look like you haven't eaten in days. Here, eat. Tears welled up in Chen Xiquan's eyes as she gratefully accepted the food. Silent tears streamed down her face as she bit her lip, trembling on the verge of an emotional breakdown. In a choked voice, she said, thank you. She was truly starving. Without even taking off her backpack, She tore open the bread packaging and began devouring it in large bites, tears continuing to roll down her face. Lin Xian sat across from her, recovering his energy while observing her. Seeing a familiar face brought him a sense of solace. In this post-apocalyptic world, where death and despair loomed at every turn, no one was immune to the crushing fear of loneliness, not even Lin Xian. Humans are social creatures. And after the collapse of the internet, that isolation became almost unbearable. Operating the infinite drain and using his wind cannon skill both consumed a significant amount of energy. It was hard to describe, but using such powers placed a distinct burden on his body. Chen Si. Lin Xian began to say, his gaze flickering, before deciding, forget it. I'll just keep calling you Teacher Chen. Watching her wolf down the bread, Lin Xian decided it was time to set some ground rules. First off, he began seriously, I'm an ability user. This drain can only be operated by me. If I die, you die too. Since I brought you on board, it means that from today onward, we're allies, we're teammates. You must trust me unconditionally and follow my orders. Otherwise, your fate will be very grim. Chen Sixuan swallowed a mouthful of bread, her eyes red as she stared at Lin Xian. She nodded firmly and said, I understand. From now on, I'll listen to you. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. As for what my ability is, you don't need to know. This drain is our fortress, very sturdy, but it won't necessarily hold up against some of the monsters out there. And of course, there will be people who covet our supplies. When pushed to the brink, human greed can sometimes be more terrifying than any demon. That means there will be times when I'll need your help to solve problems, search for supplies, and even guard the train. Understood. Perhaps because she had eaten, Chen Sixuan seemed to have regained some strength. And one more thing, Teacher Chen. Lin Xian stood up slowly, his gaze serious as it bore into hers. You'd better prepare yourself, I will definitely sleep with you. Chen Sixuan's body visibly trembled at his words. She instinctively gripped the bread in her hands tighter, her disheveled hair falling over her face, hiding her conflicted expression. Hearing such blunt words from Lin Xian, the student she once taught, sent a jolt through her heart. Lowering her head, she let out a faint in acknowledgement, considering it a response. She continued eating her bread in silence, but her heart pounded furiously in her chest. Chapter 7, I'm not a kidnapper. Clang, clang. Since the polar night ended, this was the first time the sound of a locomotive on the tracks had been heard in Zhong City. Naturally, the noise of this mechanical beast drew the attention of some survivors who had been staying low in their homes near the railway. Curious eyes followed the massive locomotive in surprise as it rumbled past. Chen Sixuan wolfed down a piece of bread and gulped down more than half a bottle of water before finally feeling like she had pulled herself back from the icy grip of death. Sitting quietly for a moment, she let herself feel the slow and steady motion of the train. A sense of bittersweet relief washed over her, it felt like she'd narrowly escaped disaster. Snapping out of her daze, Chen Sixuan began observing the steel carriage that gave her such a strong sense of security. The windows were welded shut with thick steel plates, leaving only small grated holes through which the outside scenery blurred by in retreat. The original seating in the passenger car had been completely removed, transformed into a living area. There was a mat and a tent on the floor, and most of the space was taken up by supplies. Beyond that, there was still the restroom from the old passenger car. Though cramped and somewhat chaotic, the setup gave off a sense of completeness and a strange, comforting safety. Turning to look at the second carriage, she noticed it was mostly empty, with waterproof bags holding unknown supplies. Then, her mouth suddenly fell open in shock. In the corner of the second carriage lay a girl, her hands and feet tied. Her eyes were closed, and it was unclear whether she was alive or dead. Startled, Chen Sixuan quickly covered her mouth, unsure of what to make of the situation. Could this girl have been kidnapped by Lin Xian? But the thought didn't make sense. In this kind of apocalyptic environment, what value could there be in kidnapping a little girl? Unless... As her thoughts ran wild, she failed to notice that Lin Xian had already entered the carriage. Ms. Chen. Ah. Chen Sixuan, lost in her thoughts, was startled by his voice. Turning around with a panicked look, she saw Lin Xian standing there, his expression calm. Feeling better? He asked. Who is she? Chen Sixuan asked hesitantly, her heart uneasy as she pointed towards the second carriage. Lin Xian followed her gaze to the tied-up girl and replied, I don't know who she is. She suddenly appeared outside my home and begged me to save her. She's been unconscious ever since. For safety reasons, I had no choice but to tie her up. Hearing this, Chen Sixuan let out a long sigh of relief and even gave herself a self-deprecating smile. She had willingly asked to join Lin Xian's train. No matter what her fate turned out to be, it had been her own choice. What was there to worry about? So, are we leaving the city now? She asked. Not yet, Lin Xian replied. There are still some essential supplies I need to gather. Plus, I want to test the train's performance. We have 4 days left until the polar night, it should be enough time. Chen Sixuan looked at him, her eyes filled with determination. What do you need me to do? Since she was now in this together with him, she felt she had to prove her value and not just be a pretty face. There are a few things, Lin Xian said. He pulled out a travel log from the cockpit and handed it to her. I'll handle driving. Your job will be to record the daily route, mileage, stops, and the train's condition. Since we still don't know the patterns and coverage of the dark tides, we'll also need to track the changing sunrise times during our escape. This is critical. If we head in the wrong direction, we might never escape the polar night. Chen Sixuan nodded solemnly. Got it. I can handle this. And Lin Xian's gaze swept over the carriage. For now, it's just the two of us. I need you to inventory and manage the supplies. Also, keep an eye on that girl. Chen Sixuan glanced back at the sleeping girl, surprised. You don't need me to go with you when you're looking for supplies? The unspoken question was clear. Do you trust me enough to leave me alone on the train? Lin Xian chuckled faintly. Didn't I just say it's just the two of us? If we both leave the train, who's going to guard it? He had picked up on the underlying question but didn't explicitly address it. In reality, the train's fuel tank was completely empty, no one could drive it away, even the most experienced driver. Lin Xian also wasn't worried about being locked out. He was confident in his precautions, though he deliberately kept his cards close to his chest. In the apocalypse, even someone like Chen Sixuan, who had seemed so kind and gentle before, couldn't be trusted completely. Still, for now, he had to show some measure of trust, at least on the surface. Understood. Chen Sixuan hadn't expected Lin Xian to trust her this much. A strange warmth welled up in her heart, leaving her oddly touched. For a moment, she even felt a dynamic akin to the man handles the outside, and the woman takes care of the inside. And when she remembered that he was her student, a faintly awkward feeling bubbled up within her. Clang, clang. The infinite train crept forward at an extremely slow speed on Zhong City's urban light trail. Lin Xian followed the map's planned route, aiming to proceed along Line 3 while staying alert to any developments on the road ahead. Devour successful, mechanical source points +1, mechanical devour skill proficiency +1, bonus reward, defense +1, current mechanical heart level, level 1, 177 out of 500. Note, upgrading the mechanical heart unlocks special skill rewards. When the mechanical heart reaches level 3, level 6, and level 9, a mysterious awakening will occur. Basic attributes, strength, level 1, 22 out of 50, speed, level 0, 28 out of 30, defense, level 0, 16 out of 30, current basic skills, mechanical devour, level 1, 266 out of 300, mechanical manufacturing, level 1, 112 out of 300, mechanical scan, passive, mechanical repair, passive, mechanical operation, passive, special skills, wind cannon, level 1, 3 out of 100. Inside the cockpit, Lin Xian began systematically devouring a few small home appliances he had brought from Chen Sixuan's home. With the journey ahead, he needed to remain constantly focused and seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Devour successful, mechanical source points +1, mechanical devour skill proficiency +1, devour successful, mechanical source points +2, mechanical devour skill proficiency +1, current mechanical heart level, level 1, 180 out of 500, mechanical devour, level 1, 268 out of 300, it's still too slow. Lin Xian sighed as he watched the pink teddy bear blender in his hands crumble to ash. If he had enough time, devouring cars, or even trains, could probably grant him dozens or even hundreds of mechanical source points in one go. Moreover, based on his earlier experience with the hairdryer, he couldn't help but wonder if other special skills might emerge from devouring different items. The thought filled him with excitement. This ability was truly game-changing. His mechanical heart system didn't just allow him to control machinery and drive the train, it could also create machinery. It was essentially a creative mode. In this post-apocalyptic world where the industrial systems of humanity had collapsed, this was practically an unbeatable advantage. The most critical aspect was that this ability could also enhance his attributes and grant him new skills. Compared to other abilities, its versatility was on a completely different level. Chapter 8. Major shopping trip at the furniture store. According to Lin Xian's plan, achieving a sustainable survival loop for the train hinged first and foremost on the issue of energy. His special ability solved most of the energy problem, but its major drawback was that it consumed his physical strength and required constant focus. This made it difficult for him to multitask with other complex tasks. Next on the list were defense and food for survival. However, Lin Xian knew these goals couldn't be achieved overnight. The first carriage alone, along with its exterior armor, had already consumed several months of his effort. Hoping to accomplish everything immediately was nothing but wishful thinking. Moreover, he was working alone. Chen Sixuan, while helpful in other areas, couldn't contribute much in terms of technical expertise. I'll need to find a few teammates eventually, Lin Xian thought to himself. First, I'll need an engine crew to handle the mechanical maintenance of the entire train and help with driving. I'll also need someone who knows about planting. For example, a botanist or a hydroponics expert, someone who can grow fresh vegetables and fruits, and maybe even provide water and oxygen purification. Right, speaking of food, I'll also need a chef. And a doctor, obviously. You never know when someone might fall seriously ill. And we can't just rely on specialists, I'll need fighters too, ideally, some ability users. Oh, and I'll need a sentinel team. As Lin Xian continued down his train of thought, his plans became increasingly ambitious. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and refocused on driving the train. Os Furniture City. Spotting a massive building in the distance, Lin Xian's expression turned serious. This place is usually a furniture and home goods store with very little foot traffic. There shouldn't be many supplies here, but I could grab some cold weather gear, bedding and the like. He wasn't thinking about frivolous things between men and women but rather about the significant drop in temperatures worldwide since the apocalypse. Areas affected by the abyss phenomenon had seen dramatic cooling. Despite it being August, summer in Zhong City, daytime temperatures had dropped to around 12 or 13 degrees Celsius, while nighttime temperatures were only a few degrees above freezing. And it was still getting colder each day. Lin Xian speculated that the dark tides, caused by the abyss blotting out the sky, had severely impacted the climate. It was possible that an ice age or a prolonged cold period was approaching. In such times, preparing cold weather gear in advance was undoubtedly the smart move. Creak. Lin Xian brought the train to a halt on an exposed section of the tracks. The railway was surrounded by a tall chain-link fence, with a city avenue running alongside it. The road was littered with abandoned vehicles, but the area itself was sparsely populated. Even zombies were few and far between, making the surroundings eerily quiet. The flat terrain, lack of tunnels or elevated tracks, and the presence of the fence made this spot relatively safe for unloading the items. Ms. Chen, wait on the train for me. I'll go check it out inside, Lin Xian said as he strapped on his backpack and picked up his short blade. Also, don't open the door for anyone other than me. I understand, Chen Sixuan replied, though her expression was a little tense. Wouldn't it be better if I helped you? If there's a lot to carry, it might go faster. That won't be necessary for now, Lin Xian replied. This place has clearly already been looted once. There might not be anything useful. Let me scout first, and if there's something worth taking, you can come down and help move it. As he spoke, he tossed her a walkie-talkie. Let's use this to stay in touch. Cell signals aren't reliable. Got it, Chen Sixuan said, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly. Lin Xian opened the cabin door and leapt down from the train, scanning his surroundings. After confirming it was safe, he climbed over the chain-link fence and dropped into the greenery on the other side. From there, he crossed the street toward the furniture store. The front of the store had a vast parking lot that was now in complete disarray. Scattered around were several cars, all clearly out of commission. Devouring these cars with his ability would be an excellent option. They were one of the most common mechanical items in the apocalypse. However, the problem lay in the time it took to devour them. Lin Xian guessed that leveling up his mechanical devour skill would improve its efficiency, so for now, he played it safe. Instead of devouring items in risky environments, he planned to bring them back to the train and process them in safety. At the store's main entrance, the ground was covered with dried, dark red blood. Shards of what looked like brand new merchandise were scattered everywhere. The cold wind swept through the scene, giving it a bleak and desolate atmosphere. Cautiously, Lin Xian stepped inside. The space immediately opened up, feeling vast and empty. He'd visited this store before. It had been lavishly decorated, with wide, quiet aisles and little foot traffic. Now, after the apocalypse, it was completely deserted. He didn't even see many corpses here. Lin Xian wandered through the branded furniture stores inside the mall. Other than the lights being off, most of the shops were still clean and orderly, with sofas, mattresses, and other furnishings neatly displayed. The second floor housed bathroom fixtures. The vast, empty building gave off an eerie vibe as he walked through it alone. This Simmons mattress is pretty good, firm yet soft. Latex mattresses, thick comforters. These types of supplies seemed to hold little value in the apocalypse, which was why the majority of the stores here hadn't been looted. It made sense. When survival is on the line, the first places people think to raid are supermarkets and convenience stores, not a furniture mall to grab billows. Lin Xian browsed for a while before realizing a headache-inducing issue. These items were bulky. Taking them back wouldn't be easy. After scouting the area, he eventually reached the loading dock via the fourth exit. There, he spotted a few forklifts and a flatbed truck. His eyes lit up instantly. However, just as he approached, a rotting zombie suddenly burst out of the nearby freight elevator and lunged at him. The stench of decay hit him full force, and Lin Xian reflexively took a quick step back. Once he got a clear look, he immediately raised his hand and aimed. Boom! A blast of air shot out like a cannon, instantly creating a gaping hole in the zombie's skull. Thud! The zombie collapsed to the ground, twitched a couple of times, and went still. The zombie was still wearing an orange-yellow worker's uniform. It had likely been a dock worker seeking refuge in the building before things went south. Wind Cannon level 1 4 out of 100. Every time Lin Xian used this ability, his skill proficiency increased by 1 point. However, he noticed the move consumed a significant amount of his energy. He needed to use it sparingly. With this in mind, he drew the short blade from his back. Against ordinary zombies, he didn't feel much pressure as an ability user. As long as he didn't trigger a zombie horde or provoke some other monstrosities, things would be manageable. Lin Xian climbed into the flatbed truck's cab. The door was already open, and the fuel cap had been removed, clearly indicating someone had beaten him to it. As expected, when he activated his mechanical heart, he quickly discovered that the reserve battery was completely dead, making it impossible to start the engine. It wasn't surprising that others had siphoned the fuel and abandoned the truck. This kind of small flatbed, with its simplistic design and low horsepower, wasn't a desirable vehicle for most survivors. But for Lin Xian, this was a treasure delivered right to his doorstep. He got out of the truck and went over to one of the forklifts. Activating his ability, he started the machine without any trouble. Then, with a bold and confident air, he drove the forklift straight through the rear entrance of the furniture mall. His plan was simple: make his living space in the first carriage as comfortable as possible. In the apocalypse, having a cozy living environment could significantly improve morale. With his unique ability, Lin Xian had no intention of living like a sewer rat, barely scraping by in dark and filthy shelters. Chapter 9. Nighttime car devouring Oz Furniture City was located on Zhong City's Outer Ring Road, an area typically sparsely populated. With no survivors randomly seeking refuge in the furniture mall, Lin Xian had free rein to go about his business without interruption. He checked the time: 4:30 p.m. There were still over 2 hours until sunset. Without hesitation, Lin Xian started his haul by selecting a high-quality, understated sectional leather sofa. He used the forklift to load it onto the flatbed truck, then moved on to grab a foldable steel-frame bed. While the third carriage doors were relatively large, fitting a wooden bed frame inside was clearly impractical, so he decided to weld the steel frame directly into the carriage. With a foldable Simmons mattress and latex topper, it would still be quite comfortable. Of course, he wouldn't forget pillows and blankets. The more Lin Xian scavenged, the happier he became. Then, he spotted a 60-inch flat-screen TV hanging on the wall of one of the branded stores, and his eyes lit up. An entertainment area could be nice. Playing some games or watching movies during downtime doesn't sound bad, he muttered to himself. Take it. Without a second thought, Lin Xian dismantled the TV and soon had the flatbed truck packed to the brim. If it weren't for the limited space in the bathroom of the first carriage, he might have taken an entire set of toilets and bathtubs from the showroom. Vroom. The small truck's engine roared to life as Lin Xian activated his mechanical heart, causing his eyes to glow faintly. He drove the truck, now fully loaded with loot, down the mall parking lot's main road and onto the greenery next to the tracks. With a stomp on the gas pedal, he smashed through the chain-link fence separating the railway and bumped the truck onto the gravel slope beside the tracks. Chen Sixuan had been waiting on the train for over an hour when she suddenly saw Lin Xian driving the truck towards them. Her eyes widened in disbelief. When she noticed the truck was loaded with sofas, mattresses, and even a TV, her shock turned into confusion. Is this even considered supplies? In the apocalypse, wasn't it more critical to look for water, food, or even weapons? She felt a little dazed, but when Lin Xian parked the truck behind the third carriage, she quickly ran over to help. Clang whir. The third carriage's rear liftgate slowly lowered. Lin Xian, carrying his short blade on his back, climbed aboard and moved the motorcycle and crane aside. Together, the two began transferring the sofa, bed frame, mattress, pillows, blankets, rug, and TV into the first carriage. By the time everything was finished, the sun had set, leaving the sky awash with the last hues of twilight. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Beep beep, beep beep. The alarm on Lin Xian's watch went off. His expression turned serious as he said to Chen Sixuan, "Go over there, eat something, and get yourself organized. I need to deal with this truck." He had a bold idea. Since the truck was already here, Why not take the chance to devour it? Even though it was risky, nighttime brought dangers far greater than ordinary zombies. Lin Xian didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to upgrade himself. He decided to take the gamble. "Oh, okay," Chen Sixuan replied, obedient as ever. She now seemed like a compliant and supportive partner, immediately following through on Lin Xian's instructions. Once Chen Sixuan left the third carriage, Lin Xian took out a special tow hook he had crafted and attached it to the train. He looped the metal cable around his waist and, as the last light of day faded, climbed down from the train. Resting a hand on the small truck, he activated Mechanical Devour without hesitation. Devour progress, 1%, the familiar sensation of devouring a vehicle returned. Lin Xian could feel his energy rapidly draining, while the progress bar for the devouring process moved painfully slowly compared to smaller items like appliances. With one hand pressed firmly on the truck, his other gripped the metal tow hook tightly. He had attached the hook to ensure he could maintain a physical connection to the infinite train for emergency control. His ability could only manipulate machines he was in direct contact with, and even a slight distance, like this one, connected by a metal cable, would disable his control. Devour progress, 2%, devour progress, 3%, time ticked by second. The surroundings were eerily silent. With no light sources around, the world grew increasingly dark as the sun fully disappeared below the horizon. Lin Xian's expression grew tense as the devouring process continued at its sluggish pace. In his dazed state, Lin Xian inexplicably felt as though the earth itself was breathing. Is this the dark tides? 6:45 p.m. The sky suddenly plunged into darkness. It wasn't a gradual shift, it was as if someone had flipped a switch, leaving an eerie, unnatural blackness. For more than 2 months now, survivors had grown somewhat accustomed to this abrupt transition. All they could do was pray for the night to pass quickly. Only at dawn would they dare to leave their shelters to scavenge for life-sustaining supplies. But deep down, everyone knew the grim reality. After the polar night, food and water would eventually run out. Would dawn still come then? No one could say for certain. Hiding in a shelter was akin to waiting for a slow death, but migrating or fleeing was a high-stakes gamble. Reinforced concrete and steel doors couldn't always fend off the horrors lurking in the night. And in the wilderness or inside a car? Survival odds were even slimmer. No choice was truly safe. This was why ability users had become the leaders of survival teams. With powers beyond human capability, they offered a security greater than any steel and cement could provide. Before the network completely collapsed during the polar night, Lin Xian had seen many ability users showing off their strange powers online. They quickly became viral sensations, garnering admiration and envy. People flocked to them, and they soon emerged as apocalyptic leaders. Governments also focused on studying and cooperating with these individuals. When Lin Xian first posted about the Infinite Train recruitment project on forums, he had toyed with the idea of revealing his ability. He thought it might attract a wave of followers. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He realized he didn't have the capacity to manage hundreds, let alone thousands, of survivors in an apocalyptic world. While his ability was remarkable, it wasn't enough for even consistent self-preservation yet. If he became a leader, his most valuable contribution would likely be driving the train and repairing machinery. But what if, instead of being their leader, he ended up being treated as a human battery? That would be a nightmare. In hindsight, his concerns were completely justified. In just 2 months, stories of atrocities committed over supplies had become all too common, betrayals, murders, and even massacres among survivors. And the powerful ability users. They wielded powers that defied logic and comprehension. Compared to them, Lin Xian's abilities seemed rather unremarkable in the early stages of the apocalypse. Devour progress, 63%, an hour into the night, the devouring process had finally passed the halfway mark. Lin Xian maintained absolute focus, keeping his senses sharp as he monitored the pitch-black surroundings. He had turned off all the train's lights, blending seamlessly into the darkness. Even his breathing was slow and steady. With one hand resting on the small truck, he silently continued the devouring process. To avoid exposing the faint glow in his eyes caused by the mechanical heart, Lin Xian even kept his eyes shut, relying entirely on his ears to detect any movement. The chain link fences along the railway should produce noise if something approached, and if anything moved along the tracks, it ought to make a sound as well. Devour progress, 77%, almost there. It's almost done. Crack. A faint sound of gravel shifting suddenly broke the silence. Lin Xian froze. Chapter 10, The White Aberration. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and held his breath. Crack. Crack. The sound grew closer, heavy and deliberate. His heart skipped a beat. It didn't sound like the movements of any zombie. Instead, it resembled the sound of a wooden cane tapping against gravel. Slowly, he opened his eyes, unsure if the faint glow from his mechanical heart could be detected. Yet when he looked around, there was nothing unusual. The only thing in sight was the vague, dark silhouette of the small truck before him. He turned to glance behind him. The infinite train stood silently on the tracks, with no sound coming from inside the carriages. Even Chen Sixuan, likely due to the arrival of nightfall, had remained quiet. Perhaps she'd fallen asleep. Everything was unnervingly silent. Despite the stillness, Lin Xian's heart was gripped with unease. He was certain he'd heard something, and his keen sixth sense told him that he was being watched by some unknown presence. His heart raced, but he forced himself to stay calm, pushing his mechanical devourability with all his might. Faster! Faster! Gone was the relaxed mood he had felt while hauling furniture in the afternoon. The memory of the terrifying encounter with Grandpa Lee last night made his entire body run cold. He desperately wished to retreat to the safety of the train as soon as possible. Devour progress, 98%, almost there. Almost done. It had taken nearly an hour and a half, but the results would undoubtedly be worth it if he succeeded. Devour successful, mechanical source points plus 30, mechanical devour skill proficiency plus 10. Bonus reward, strength plus 5, speed plus 5, defense plus 2, congratulations. Your speed attribute has been upgraded to level 1 3 out of 50. As a faint glow flashed across his vision, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. His mechanical source points had skyrocketed, and with the upgrade in speed, his vision began to sharpen. Whoosh, as the devouring process concluded, the small truck disintegrated into ash. Loose items clattered to the ground, the noise shattering the stillness of the night. But just as Lin Xian was beginning to relax, he heard it, a low, resonant hum above him. Haung. The sound was chillingly strange, like a ship's broken horn echoing through a rusted metal pipe. It didn't sound human. Nor did it sound like any machine he had ever encountered. A cold shiver ran down Lin Xian's back. He snapped his head upwards, and what he saw nearly made his soul leave his body. Standing beside him was a humanoid creature, nearly 3 meters tall, with pale, ashen skin. Its lanky frame seemed grotesquely elongated, with arms that dangled past its knees. Atop its misshapen head sat a gaping crimson maw, grotesquely large and filled with sharp, glistening teeth. Its 2 round, glowing red eyes burned like embers as they stared down at Lin Xian with an unsettling intensity. It had been standing there silently for who knew how long, unnoticed until the noise from the truck's disintegration drew its attention. The realization sent chills down Lin Xian's spine. His scalp tingled, and his entire body screamed in alarm. Haung. The creature emitted a eerie, low growl once again. Its long arms slowly raised, and its 5 razor-sharp fingers, like steel claws, reached viciously toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he sucked in a sharp breath. If that thing grabs me, I'll be skewered into a human kebab. Luckily, his speed attribute had just leveled up. His reflexes had become far sharper than even he expected. Before the creature's claws could reach him, his body instinctively darted a step backward. Clang! A harsh screech of metal echoed as the creature's claws struck the railway tracks, sending a spray of sparks flying. The shrill sound of steel grinding against steel made Lin Xian's heart pound wildly. He didn't hesitate. Raising his hand, he aimed directly at the creature's head and unleashed a wind cannon. Boom! A muffled blast resounded, and the creature staggered back several steps as its grotesquely high-set head snapped to the side, as though struck by a heavy blow. However, Lin Xian's heart sank. The wind cannon hadn't pierced through its thick hide. Realizing how dear the situation was, Lin Xian didn't dare waste another second. He sprinted toward the infinite train and climbed aboard in one fluid motion. Activating his mechanical heart, he simultaneously raised the rear liftgate and started the train. Lights flickered on. The commotion startled Chen Sixuan, who appeared from the first carriage and shouted toward him, "Lin, what's going on? Quick! Go to the cockpit and help me watch the road." "Got it." Sensing the urgency in his voice, Chen Sixuan immediately turned and bolted toward the cockpit without hesitation. Whir! The hydraulic liftgate began to rise slowly. For the first time, Lin Xian felt like it was moving at an unbearably sluggish pace. His fear was soon confirmed. Before the gate could fully close, a massive, pale hand suddenly reached in and grabbed hold of the liftgate. Its sinister black claws gouged deep into the steel, leaving several jagged grooves. What incredible strength! Lin Xian's eyes widened as the interior lights of the carriage illuminated the creature outside. The grotesque head bore only 2 blood-red holes for eyes, like bottomless abysses, and most of its face was dominated by a massive, gaping mouth filled with rows upon rows of razor-sharp teeth. The sight of those jagged fangs made Lin Xian's scalp tingle. This thing was definitely not a zombie. His immediate thought was clear: this creature wasn't some mutated human or infected corpse. It wasn't even from this world. Damn you! In his panic, Lin Xian shoved his fear aside, gritted his teeth, and sprang into action. He grabbed his short blade, leapt forward, and slashed down with all his might at the massive, pale hand gripping the lift gate. Clang! The strike did not meet flesh, but something as hard as steel. The force of the impact jolted his hand so hard that his palm went numb. Seeing a chip form on the edge of his blade, Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. What the hell? It's that tough? Haung! The pale giant let out its eerie, resonant growl once more. Though its movements seemed sluggish, its monstrous strength was undeniable. One hand remained clamped onto the lift gate, and as the infinite train dragged it along the tracks, it toppled over, but it didn't let go. Sparks flew as its massive body was hauled forward. Seemingly enraged, the creature raised its other hand and reached for the entire carriage, as if intending to tear it apart. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The screech of metal against metal rang out as the sheer force of the creature's grip caused the wheels of the third carriage to grind against the tracks, spraying sparks in every direction. Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. The giant's strength was overwhelming, and its body impervious to blades or bullets. If it managed to derail the train, this night would surely spell his end. Acting decisively, Lin Xian raised his hand, channeled all his energy, and unleashed another wind cannon, this time aiming directly at the creature's blood-red left eye. Boom! With the added benefit of the train's lights, his attack landed with pinpoint accuracy. A spray of dark red blood gushed from the giant's left eye, staining its pale face crimson. The thick blood slowly dripped into its gaping maw, and the creature let out an ear-piercing screech of pain. The deafening howl was so sharp and shrill that Lin Xian felt every hair on his body stand on end, and his eardrums throbbed in pain. But his attack achieved its goal. The creature's massive hand released its grip on the lift gate. Finally, the hydraulic lift gate, smoking under the strain, managed to seal shut. Clang! Clang! The train's speed began to pick up, the rhythmic sound of wheels clattering against the tracks filling the air. Lin Xian immediately got to his feet and looked out, but with no exterior lights, the pale giant disappeared into the inky blackness in the blink of an eye. Phew! Lin Xian let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the floor in exhaustion. His gaze fell on the rear lift gate, now marred with 3 deep, jagged claw marks. His hands trembled as he stared at the evidence of how close he had came to death. This was the first time in months that he had encountered something this terrifying. If the polar night is filled with things like that. Damn it! He muttered to himself, his voice trembling. At that moment, he truly understood the horror of the night. Escape. There was no other choice. They had to escape the abyss and the dark tides. Last night, it had been the insect-like creatures controlling corpses. Tonight, it was this pale giant. Who knew what other horrors might lurk in the blackness? Anyone who thought they could survive in the night was hopelessly deluded. The only path left for humanity was to flee the tides, to flee the polar night. Chapter 11, Chen Sixuan's thoughts clang, clang. Driving through the dark night on an unfamiliar road was clearly an unwise decision. The loud noise of the train had already attracted the howls of zombies outside. Realizing the situation couldn't go on like this, Lin Xian hurriedly ran to the control cabin. We're about to reach the elevated rail line on the 3rd ring road. Maybe we can stop there for a bit, Chen Sixuan suggested, seemingly picking up on Lin Xian's worries and immediately providing a feasible solution. That works. Lin Xian nodded. Stopping on the elevated bridge would be much safer, it would put them far from the ground, where most zombies wouldn't be able to reach. However, what Lin Xian worried about most at this moment was that white giant they had encountered earlier. Screech. After stopping the train on the elevated rail, Lin Xian immediately turned off all the interior lights. At the same time, he kept an eye on the movements outside. What was that thing earlier? Chen Sixuan asked, her face pale. Lin Xian shook his head. Who knows? If that thing decides to target us, we'll be lucky to survive with just a layer of skin intact. So what do we do now? Wait until daylight to leave the city? Chen Sixuan pressed. That's the plan. There's a freight warehouse near Zhang City Station. We'll check it out tomorrow, and we should be able to leave the city after that. Lin Xian actually had another objective in mind. He wanted to see if he could find an electric locomotive at Zhang City Station. In this era, the industrial base was almost entirely electrified. However, electric locomotives didn't have their own engines and relied on electricity from the catenary system to power their traction motors. Once the railway power grid shut down, these mechanical beasts became nothing more than dead weight, lying idle on the tracks with almost no value. Of course, they were worthless to most people, but not to Lin Xian. He had previously envisioned attaching an electric locomotive as a backup generator. When he used his abilities to propel the train forward, the electric locomotive could convert kinetic energy into stored electricity. Even with an efficiency rate of just 30 to 40%, it would still provide power for the train during his rest periods. This would enable a temporary cycle of infinite energy for running the train and powering other onboard systems. Zhong City Station was a large hub. If he could find what he needed there, it would save him a lot of effort later. Have you eaten anything? Lin Xian asked as he turned to look at Chen Xixuan. He noticed how utterly exhausted she looked. Although she had finally managed to eat something today and regain a bit of strength, she had been struggling to survive alone in a pitch-dark home for over 2 months. Her mental state had long been teetering on the brink of collapse. Having witnessed the tragic death of Director Liang earlier and then facing a terrifying monster attack, she was now visibly shaken, her mind almost detached. Chen Xixuan hesitated. Her voice was soft and timid as she replied, I just sorted through the water and food supplies. From a rough calculation, if we eat just 1 meal a day, we can only last about a month. As she said this, her tone carried a trace of guilt. She had already calculated herself and Lin Xian into this 1 meal a day scenario without consulting him. Lin Xian hadn't explicitly told her she was allowed to eat at the same rate as him. Lin Xian's gaze flickered as he glanced toward the first carriage. By now, Chen Xixuan had tidied everything up. The beds and sofas were all neatly arranged, with pillows and blankets set properly. Aside from the flat-screen TV, which she didn't know how to set up, and the steel-framed bed, which hadn't been welded yet, the first carriage had been transformed from a vagabond's messy den into a cozy one-bedroom space. After months of living under the fear of the apocalypse, the sight of it made both of them yearn to lie down and sleep. Lin Xian walked over to the storage rack and grabbed a can of fruit, handing it to Chen Xixuan. Here, eat this. Then get some sleep. Huh? Chen Xixuan exclaimed in surprise, her voice betraying both astonishment and hesitation as she stared at the can in his hand. Her eyes carried a mixture of longing and unease. The sweet, enticing fruit can immediately triggered her appetite, but Lin Xian's words, get some sleep, left her momentarily dazed, her mind wandering. Thank you. She murmured, obediently taking the can. She sat down on the sofa, opened it, and took a sip. The sweetness was overwhelming, and it seemed to awaken every cell in her body, filling her with an inexplicable sense of relief and joy. At that moment, Chen Xixuan felt lightheaded, her consciousness growing fuzzy. She ate the fruit in big bites, and a faint thought began to surface in her mind. So sweet, so delicious. I just want to sleep. Sigh. What does it matter if I'm a student and he's a teacher? In this kind of world, he's just a man, and I'm just a woman. Besides, he's an able user. He saved my life. Even my life is his. What else is there to think about? If he wants something, then so be it. This thought echoed in her mind like the whispers of a demon, making her shiver. Her body tensed, and she subconsciously tightened her legs. It was a terrifying yet oddly liberating sensation, as though abandoning her old principles brought her an exhilarating sense of freedom. Very quickly, Chen Xixuan finished the entire can of fruit. She stood up but paused halfway, seemingly remembering something. Turning back, she picked up her backpack and pulled out a small object, clutching it tightly in her hand before silently sitting down on the edge of the bed. At the same time, Lin Xian was in the third carriage, using his ability to repair the damaged hydraulic lift gate. When he returned to the first carriage and saw Chen Xixuan sitting on the bed with her head lowered, his brows furrowed. What are you doing sitting there? Go to sleep already. We're taking turns keeping watch tonight, so get some rest now and get up later. Hearing this, Chen Xixuan looked up in surprise, her expression flashing with a mix of emotions. She hastily replied, Oh, okay. Her face flushed with both embarrassment and frustration. Quickly, she got up, walked to the sofa, took off her shoes, and lay down. The small object she had been holding was discreetly stuffed back into her bag. Lin Xian grabbed a bottle of water, his sharp gaze not missing Chen Xixuan's flustered demeanor. Still, he wasn't the kind of person to let his thoughts be ruled by desire. They didn't even know if they'd managed to shake off that white giant. At a time like this, when survival was hanging by a thread, only an idiot would waste their energy dwelling on anything less than critical. Lin Xian then headed to the second carriage. The mysterious young girl was still fast asleep, which struck him as odd. By now, she'd been sleeping for nearly 20 hours, since last night until now. Was she really asleep, or just pretending? Frowning, Lin Xian bent down in front of her, reaching out to pinch her soft, chubby cheeks. Hey, if you keep pretending to sleep, I'll toss you out onto the road. Wake up. I'm gonna pull your pants off. Oh, pink ones, huh? Despite his antics, the girl remained peacefully asleep, her expression serene. Her long lashes trembled slightly, leaving Lin Xian feeling a little defeated. If it weren't for the mysterious and unknown ability she seemed to possess, Lin Xian wouldn't have even considered saving her. At best, she could turn out to be a harmless burden, but who knew whether she'd become a help or a threat once she woke up. As the night deepened, the temperature plummeted. Lin Xian let out a helpless sigh and carried the girl to the first carriage. By then, Chen Xiquan had already fallen into an exhausted, deep sleep. He laid the girl down on the sofa beside Chen Xiquan and covered both women with brand new thick blankets. Well, keeping a whole train full of beauties doesn't seem too bad, Lin Xian muttered to himself. He glanced at the two sleeping women, one breathtakingly beautiful with a gentle and elegant demeanor, the other delicate and charming, like a budding flower. For some reason, a strange sense of roguish satisfaction welled up within him. Chapter 12, Preemptive Planning, Current Mechanical Heart Level, Level 1, 210 out of 500, Tip, Upgrading the Mechanical Heart grants special skill rewards. At Level 3, Level 6, and Level 9, Mysterious Awakenings are unlocked. Base Attributes, Strength, Level 1, 27 out of 50, Speed, Level 1, 8 out of 50, Defense, Level 0, 18 out of 30, Current Basic Skills, Mechanical Devour, Level 1, 278 out of 300, Mechanical Manufacturing, Level 1, 112 out of 300, Mechanical Scan, Passive, Mechanical Repair, Passive, Mechanical Operation, Passive, Special Skill, Wind Cannon, Level 1, 12 out of 100, Wait, what? I used Wind Cannon twice on that white monster, so why did the skill proficiency jump up so much? Lin Xian stared at the Wind Cannon's proficiency, now at 12, and was momentarily stunned. He had assumed each use would only increase proficiency by 1 point. Instead, it suddenly leaped forward significantly. Could it be that in critical situations, the mastery of a skill increases significantly? After some thought, Lin Xian felt this hypothesis was plausible. At the same time, devouring a small cargo truck had brought him immense benefits, 30 mechanical energy points, 10 devour proficiency points, and even a 12-point increase in attributes. It was a major profit. Damn, if someone could give me access to a parking lot, I'd be working 996 without a break. Lin Xian grumbled to himself. But he knew that was wishful thinking. Looking back at the earlier situation, he couldn't shake the feeling that pure luck had played a big part in his survival. That monster must have stood near him for a while, as he had indeed heard some movement earlier. Perhaps because he stayed focused and didn't make a sound, the monster didn't immediately attack. Otherwise, he would have already been skewered like a kebab. As expected, high risks came with high rewards. Each vehicle took Lin Xian at least an hour and a half to devour, requiring him to maintain intense focus and expend a lot of physical energy. With Zhong City now plunged into the dark tides, daylight lasted less than 4 hours a day. There simply wasn't enough time or opportunity to devour at his leisure. And once night fell, who knew what kind of horrors might emerge? Could I tow a freight carriage and slowly devour it at night? He wondered. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Wait. Nah, it's not feasible. An empty freight car is just a metal frame, it won't provide much benefit. Unless it's a locomotive or something. But a locomotive weighs hundreds of tons. Devouring that would take forever, and I'm not even sure I'd have the stamina for it. Over the past few months, Lin Xian had brainstormed many ideas, only to find that reality was far more complex than he had imagined. At 3:00 p.m., the sky suddenly brightened, and Zhong City was greeted with a fleeting dawn. The city lay in eerie silence. Lin Xian stood by the intercity line, gazing northwest. That direction remained shrouded in gray and black, as if enveloped by a massive storm. He knew that was where Lu City and Ding Prefecture were located, areas that had vanished almost immediately on Apocalypse Day. Those areas were also the center of the Third Abyss. Compared to the fate of those regions, Zhong City, now a wasteland, was almost fortunate. At least it had given its citizens time to migrate, leaving behind a few survivors clinging to life. Lin Xian still remembered his trip to Lu City, where the rice noodles and barbecue had left a lasting impression. But now, these cultural symbols of humanity had been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. The light streaming through the armored gaps of the train windows fell on Chen Xiquan's face, stirring her awake. She opened her eyes slowly and saw Lin Xian welding the bed frame. She immediately flipped upright, guilt evident on her face as she apologized. I'm sorry. Lin Xian, did I oversleep? It's fine, Lin Xian replied without turning his head. You didn't seem in great shape. Plus, last night was unique. That monster might come back, so I didn't wake you. Even now, with the daylight returning, Lin Xian couldn't shake the unease in his heart. That white giant might even be capable of breaking through his steel fortress. Waking Chen Xiquan to stand watch would have been useless. His top priority was to continuously reinforce the Infinite Train's defenses and boost his own strength as quickly as possible. You stayed up all night? Lin Xian finished welding the steel-framed bed and stood up, handing Chen Xiquan a bottle of water. Today, we'll pass by the freight unloading area in Zhong City. The situation there might be tricky, so prepare yourself mentally. Okay, Chen Sixuan replied, her guilt clear as she nodded quickly. I'll follow your lead today. No need. I have another task for you. Lin Xian led Chen Sixuan to the control cabin. The infinite train had already started moving slowly. As they advanced, Lin Xian explained to her, this main route merges into the Jiang line, so it shouldn't deviate at any switches. If the opportunity arises, I plan to tow an electric locomotive onto the train today. When that happens, I'll need to get off to manually operate the track switch. While connecting the carriages, I need you to handle the coupling instructions. Pointing to a few controls, Lin Xian patiently explained, this one disengages the lock, this one aligns the couplers, this one connects the brake systems, and this one tests the link. For Chen Sixuan, these technical terms weren't entirely unfamiliar. She had grown up exposed to railway knowledge, thanks to her father's influence. She understood that this was the process for coupling train carriages. However, understanding the theory was one thing, actually doing it was entirely new to her. So, she listened intently to Lin Xian's explanation, afraid to miss even a single detail. Coupling carriages was also a complicated task for Lin Xian. The biggest challenge was that he couldn't simultaneously control two carriages using the mechanical heart. To switch tracks, he had to manually operate the track switch himself. But once he got off the train, the infinite train would lose its power source. The only solution was to manually push the train forward while ensuring the electric locomotive's coupler and brake hook were in a released state. In this energy-deprived scenario, Lin Xian would have to run back and forth between tasks. Moreover, if he did manage to find an electric locomotive, he needed to position it behind the gas turbine locomotive and before the first carriage. The Whale 03E locomotive's front end was already armored, and compared to an electric locomotive, the gas turbine locomotive was far tougher. That meant the electric locomotive had to take the second position. All in all, the operation was incredibly complicated. If Lin Xian were working alone, it would take him an entire day. But with Chen Sixuan's help, he could save at least half a day. Clang, clang. The train slowly exited the city center, heading toward Zhang City Station. As they left the urban area, their view opened up, and several main roads leading out of the city unfolded before Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan. But in an instant, both of their expressions changed. The roads were completely jammed with tens of thousands of cars, forming an unbroken chain that rendered the routes impassable. Pools of blood, severed limbs, burning car frames, and scattered luggage and clothing littered the scene. Everything screamed of the hellish nightmare that had unfolded on the path out of the city. Not a single living soul was in sight after the darkness had passed. The hills and plains were overrun with zombies wandering aimlessly. Those who could run already ran. The ones left behind aren't getting out, Lin Xian muttered. The roads out of the city were completely blocked. Unless you were driving a tank or knew some hidden back road, the only way to escape the city was on foot. But with the polar night creeping closer and daytime reduced to just over 3 hours, how far could anyone get on foot? And even if they managed to get out of the city, what then? When night fell, what chance did they have? The monsters in the darkness were creatures even Lin Xian, an ability user, couldn't contend with, let alone ordinary humans. Looking at the horrific scenes on the main roads, Chen Sixuan's eyes trembled slightly. She then glanced at the clear railway tracks ahead. At this moment, she felt immensely fortunate to have met Lin Xian, and even more fortunate to be aboard this train. The slow-moving train caught the attention of some survivors hiding in nearby houses along the tracks. Several pairs of furtive eyes peeked out, and whispers began to spread. A train? That's impossible. Where did it come from? Stop. Stop. Someone shouted loudly from inside a building. Take me with you. I have supplies. Keep your voice down, or you'll bring the zombies here. Quick, shut the window. Clang. Someone even threw a stone at the train, screaming hysterically, Stop. Let me on the train. Will they try to rob us? Chen Sixuan asked nervously as the sound of the stone hitting the train echoed around them. They're not here to offer help, that's for sure, Lin Xian replied indifferently. In the apocalypse, fighting over supplies, even to the death, wasn't uncommon. Survival rule number 3, better you than me. Lin. Chen Sixuan began softly. Her voice was soothing, with a pleasant cadence that Lin Xian found hard to ignore. Every time she spoke, he felt more certain about his choice to save her. Having a woman like her on this journey of life and death made everything feel just a little more bearable. Her presence often reminded him of their time at school, of how she used to wear her black-framed glasses, frowning seriously while explaining vocabulary to him. Hearing her voice, Lin Xian looked up, and his pupils contracted slightly. It was snowing. Outside the train, snowflakes drifted down, landing on the windows and melting into tiny droplets of water. Is it winter already? Chen Sixuan stared blankly at the snowflakes outside, muttering to herself. By the calendar, winter was still several months away. However, Zhong City had been growing colder by the day. And now, with snow gently falling, Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. His concerns weren't baseless after all. Aside from the darkness, zombies, and eerie occurrences, yet another disaster was quietly descending as the climate began to shift. Natural disasters. If extreme cold and snowstorms arrived, the problems wouldn't just be about enduring the cold. Humans would need more food to maintain their body temperature. The train would need significantly more energy to keep running. In the case of severe low temperatures, they might even need to install a heating system on board the train. Fuck. Lin Xian cursed under his breath. He had been planning to find a refrigerator to store food, but judging by the current situation, it didn't seem like that would be necessary anymore. Chapter 13, Ambush Encounter. Because the train was still moving within the city limits, Lin Xian deliberately slowed its speed. The city was in chaos, and he wanted to avoid blocked tracks and reduce noise that might attract unnecessary trouble. Merging from the light rail line onto the Jianghe main line, the surroundings began to open up. Occasionally, stray zombies or animals wandering the tracks were simply crushed under the train's wheels. Soon, the number of track switches increased, leading to a wide-open area filled with various freight trains parked on the branch lines. There were several container trains among them, but without exception, all the cargo doors were wide open. The supplies inside had long been looted by survivors, leaving behind only empty cardboard boxes and plastic bags scattered across the ground. What remained were mixed freight trains with different carriages, including boxcars, flatbeds, and tankers, but even those hadn't been spared. Some carriages had even toppled over onto the tracks. The branch line connected to a distant loading platform and hoisting workshop. Clearly, this was Zhong City's rail freight loading center. These facilities were typically located just before passenger stations within a city. Lin Xian stopped the infinite train at the entrance to the double-track railway leading into the freight station. He studied the layout, then opened the train door and stepped out toward the track switch next to the branch line. Placing his hand on it, he activated the motor. Screech. The track switch shifted. Lin Xian returned to the train and drove it onto the branch line, stopping at a platform marked loading platform number 4. Take this walkie-talkie. Even if it's me, don't open the door. I'll open it myself when I get back, Lin Xian instructed Chen Sixuan as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and grabbed his short blade. As long as you don't open the door, no one can touch you. Chen Sixuan nodded, understanding that Lin Xian's ability to control the train meant he could handle things on his own. She obediently committed his instructions to memory. Be careful out there, she responded with genuine concern. The airlock door of the control cabin hissed open. Apart from the control cabin door and the hydraulic lift gate in the third carriage, all other doors on the infinite train's living carriages had been welded shut and reinforced with steel plates. As long as they didn't encounter a strange creature like last night's white giant, neither ordinary people nor zombies posed any real threat to their safety inside. Stepping out of the train, Lin Xian closed the door behind him. A bone-chilling wind greeted him immediately, cutting through his clothes and stinging his face. He glanced at the blazing sun overhead and cursed the bizarre weather. With his upgraded speed attribute, Lin Xian's movements were much more agile. Blade in hand, he crossed several tracks, glancing toward the front and rear of each train he passed, searching for a suitable locomotive. His plan was to use the daylight to secure an electric locomotive. If he couldn't find one here, he'd look for supplies instead and then continue to Zhong City Station a few kilometers ahead. One by one, Lin Xian scanned the trains until he reached the front of a container train. There, he spotted a silver Huangxing 7F electric locomotive. His eyes lit up. The Huangxing 7F electric locomotive stretched 60 meters long, with a sleek silver body accented by blue stripes. Its aerodynamic design gave it a futuristic appearance, earning it the nickname Huangxing Hercules. With a power output of 58,800 kilowatts, it was the standard freight locomotive for Huangxing Railways. This behemoth required connection to the railway power grid to operate. In the post-apocalypse, it had become a useless hulk, sitting idle on the tracks collecting dust. Without fuel or water, and with its interior cramped and impractical, no one had bothered trying to make use of it. The Huangxing 7F was twice as long as the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive and was a true electric monster. Its precision engineering included not only traction motors but also advanced kinetic energy recovery and storage systems, making it the perfect temporary battery for the infinite train. You're the one, Lin Xian muttered, placing his hand on the locomotive. His mechanical heart began scanning the machine, revealing that it was in excellent condition, practically brand new. This was a jackpot. Thanks to his unique ability, what other survivors saw as useless junk was a priceless treasure to him. Just as Lin Xian prepared to activate the locomotive and disconnect it from its carriages, a faint, intermittent sound came from behind him. He immediately turned cautiously toward the source. The sound came from one of the warehouses on the platform. Crouching low, Lin Xian slipped through the gap between two freight cars, following the noise. It led him to a warehouse marked with a number 14. Thud 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 thud. A series of rhythmic knocks echoed out. It was consistent, unlike the mindless noises made by zombies. Climbing onto the platform, Lin Xian approached the warehouse cautiously, the sound growing louder with each step. He could faintly hear someone shouting. "Help! Is anyone there?" The voice was muffled, as if blocked by some soundproofing material. Lin Xian arrived at the door of warehouse 14 and peered inside through the partially ajar entrance. He discovered that it was a cold storage facility, with two large white freezers inside. However, due to Zhong City's power outage, the interior reeked of an indescribable stench of decay. The smell hit Lin Xian like a punch, and he almost threw up the canned meat he'd eaten earlier. As Lin Xian ventured further into the warehouse, he finally spotted the source of the noise. Behind the isolation window of a large freezer marked 1, 2 women were visible. One, seemingly in her 30s, was frantically pounding on the door, her face flushed red with desperation. The other, an older woman in her 50s or 60s, was slumped on the ground, barely breathing. The moment Lin Xian stepped inside, the younger woman noticed him and immediately cried out, "Please, help me open the door. My mom is dying." But as soon as Lin Xian heard those words, his eyes narrowed sharply. Something felt off. Without hesitation, he leapt forward in a single swift motion. In the very next instant, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out behind him. Bang! An ambush. Lin Xian instantly saw through their ploy. A woman locked in a freezer crying out for help. It was too strange, too coincidental. Her shouting would have drawn zombies, not saviors. It was obvious that her cries were meant to bait him. Bang! 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 The first shot missed, and a volley of bullets followed. Lin Xian didn't stop moving for a second. His reflexes were lightning fast as he darted into the doorway of another freezer, slamming the heavy door shut behind him. Clang! Clang! Bullets hit the freezer door, sending sparks flying. Damn, this guy's fast. Don't let him get away. Ha, what an idiot. He's holed himself up in a freezer now. Two men quickly rushed after him, both armed, one with a long gun and the other with a shorter weapon. The leader, a man in his 40s with a sinister expression and a large tattoo snaking up his neck, kicked the freezer door hard but found it locked tight. Damn, that's strange. The skinnier man, standing nearby, peeked through the small observation window at Lin Xian, who was inside the freezer, his posture guarded and vigilant. The skinny man tugged on the door handle, but it didn't budge. Why won't this damn door open? Large industrial freezer doors were specially designed to prevent the handle from freezing up due to condensation forming and icing over. As a safety feature, the doors could only be opened from the outside, while the inside had an emergency alarm button. But something unusual had happened. The door wouldn't open from the outside at all after Lin Xian entered. Fuck. The tattooed man cursed. He raised his gun and fired 2 rounds at the freezer's observation window. The shots echoed loudly in the warehouse, but the bullets only left faint marks on the thick glass. The observation window was 200 millimeters thick, and the freezer itself was built like a fortress to ensure optimal insulation. Mom. The tattooed man suddenly called out. At his shout, the freezer door marked 1 creaked open. The younger woman who had been feigning distress earlier stepped out, followed closely by the older woman who had seemed on the verge of death just moments ago. The group of people began to encircle Lin Xian's position, their faces unfriendly and hostile. This kid's got sharp instincts. One of them muttered darkly. Chapter 14, Besieged Humphrey. The old lady's face suddenly changed, shedding her frail, half-dead demeanor. She shot a venomous glance at Lin Xian, who was trapped in the freezer. It's stuffy as hell in there. If he wants to die inside, let him die. Exactly, that place stinks even worse than this one. Let's see how long he can last. Another young woman, dripping with sweat, fanned herself with her hand and complained, "It's just that this damn freezer's soundproofing is too good. My throat's practically hoarse from yelling." The old lady shot her a dissatisfied glare. "What do you know? If you don't put on a proper act, how are you going to bait the fish? Mom, your tricks always work." Inside the freezer, Lin Xian's expression darkened. He could tell this family had probably done this kind of thing before. Fortunately, he was vigilant and reacted quickly. Otherwise, in just half a second, he might have lost his life at gunpoint. At the moment, his cold gaze locked onto the 4 outside. It wasn't hard to figure out that the old lady was the mastermind of this family, while the other 2 were her sons and daughter-in-law. Of course. Haven't you heard that the older the ginger, the spicier? The old lady cast a cold glance at Lin Xian. Today's fish is quick, but he doesn't seem too smart, ran straight into a dead end. Hey, brother, why don't you come out and hand over the train keys? I promise to let you go. A middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing Lin Xian inside the freezer. Sure enough, they had already scouted his infinite train pulling into the platform and set up this fishing ploy to kill him and seize the train. You think I'd believe you? Lin Xian responded coldly. Alright, since you won't come out, then you can rot in there for all I care. The man holding the long gun sneered at Lin Xian and grabbed an iron chain from somewhere, wrapping it around the freezer door handle to lock it from the outside. Dad. At this moment, a chubby boy, about 11 or 12 years old, came running in excitedly, his face full of pride as he addressed the middle-aged man. I just checked. There's a woman on that train, really pretty. The middle-aged man's name was Huang Zhaojian, while the one with the long gun was his younger brother, Huang Ji. Two people dare to drive a train? Pretty gutsy. Huang Ji laughed mockingly at the boy's words, then turned to the old lady. Mom, what's the plan? What do you think? The old lady glared at him. You really are as dense as a brick. There's bound to be a lot of stuff on that train. If it's functional, wouldn't it be better to hide on it than in this stinky freezer? True. Gong Li's eyes lit up. That way, we could finally leave this hellhole. Huang Zhaojian scowled at his wife. Leave with what? Do you even know how to drive a train? Humphrey, I can't drive, but someone else can. Didn't Taylor say there's a pretty woman on board? These two young people clearly know how. How hard can it be? I want to drive the train. I want to drive the train. The chubby boy, Ayla, bounced up and down with excitement at the thought of operating the train. Yeah, driving a train can't be that hard. Bro, don't kill the pretty lady, leave her for me, ha ha ha. Huang Ji perked up, grinning. Shut up. Just as the group was getting carried away, the old lady glanced at Lin Xian in the freezer and signaled to the others with her eyes. Huang Ji, you stay here and keep watch, she ordered. Then, pulling the rest along, she moved away, seemingly to discuss their next steps in private. Old hag, keep dreaming. But just as the old lady was about to leave, Lin Xian suddenly spoke up from inside the freezer. He had already guessed her intentions, so he deliberately made his move in front of everyone. Slowly, he pulled a walkie-talkie from behind his back. Ms. Chen, there's a bit of trouble on my side. Whatever you do, don't open the train doors, he said firmly. Huh? Are you okay? I'm fine. Alright, I won't open the doors, no matter what. Chen Sixuan's tense voice came through the walkie-talkie. Fuck. Huang Zhaojian exploded with rage upon realizing Lin Xian had a walkie-talkie. He stomped furiously at the freezer door. The old lady, seeing her plan exposed, bit her lip in frustration. Still, she quickly approached the freezer and sneered at Lin Xian. A dog locked in a cage. What, do you plan to drag this out with us? The air in there can't be too pleasant, can it? She wasn't wrong. The freezer reeked of a putrid stench that made Lin Xian feel dizzy. He had used his ability to lock the freezer's mechanical door from inside, buying himself some safety for now, but he was still trapped. Fuck your uncle. Huang Zhaojian smacked the freezer window, yelling viciously. Kid, you think you can run? Let's see how long you last. If you piss me off, I'll drag that woman out and fuck her in front of you. The old lady's face turned even more venomous. If you know what's good for you, you'll cooperate. You and the woman drive the train, and we'll all escape together. I guarantee you'll live. How about it? In her eyes, Lin Xian was nothing more than a bird trapped in a cage. Though they couldn't get to him at the moment, she knew the freezer had poor ventilation and was unbearably foul-smelling. Staying inside for long was impossible. With no other exit, she figured Lin Xian was simply putting up a futile resistance. The mother and son duo played their roles like clockwork, one threatening, the other coaxing, which almost made Lin Xian laugh. While he had his wind cannon skill, taking on two armed men head-on was reckless. Lin Xian wasn't a battle-hardened soldier or a fearless ranger, he was just a college student. His combat experience wasn't exactly stellar. If not for his quick reflexes earlier, he'd already be dead at the hands of the Huang brothers. Now trapped in the freezer, and with Chen Sixuan unable to assist him, Lin Xian's thoughts churned. Suddenly, a bold idea formed in his mind. He ignored the people outside and rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a flashlight to survey his surroundings. Outside, the old lady, fearing the train might escape, signaled her sons to check it out. Click. Lin Xian switched on the flashlight, illuminating the massive freezer. Shelves stood neatly arranged, but the goods had long been looted. Melted blood from frozen meats pooled on the ground, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Sweeping the light deeper into the room, Lin Xian noticed a row of large freezer cabinets on the other side. His eyes lit up as he approached them one by one. Though the cabinets were empty, they had another purpose: they could be devoured. Since he couldn't leave for the time being and the freezer served as a natural fortress, Lin Xian decided he could safely start devouring the large appliances around him. With this in mind, he picked up the walkie-talkie again. "Ms. Chen, plans have changed. I'm temporarily trapped here. Stay in the train tonight, don't open the door, don't turn on the lights, and don't make a sound. Wait for my signal." On the train, Chen Sixuan's face grew visibly panicked upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Through the gap in the armored window, she could see two armed men crossing the tracks and heading in her direction. Her expression tensed as she whispered, "Lin Xian, someone's coming." "I know. Don't be afraid. As long as you don't open the door, they can't do anything to you." Biting her lower lip, Chen Sixuan nodded. "Okay." Just as she finished speaking, there came a loud bang, bang, bang on the front cab door. "Open up. Open the damn door, or I'll shoot. The guy is in our hands. If you don't want him to die, then open the door right now." Chen Sixuan gripped the walkie-talkie tightly and retreated into the number 1 carriage. This was her first time dealing with such a situation, and there was no way she wasn't nervous. But Lin Xian's words had etched themselves into her mind. No matter what they said, she knew she absolutely couldn't open the door. Clang. At that moment, Huang Ji, holding a long gun, climbed up to the front windshield. Pressing himself against it, he cupped his hands over his eyes to peer inside. Through the glass, he immediately spotted Chen Sixuan, whose face was pale with panic. His eyes lit up instantly, and he nearly started drooling. "Bro. That chick's right there. She's fucking gorgeous. Bro, let me take her as my wife." Since the apocalypse had come, society had completely collapsed. Huang Ji, still single, had been bitterly holding out. Just the thought of it made him seethe with frustration. Now, seeing such a stunning woman like Chen Sixuan, a rush of heat surged straight to his head. In this lawless and chaotic environment, human savagery had been amplified to the extreme. Huang Ji could barely hold himself back and wanted to storm inside immediately. Bang, bang. Eyes practically blazing with desire, he frantically picked up the butt of his rifle and smashed it against the windshield of the infinite train. But no matter how hard he hit, the windshield didn't so much as crack. Chapter 15, Devouring the Large Freezers. Huang Ji, his eyes bloodshot, stood up abruptly, disengaged the safety on his gun, and fired a burst directly at the windshield. Rat-a-tat. Sparks flew, and stray bullets ricocheted wildly, but the windshield remained completely unscathed. What Huang Ji didn't know was that the Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive was the first-generation locomotive designed for the planetary orbital rail. With a top speed of 450 km per hour, its windshield was made from a specialized composite fiber combined with high-strength glass. Ordinary rifle bullets posed little to no threat to it. "Keep it down, for fuck's sake." The deafening gunshots echoed throughout the freight platform, enraging his older brother, Huang Zhejian, who barked at him, "Are you trying to get us killed? If you attract those monsters, we're all dead." "But, bro. There's a chicken there." Huang Ji, now desperate, kept swallowing hard as he stared into the train, unable to take his eyes off Chen Sixuan, who had ducked out of sight. His face was full of frustration. Huang Zhejian climbed up as well, stealing a glance through the window. The sight of Chen Sixuan made his pupils contract, and a flicker of greed flashed through his eyes. Still, he quickly masked it and forced a stern expression. "Don't rush it. She can't run. Once we deal with that guy and get the train keys, everything will be ours." "Right, right." Huang Ji nodded repeatedly, his heated gaze once again falling on the carriage interior. When he couldn't spot Chen Sixuan, he spitefully spat at the window. "Little beauty, just you wait." As he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, an obscene grin spreading across his face. He unzipped his pants and shamelessly relieved himself on the train window, indulging in a twisted sense of satisfaction before finally walking off with his gun. Inside the freezer, Lin Xian listened to Chen Sixuan's updates about the situation outside, his eyes flashing with cold determination. "Ignore them. Just rest in the number 1 carriage. If you're hungry, eat something," he instructed calmly. "Lin Xian." Chen Sixuan's voice trembled. "You're not going to be in trouble, are you?" "I won't," Lin Xian replied evenly. Putting away the walkie-talkie, Lin Xian focused on the freezer's interior. After completing the blueprint scan of the commercial freezer, he placed his hand on it and began mechanical devouring without wasting another second. Devouring progress, 1%. As soon as the progress bar appeared, Lin Xian realized that devouring this large freezer was just as challenging as the small freight vehicle he consumed earlier. And there wasn't just one of these freezers in the room. Plenty of time today. I might as well devour them all. To Lin Xian, this was a rare opportunity. Although escaping the dark tides of Zhong City was his top priority, being stuck here meant he could use the time to strengthen his abilities. Where's that guy? Outside the freezer, Huang Zhaojian returned with Huang Ji to find Gong Li and the boy keeping watch. The old lady scowled impatiently. He's hiding inside. Leave him for now. What's the situation with the train? Huang Ji's excitement was palpable. Mom, my brother and I checked. There's definitely just one woman on board. I bet the carriages are loaded with supplies. We've struck gold. The old lady nodded. You two find some tools. While there's still daylight, see if you can pry open the freezer door. I'd rather avoid complications. Who knows how many days of total darkness are coming again. I'm not sure my old bones can survive another long night. That's what I was thinking too. Huang Zhaojian was equally anxious. Running into such a golden opportunity, he wanted to take advantage of it as quickly as possible. After a brief discussion, the group set off to find steel pipes and crowbars to force open the freezer door. By now, it was 5 p.m., less than 2 hours before nightfall. If they didn't open the door before dark, they'd have to wait until tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the dark corner of the freezer, Lin Xian endured the overwhelming stench as he continued devouring the large freezer. Devouring progress, 80%, devouring progress, 95%. After nearly an hour, the massive freezer was finally almost devoured. At the same time, the sound of prying and banging echoed from the freezer door. However, Lin Xian wasn't particularly worried. He had scanned the door earlier when he locked it. The 150 mm thick low-temperature freezer door was composed of stainless steel and aluminum on the outside, with a heavy insulation core of polyurethane and fiberglass. With the lock reinforced by his ability, it was almost impossible to open using just steel pipes or crowbars. Unless they had hydraulic cutters or saws, there was no way they'd make progress, hence the cacophony of banging that had been going on for over an hour. Ignoring the noise, Lin Xian calmly continued devouring the freezer. Elsewhere, Chen Sixuan paced anxiously back and forth inside the train, her nerves frayed. However, she quickly realized that panicking wouldn't help. After checking on the young girl's condition, she began organizing the supplies across the 3 carriages while tidying up the train. Devouring complete. Mechanical energy plus 25. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 8. Bonus reward, strength plus 3, defense plus 1. Deep within the freezer, Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he read the notification on the light screen before him. A big hall. Scanning the room, he saw 3 more identical large freezers. If he devoured them all, his rewards would multiply significantly. Mechanical devouring level 1, 286 out of 300, his devouring skill was also close to leveling up. Once upgraded, his devouring efficiency would improve even further. Energized by this thought, Lin Xian wasted no time, moving to the second freezer and beginning the devouring process. Outside, Huang Zhaojian and Huang Ji were exhausted. The 2 brothers, faces flushed and covered in sweat, had tossed aside a pile of bent steel pipes and crowbars. Fuck. This damn door won't budge. The old lady stood nearby, her expression shifting as she looked at the darkening sky. Mom, over the past few nights, those monsters couldn't get in here. If even they couldn't open it, it's no surprise we can't either, Gong Li fretted. Yeah, this door's too damn sturdy. Fuck. Huang Ji cursed bitterly. Huang Ji angrily tossed the steel pipe to the ground. Though he cursed incessantly, every night he secretly prayed that the door would remain as sturdy as possible, a clear case of mental contradiction. Alright, stop it, the old lady commanded, her tone laced with finality. She knew that continuing was futile, especially with the commotion they'd caused now drawing numerous footsteps toward the warehouse. It's almost dark. Let's hide for now. Besides, we've locked him in with that iron chain, he won't be running anywhere. From the looks of it, without that man, the train probably can't be moved. As long as they can't escape, they'll eventually outlast themselves, she reasoned. Mom's right. Alright, let's do that. Are we not getting on the train today? The chubby boy asked, disappointment written all over his face. Not today. We'll stay put one more night. Over the past few days, the family had been hiding inside the same freezer where they'd staged their baiting trap. However, the lock on that freezer door was broken, so they used steel pipes to brace it from the inside, making it just secure enough for nighttime safety. Beep, 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 beep. The alarm on Lin Xian's watch went off, causing his eyes to narrow. He knew nightfall was imminent. On the train, Chen Sixuan had drawn all the blackout curtains and was anxiously waiting for Lin Xian's response. Her gaze drifted toward the unconscious girl lying in the carriage. Unable to suppress her worry, she walked over to check the girl's breathing. After confirming she was still alive, Chen Sixuan's expression turned puzzled. The girl had been asleep for 2 full days. At 6, 45 p.m., darkness descended, enveloping the entire freight platform. Low zombie groans and eerie, shuffling footsteps echoed in the night. The faint rustling noises amplified in Chen Sixuan's ears, making her heart pound. She curled up on the sofa, clutching the walkie-talkie tightly, and wrapped herself in a blanket like it was her only shield against the chaos outside. Meanwhile, the Huang family had retreated to the other freezer. They braced the door with steel pipes and crowbars and huddled in a corner deep within the freezer. As they ate, they whispered among themselves, strategizing their next move. By 7:32 p.m., Lin Xian had finished devouring the second large freezer. Devouring complete. Mechanical energy plus 25. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 8. Bonus reward, strength plus 2, speed plus 1, defense plus 1. At 9:14 p.m., he completed devouring the third freezer. Devouring complete. Mechanical energy plus 25. Mechanical devouring skill proficiency plus 8. Bonus reward, strength plus 1. Although this freezer hadn't yielded as many attribute rewards, Lin Xian's excitement grew. His mechanical devouring skill had finally leveled up to level 2. Chapter 16, Driving Tigers to Devour Wolves, current mechanical heart level, level 1, 285 out of 500, tip, upgrading the mechanical heart unlocks special skill rewards. At level 3, level 6, and level 9, mysterious awakenings are available, base attributes, strength, level 1, 33 out of 50, speed, level 1, 9 out of 50, defense, level 0, 20 out of 30, current basic skills, mechanical devouring, level 2, 2 out of 500, mechanical manufacturing, level 1, 112 out of 300, mechanical scanning, passive, mechanical repair, passive, mechanical operation, passive, special skills, wind cannon, level 1, 12 out of 100, staring at the glowing screen, Lin Xian could feel the mechanical heart inside his body roaring furiously. A shiver ran through him, and his whole body trembled with excitement. Without hesitation, he turned his focus to the final freezer, devouring progress, 2%, the progress bar began moving faster than ever, visibly accelerating before his eyes. As I thought. The improvement in devouring efficiency was a godsend. Not only did it save him precious time in critical moments, but it also greatly reduced the risks of devouring. Lin Xian glanced at his watch, started the timer, and focused intently on the task at hand. Devouring progress, 10%, 20%, 50%, 80%, 99%, so fast. Checking the timer on his watch, Lin Xian saw that, unlike the earlier freezers, which each took about 1 hour and 40 minutes, the last one had taken only 55 minutes, less than an hour. His efficiency had nearly doubled. Just as Lin Xian was about to calm his excitement, a flash of golden light appeared in front of him. Devouring complete. Mechanical energy plus 25. Mechanical devouring proficiency plus 6. Bonus reward, you have obtained the Ice Shield skill. Ice Shield? From a freezer? Lin Xian froze for a moment. It seemed that the skills he gained were related to the type of machinery or appliance he devoured. Looking at the glowing panel, he saw Ice Shield level 10 out of 100. Curious, he decided to test it out. He concentrated and raised his hand with a thought. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, a small, semicircular blue ice shield rose from the ground, enveloping him. It was just tall enough to cover his shoulders. Holy shit. Lin Xian shone his flashlight on the ice shield he had created from thin air, dumbfounded. The shield wasn't very thick, about the width of a palm. Clang. He struck the shield with a short blade, producing a dull sound, much like carving into rock-hard ice that had been frozen for years. Its hardness was higher than he'd anticipated. At the same time, he felt a sharp drain on his energy, leaving him slightly lightheaded. This skill's consumption is too high, and the shield probably can't stop bullets. It's only good for emergencies. Not really worth it, he muttered, disappointed. Wait a minute. Frowning, Lin Xian carefully examined the ice shield again. After a brief silence, he stepped forward, stuck out his tongue, and licked the shield. It was odorless, tasteless, and refreshingly cold. His pupils suddenly contracted as a shocking realization struck him. Hold on, this is pure ice, created out of thin air. If that's the case, wouldn't this mean I'll never run out of drinking water? In the apocalypse, clean water was an invaluable resource. Now he could conjure it out of thin air. Though the energy consumption was high, the benefit far outweighed the cost. Lin Xian was ecstatic. He eagerly chipped off a piece of ice with his knife and popped it into his mouth. The cool sensation spread throughout his body, instantly clearing his mind, which had been muddled by the freezer's foul air. Checking the time, Lin Xian made his way to the freezer door. Activating the mechanical heart, He unlocked the door's locking mechanism and hinges. The door creaked open slightly, only to be stopped by the iron chain that had been fastened from the outside. Damn old hag. Lin Xian cursed under his breath, realizing the Huang family must have tampered with the door to prevent his escape. But escaping wasn't his goal. Click. Turning on his flashlight, Lin Xian used the crack in the door to confirm the location of the other freezer where the Huang family was hiding. He switched off the flashlight and extended his finger through the gap, focusing his energy. Puff. A silent wind cannon shot out. The projectile struck the stainless steel door of the Huang family's freezer with a deafening boom. Boom. The sudden explosion echoed like thunder throughout the warehouse, shattering the quiet of the night. Inside the freezer, the Huang family jumped in fright. Who's there? Caught off guard, the brothers grabbed their pistols. But outside, all they could see was pitch-black darkness. Is it a monster? The chubby boy cowered behind Gong Li, his face pale with fear. Don't be scared, don't be scared. SHHH. Don't make a sound, the old lady whispered anxiously, her face filled with panic. Zoujian, AAG, don't shoot. If we attract something, we're done for. The brothers nodded, nervously swallowing hard. For added caution, the old lady turned off the electronic light they had been using for dinner. The freezer was plunged into complete darkness. Uneasiness began to creep into everyone's hearts. On the other side of the freezer door, Lin Xian stood with cold resolve. So, you like trapping people like turtles in a jar? Fine, let me teach you what a jar is, and who the turtle is today. Puff. Another wind cannon shot silently out, slamming into the door of the Huang family's freezer. The deafening boom echoed again through the warehouse. Boom. Inside, the Huang family jumped up in fright once more, no longer able to sit still. There's something out there. There's something out there. Huang Ji, holding his rifle, couldn't stop trembling. Fuck. What the hell is it? The two massive explosions had done more than just scare the family. Outside, the faint groans of zombies quickly grew into an ear-splitting cacophony as the undead surged toward the warehouse. But it wasn't just the zombies. Another eerie rustling sound, like something massive dragging across metal, grew louder. The friction screeches from the parked train cars were ear-piercing. Lin Xian, hearing the sound, instantly thought of the pale white giant he'd encountered before. His heart clenched. But he couldn't back down now. Through his limited night vision, he saw countless shadows flooding into the warehouse from outside. The grotesque howls and snarls echoed throughout the space, making his scalp tingle. Puff. Without hesitation, Lin Xian fired a third wind cannon. This was the most crucial and deadly shot yet. He needed to ensure the horde's target was entirely redirected, if not, his own position would be compromised. Inside the freezer, the Huang family clearly heard the zombies swarming in. All five of them huddled in a corner, faces pale with terror. Huang Zoujian and Huang Ji clutched their guns tightly, their eyes darting into the darkness. Don't panic. Don't panic. Huang Zoujian tried to calm everyone, though his own voice trembled. The door is solid as hell. Even crowbars couldn't pry it open. Those things can't get in. Boom. The third explosion struck the door like a thunderclap, shaking the metal structure like a drum. It was as if they were sitting inside a steel barrel, with the deafening reverberation rattling their very souls. The chubby boy let out a terrified wail, only to have the old lady clamp her hand over his mouth. Shut up. What do we do? What do we do? It's fine. They can't get in. Damn it, we should have taken that train during the day. We could have run. What's the point of saying that now? Outside, the zombies had been completely riled up by the noise. They clawed and slammed into the freezer door in a frenzy. The steel pipes and crowbars bracing the door creaked and groaned under the relentless assault. Everyone inside was trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed with fear. Then, another sound emerged, more terrifying than anything before. It was the sound of chewing, like a massive beast tearing through flesh and steel alike. Crunch. 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 The noise carried immense power, accompanied by metallic screeches. The steel itself was cracking. Finally, bang. Bang. The freezer door began to buckle under the strain, slowly giving way. Inside, the Huang family could hear the metal being torn apart. Their terror boiled over, and even the women and children began screaming and crying. AHHH. Mom. We're doomed. What do we do? Sobs and wails filled the room. The snarls and growls of zombies were now inside the freezer, growing louder and closer. Something had breached the door. Huang Zoujian and Huang Ji, faces pale and drenched in sweat, finally snapped. Unable to suppress their fear, they raised their guns and opened fire in a desperate attempt to fight back. Rat-a-tat. The flashes of gunfire momentarily illuminated the pitch-black freezer. And that's when they saw it. In the midst of the horde of zombies, a massive red creature emerged. It let out a piercing screech, its gigantic mandible snapping menacingly. The creature resembled an enormous centipede, at least as thick as an adult human and over 10 meters long. Its body was covered in crimson scales, and its countless legs writhed and scuttled rapidly. Just one glance was enough to chill the family to their cores. Their blood-curdling screams echoed through Warehouse 14. But within moments, the gunfire and screams ceased. All that remained were the snarls of zombies and the grotesque crunching of the centipede-like creature devouring its prey. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin's Yan quietly sealed his own freezer door shut. Through the observation window, he caught a glimpse of the monstrous insect's shadow and didn't dare make a sound. He had initially expected the pale giant to show up, but this thing? It was far more terrifying. Cursing silently, Lin's Yan muttered to himself, "What the hell is this? A parade of demons? What kind of nightmare planet is this?" In comparison, zombies suddenly seemed tame, even pitiable. After all, they were just mutated remnants of humanity. Lin's Yan's heart pounded furiously. His driving tigers to devour wolves strategy had been reckless, almost suicidal. If anything went wrong, even hiding on the infinite train might not guarantee his survival. Damn it. The armor needs upgrading. The weapons need upgrading. The engine needs upgrading too. Chapter 17, Connecting the Electric Locomotive. Beep beep, beep beep. Lin's Yan silenced the alarm on his watch. After 2 sleepless nights, his mind was already starting to feel foggy. Listening to the eerie sounds outside and smelling the stench wafting through the freezer warehouse, he endured until 16:00 the next day. It was finally daylight. However, it was already afternoon, leaving only 2 hours and 45 minutes until nightfall. Remaining vigilant, Lin's Yan peered out through the observation window. The warehouse was brightly lit, and he could finally make out the scene outside. A large hole had been blasted in the door of freezer warehouse number 1. The thick, custom-made freezer door, constructed of stainless steel and composite materials, was grotesquely bent. The ground was splattered with blood, and bits of flesh were scattered everywhere, on the door, the floor, and other surfaces. Several zombies were still wandering outside the freezer, some gnawing on the remains of a half-eaten corpse. Lin's Yan recognized a familiar tattoo on the corpse. It appeared to be the middle-aged man from earlier. A surge of satisfaction rose in his heart. Serves you right. In the apocalypse, those who set traps to fish for others deserved nothing less than their whole family perishing. His expression turned cold as he quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie to check in on the other side. "Teacher Chen, are you alright?" On the other side, Chen Sixuan, who had endured a night of terror, finally let out a sigh of relief when she heard Lin's Yan's voice. She responded quickly, I'm fine. What about you?" "I'm fine too." Reassured that Chen Sixuan was safe, Lin's Yan relaxed a little. As he scanned the area outside and confirmed that the terrifying centipede-like creature was nowhere to be seen, he continued, "I'll be back shortly. Stick to the plan from yesterday. There's an electric locomotive at track 4, I'll need your help in a bit." "Got it." After finishing the conversation, Lin's Yan opened the freezer door once again. Peering through the gap, he fired a wind cannon to shatter the iron chain holding it shut. Hearing the noise, the zombies outside snarled and lunged toward him. Without hesitation, Lin's Yan swung his blade, unleashing several wind cannons in quick succession. The zombies were swiftly dispatched. However, last night's commotion had attracted far too many zombies. As he stepped out of the warehouse, he saw dozens of them still wandering around outside. After a moment's thought, he quietly made his way to warehouse number 1, an empty building materials warehouse. Once there, he fired several wind cannons to create noise, successfully luring the dozens of zombies away from the platform. As long as no eerie creatures from the night were involved, Lin's Yan's abilities made handling ordinary zombies relatively simple. Soon, he sprinted off the platform and reached the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive he had spotted yesterday. Activating his mechanical heart, he opened the automated door to the cockpit. He unhooked the locomotive's front, detached the bridge connections, and the traction motor let out a low rumble as it slowly pulled the massive electric beast away from the platform. Meanwhile, Lin's Yan also disconnected the first carriage from the Whale 03E. After reconfiguring the sequence and with Chen Sixuan's assistance, he successfully connected the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive to the second position. Now, the infinite train had 5 carriages. At the front was the heavily armored Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive, which served as the cockpit. The second carriage was the Huangxing 7F electric locomotive, repurposed for energy recovery and power storage. The third, fourth, and fifth carriages were the living compartments. The Huangxing 7F was twice as long as the Whale 03E, giving it a futuristic appearance. Both locomotives were designed with bridge connections, allowing personnel to move freely between the front and rear. However, Since this was a temporary addition, Lin Xian hadn't had time to upgrade the electric locomotive's armor. After completing the connection, there was no time for further modifications. Before nightfall, he started the newly configured infinite train, heading eastward along the Jiang line. Clang clang, clang clang. The train sped up steadily. Lin Xian increased the speed to about 80 kilometers per hour. However, with the additional load, his physical energy was depleting much faster. This section leading to Beiwang Station doesn't have any tunnels, and the terrain is relatively flat. You'll just need to watch out for fallen rocks blocking the tracks, Chen Sixuan advised while jotting down the speed in her logbook. Lin Xian nodded. All right. I'll stop immediately if anything happens. How about that group from yesterday? They're dead. Lin Xian glanced at Chen Sixuan and added, that whole family was scum. Setting traps to rob and kill people, they were all eaten by zombies last night. Chen Sixuan's expression changed slightly. She knew Lin Xian was capable, but hearing him casually state that an entire family was wiped out still unsettled her. In such a short time, the harmonious, safe world they had once known had turned into a brutal, kill or be killed hell. For someone like Chen Sixuan, who grew up in a well-off, highly educated family, it was hard to accept such a stark reality all at once. ZZZ, this is the Oasis convoy. Final announcement, final announcement. If you have supplies, weapons, or special abilities, you can join our team for a chance to survive. Safety in numbers, don't cling to false hope. ZZZ, the outbound Route 312 highway is completely blocked. You can only detour through Forestry Road. A massive zombie horde is gathering in the eastern district. Don't shoot unless absolutely necessary, or no one will make it out. ZZZ, Zhong City Bunker, welcomes all ability users and beautiful women. We are based in a military-grade nuclear bunker in Zhong City, with over 300 people and clear division of labor. We can withstand the polar night. ZZZ, this is the last day. Once again, I'm in apartment A1304 of Mingwang Complex. Plenty of supplies and the safest survival space in the apocalypse. Only accepting women aged 16-30. 2 spots left. ZZZ patrol camp at Yubai City reports, Yancheng and Fengzheng have fully succumbed to the polar night. Along the Lingshan mountain range, from the eastern direction, Zhong City to Luolin City and in Heki and Minjiang regions, a large-scale emergence of eerie creatures has been detected. Radiation levels are unknown. Over the radio, news came that the nearby Yancheng and Fengzheng had completely fallen. Survivor reports suggested that traveling 200-300 kilometers east could grant an additional hour of daylight. This also gave a rough estimate of the dark tide engulfing the third abyss. 200 or 300 kilometers might not seem far, but in an apocalyptic world with paralyzed transportation and zombies everywhere, entering the night meant endless fear of death. Escaping that far wasn't easy. Chen Sixuan calculated using the logbook, if the survivors' intel is correct, we should reach Beiwang Station by tomorrow, and daylight might come around 16:30. We won't get that far. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Xian shook his head. Once it gets dark, we'll have to stop. I'm not confident about driving at night. The road conditions, visibility, all of it, it's too risky. As he spoke, Lin Xian began to realize he might need radar or drones to help detect obstacles. Without them, blindly pressing forward could lead to broken tracks or massive debris blocking the way. At best, this would derail the train, at worst, it could end in total destruction. Chapter 18, Roadblock. The train pulled out of Zhong City Station and left the city. Gradually, the surroundings grew quieter, with only the faint hum of the rails echoing in the air. Lin Xian looked up at the massive cloud formation looming over Zhong City. The ominous cluster hung motionless in the sky, evoking a deep sense of dread every time he saw it. Many people had seen it, and there was no doubt that some kind of atmospheric creature resided within, something far more terrifying than zombies or eerie entities. No one knew what it was. For humans, the only choices were to cower in fortresses or flee in panic. Who would dare investigate the true form of such an apocalyptic being? Outside the city, the scenery gradually transformed into mountains and farmlands. The blood-soaked, desolate, and smoke-filled landscapes faded away, offering a fleeting illusion of having escaped the apocalypse. Lin Xian had assumed it would be rare to see any people along the way. Unexpectedly, a dirt road running parallel to the railway began to reveal scattered vehicles, mostly off-road jeeps. A few sedans, caked in mud and loaded to the brim with belongings, roared down the road as their drivers floored the gas pedal. When one of the jeeps noticed the train passing by, its window rolled down. A middle-aged man stuck his head out and shouted, "Holy shit, a train! Damn, that's amazing!" Another jeep, covered in makeshift paint designs, opened its roof hatch. A buzz-cut young man emerged, clutching an AK rifle. He fired a burst into the air, the gunshots echoing loudly. Hey! Train crew. Got any food or water? Want to join our Oasis convoy? The young man shouted at the train. But in the cockpit, Lin Xian ignored him entirely, staying focused on operating the locomotive. Fuck, the buzzcut youth cursed under his breath when he got no response and slumped back into his seat. Brother Yang, should we let Brother Liu Wei in the front know? Said a yellow-haired youth in the passenger seat, his voice slow and deep. Zhang Dayang waved it off nonchalantly. Why? So we can all hop on the train or something? The yellow-haired youth's eyes widened as he responded with a peculiar expression, Brother Yang, the fuel. Hearing this, Zhang Dayang suddenly realized. He slapped his thigh and spat, shit, you're right. A functioning train could hold thousands of liters of fuel. Even if it didn't have that much, a few hundred liters would be enough to sustain their convoy for a couple of days. He immediately grabbed his walkie-talkie. Brother Wei, there's a big one heading along the Jiang line, it's a train. I think it's carrying a lot of fuel. A train? A raspy voice responded over the walkie-talkie, sounding intrigued. Yeah, I figure it'll reach Yashan Station in about 10 minutes. What do you think? I'll block it. Second team, circle around from behind. Got it. 10 kilometers ahead of the convoy, a small team of vehicles was speeding along. Leading the group was a modified Raptor truck. In the backseat sat Liu Wei, with a square, stern face and a scowl that made him look menacing. A heavily made-up young woman clung to him as he surveyed the road ahead. Third brother, take the next turn off? That big one is headed for Yashan Station. Got it, boss. In this convoy, Liu Wei's word was law. Before the apocalypse, Liu Wei wasn't some crime lord. He was just a small-time vendor at a local market. But after the apocalypse, he unexpectedly awakened an ability, which instantly elevated him to a position of power. Friends and relatives, once dismissive of him, now groveled for his protection. Liu Wei, a cunning man, used his newfound abilities to recruit a group of hardened, armed survivors. Soon, others began offering him supplies and valuables in exchange for his protection. In just a few days, Liu Wei had gathered over 20 loyal followers, living like a self-proclaimed king. Even the high-class women who had once looked down on him now threw themselves at him. His nights became filled with parties and indulgence, and his confidence soared. Now, hearing his men report that a massive train had dared to operate in his territory without offering tribute and was even attempting to leave Zhong City under his watch, his pride was bruised. He immediately prepared to play the role of a roadblock. After all, this was already part of his plan when leaving Zhong City. Back on the train, Lin Xian furrowed his brow at the sound of the rifle shots from earlier. Out of caution, he increased the train's speed slightly. Compared to vehicles navigating dirt roads, the train had a significant advantage in speed on its smooth rails. That Oasis convoy. I just heard them on the radio earlier. Their leader is said to be an ability user as well, Chen Sixuan said, her voice tinged with worry after hearing the gunfire. I heard too, Lin Xian replied. But they're traveling by road, and we're on the railway. We should stay out of each other's way and avoid any conflict. Despite his calm words, the mention of another ability user left Lin Xian uneasy. The Infinite Train project had many advantages but also one glaring weakness: it was far too conspicuous. A massive train rumbling across the tracks was impossible to miss and bound to attract attention from survivors. We also need to recruit more teammates. If everyone starts targeting us, it'll be tough to handle, Chen Sixuan remarked, giving Lin Xian a surprised look before quickly lowering her gaze. I saw the posts you shared before. I think if people don't know about your ability, they won't easily believe in your plan. I know. Lin Xian spoke boldly, it's quality over quantity when it comes to teammates. My ability isn't meant to make me everyone's chauffeur. I'm not letting just anyone on this train. If someone isn't valuable, I'd rather not create more trouble for myself. He glanced at Chen Sixuan and grinned. And, of course, they need to be someone I approve of. Chen Sixuan's face turned inexplicably red. She thought Lin Xian was flirting with her and immediately felt a bit awkward. I didn't mean it that way, Lin Xian coughed lightly. I'm not talking about good looks, but things like character and personality. His clarification only made Chen Sixuan's face turn even redder. She avoided his gaze entirely, keeping her head down and pretending to be busy recording something in the logbook. Clang clang, clang clang. The train sped across the flat plains. It was then that Lin Xian, with his enhanced vision, spotted something far ahead on the tracks near Yashan Station, a damaged car deliberately placed across the rails. The positioning was so precise it was obvious that it had been intentionally set up to block the train. An ambush. Lin Xian's expression turned serious. He shouted to Chen Sixuan, get to the back. Quick. Hold on tight. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Sixuan's face changed. She obeyed without hesitation, running toward the rear to carriage number 1. There, she saw the young girl who was still asleep and, without thinking, ran over to embrace her tightly for protection. Meanwhile, behind one of the columns on the Yushan station platform, Liu Wei and his men were already in position, armed to the teeth. Hearing the rumble of the approaching train, Liu Wei peeked out to assess the situation. But when he saw that the train showed no signs of slowing down, his face twisted in fury. He bellowed, "Open fire! Make the bastard stop!" At his command, his men sprang out from behind the columns, wielding a variety of rifles and shotguns. Without a word, they unleashed a hail of bullets toward the rapidly approaching train cockpit. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang! Bang bang! Gunfire erupted in an instant. Inside the cockpit, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and hunched down behind the control panel, gripping the handles tightly. Rather than slowing down, he willed the train to accelerate even more. "Fuck you all." Lin Xian cursed in his mind. "The whole reason I chose to drive a train is so I can crush bastards like you into dust." Chapter 19, The Ability User Ah. With a loud roar, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling as he charged straight into the storm of gunfire. Boom. A 200-ton heavy gas turbine locomotive at high speed was unstoppable. The thin-skinned sedan placed on the tracks was obliterated in an instant, shattered into sparks and debris. Inside the cockpit, Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan only felt a slight jolt before the train surged forward as if it had merely run over a cardboard box. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on the all-metal train body, leaving only faint white marks. However, one ricocheting bullet hit one of Liu Wei's lackeys in the leg, piercing straight through his thigh. The lackey screamed, clutching his bleeding leg in agony. In mere moments, the train roared past the ambush point. Liu Wei, watching the scene unfold, felt his authority crumble and was furious. His eyes glowed green, and with a loud rip, his shirt tore apart as 4 eerie green tentacles extended from his back. Moving with the speed and precision of a spider, he rapidly climbed onto the tracks in pursuit of the train. These tentacles possessed immense strength, capable of lifting objects weighing over a ton. They also granted him extraordinary agility. Liu Wei had even trained himself to improve their strength and speed, smugly dubbing himself the Four-Winged King. Thud. Just as Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan thought they had broken through the ambush, an eerie sound came from the roof of the train. Lin Xian's expression turned grim. He immediately reduced the train's speed slightly and grabbed his short blade. He had to slow the train, otherwise, he wouldn't have the focus to deal with the impending danger. Thump. 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 The sound of something clinging to the roof alarmed Chen Sixuan, who curled into a ball in fear. Lin Xian tensed, listening closely. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with tentacles appeared outside the cockpit window. Well, you've got guts, kid, daring to charge through my blockade." Seeing that the driver was just a young man, Liu Wei cursed loudly. But then, his eyes caught sight of Chen Sixuan cowering in the corridor. His expression instantly changed to one of delight. "Well, what do we have here? A pretty little lady." Chen Sixuan's face went pale at the sight of Liu Wei's tentacles. His monstrous appearance, with glowing green eyes and squirming appendages, made him look no different from a creature out of a horror movie. An ability user? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that the ambush would involve an ability user. This was his first encounter with one, and it was nothing like he had imagined. After all, who would have thought an ability could make someone grow tentacles? Was this an ability or nuclear radiation? Thud. Without a word, Liu Wei smashed one of his tentacles against the windshield. The high-strength glass, 10-15 millimeters thick and capable of withstanding rifle fire, cracked in a spiderweb pattern under the impact. Lin Xian was shocked. The windshield, which could shrug off bullets with barely a scratch, was damaged with a single blow. Just how terrifying was this guy's strength? Liu Wei, however, was equally surprised. He knew the strength of his tentacles and hadn't expected the glass to hold up. Clearly, the train's defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression turned cold as he slammed on the brakes, bringing the train to a screeching halt. Caught off guard, Liu Wei, who hadn't expected the sudden stop, was thrown backward by the inertia and tumbled off the train. Lock the door. Lin Xian rushed past Chen Sixuan, grabbed his short blade, and opened the cockpit's rear door. "What are you doing?" Chen Sixuan exclaimed in shock as she watched him stop the train. "Taking him out." Lin Xian replied, leaping out and slamming the iron door shut behind him. He knew that an ability user like Liu Wei, who could keep up with a moving train and break through its defenses, couldn't be ignored. Hiding inside the train would only delay the inevitable. If the windshield was shattered, he would need hours to repair it, time he didn't have. Once night fell and his location was exposed, He'd be an easy target for the eerie creatures like the centipede monster from last night. Liu Wei, covered in dirt, rose furiously. When he saw the young man leap from the train wielding a steel blade, he couldn't help but laugh. What's this? A hero coming to save the damsel in distress? He sneered, his tentacles spreading out behind him, making him appear enormous. With an arrogant tone, he declared, "Sorry, kid, but today I'm taking your life, your train, and I'll take good care of your woman too." Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Without a word, he raised his hand and unleashed a charged wind cannon aimed directly at Liu Wei's face. Whoosh! The sharp blast of air shot forward. Liu Wei had just begun to react when he felt as though his forehead had been struck by a sledgehammer, sending him flying backward. Shit! Another ability user. Liu Wei's heart raced in panic. He realized that Lin Xian, like himself, was an ability user. Having only recently awakened his abilities, Liu Wei lacked combat experience. Caught off guard, he had been hit hard, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Still, his enhanced body and reflexes allowed him to recover quickly. While airborne, one of his tentacles lashed out like lightning, wrapping around Lin Xian's ankle. The train tracks ran along a steep ravine. As Liu Wei tried to stabilize himself using his other tentacles, they tore through the wire fencing surrounding the tracks. Both he and Lin Xian tumbled down the slope, crashing into the depths below. Lin Xian hadn't anticipated the tentacle's speed or strength. Even after a close-range wind cannon, Liu Wei was merely sent flying with a shallow wound on his forehead. The defensive power of an ability user was terrifying. As Liu Wei's tentacle coiled around his ankle, Lin Xian felt an intense crushing force, making him gasp in pain. If not for his enhanced strength and defense, his ankle would have been snapped in an instant. Buzz. 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 As the world spun around them, Liu Wei's tentacles tore through several shrubs, but they failed to stop his descent. Lin Xian, meanwhile, abandoned his short blade, curled up with his hands over his head, and was dragged along by Liu Wei until both of them rolled to the bottom of the slope, landing near the riverbed. Excruciating pain. When Lin Xian finally managed to pry his eyes open, waves of searing agony radiated from every corner of his body. His first instinct was to scan his surroundings. Not far away, he spotted Liu Wei, his tentacles spread out as the man staggered to his feet. Because Liu Wei had been in front during the fall, his massive, tentacled form had absorbed most of the sharp rocks and vegetation along the way. Now, he was drenched in blood, looking utterly disheveled. Ugh! FCK this SHT. Though his defensive attributes had significantly increased, Liu Wei's back was now mangled, the flesh torn to ribbons. One of his legs was dislocated, and the pain was so intense that he was grinding his molars to dust. Fueled by rage, Liu Wei glared at Lin Xian, who he had dragged down with him. For the first time, Liu Wei no longer underestimated him. This young man had managed to knock him back barehanded. What kind of ability was this? Liu Wei couldn't make sense of it. In a situation like this, he knew he had to go all out. The only option was to strike first and decisively. But as Liu Wei focused his gaze on the fallen Lin Xian, he suddenly realized that the young man had already opened his eyes, and was pointing a finger directly at his forehead. Oh, fuck, not again. Having already suffered once, Liu Wei's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively extended all four of his tentacles to shield his face. Yet, the anticipated attack didn't come. Instead, the sudden movement caused the wounds on Liu Wei's back, so deep that his bones were visible, to tear open further. Blood gushed out like a stream, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. A feint. Liu Wei had no time to cry out in pain. He peeled back his tentacles to find Lin Xian charging at him like a hunting dog, his hands clawing the ground for leverage. The young man closed the distance in an instant and, with a suicidal determination, delivered a devastating punch straight at Liu Wei's exposed face. Boom. The full force blow nearly shattered Liu Wei's nose, making his vision go black. His tentacles thrashed wildly in response, flailing at random in the air, but none of them landed a hit. He had never expected the seemingly young and inexperienced guy to be so ferocious, using a feint to create an opening and then striking with such precision and brutality. This was far beyond the reaction speed and combat instincts of someone like Liu Wei, who had spent most of his life running a vegetable stall in a marketplace. After suffering two crushing blows in quick succession, Liu Wei's confidence began to crumble. Fear crept into his heart. His convoy had only been on the road for a single day, and already, Liu Wei could feel the cold grip of death looming over him. Chapter 20, A Fight to the Death. Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly as he stared at Liu Wei, who was sprawled on the ground. The blood, the pain, it all seemed to ignite a frenzy deep within him. I can't die. I don't want to die. The primal instinct for survival surged within him, numbing the searing pain that racked his body. With Liu Wei momentarily knocked down, Lin Xian didn't waste even half a second. He turned and raised his hand, unleashing another wind cannon directly at Liu Wei's face. Whoosh! A bloody hole burst open on Liu Wei's face. Ahhh! Liu Wei howled in agony, his 4 tentacles whipping into action. They swept up the smooth pebbles from the riverbank and hurled them at Lin Xian with such force that the stones whistled through the air. Lin Xian didn't dare underestimate the attack and immediately sidestepped to evade. "I'll crush you to death!" Liu Wei roared, his desperation driving him to madness. He furiously grabbed more rocks with his tentacles, launching them at Lin Xian with relentless force. Through the chaos, Liu Wei began to analyze the situation. The young man before him seemed to rely heavily on agility. Aside from that ranged attack, which acted like some kind of hidden weapon, the youth didn't appear to have any other threatening abilities. If he were truly powerful, Liu Wei reasoned, he would have already bombarded him non-stop like an automatic rifle. The fact that Lin Xian hadn't done so yet meant that his abilities likely consumed a significant amount of energy. Despite his brutish appearance, Liu Wei had a knack for keen observations. After all, years of running a small business had sharpened his sense of judgment. "You're running out of tricks, aren't you?" Liu Wei sneered, trying to provoke Lin Xian. Lin Xian remained impassive, his expression unreadable. Raising his right hand, he pointed his index finger directly at Liu Wei's face. On instinct, Liu Wei raised his tentacles to shield his head. But while protecting his face, he couldn't see what Lin Xian was doing next, and that uncertainty unnerved him. Thinking quickly, Liu Wei split his focus. While 2 of his tentacles guarded his head, the other 2 scooped up more rocks and flung them at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, seeing Liu Wei's divided attention, narrowed his eyes. He tilted his head slightly to dodge a flying rock, then subtly shifted his aim downward. His finger was now pointed at Liu Wei's crotch. Whoosh! The wind cannon tore through. Liu Wei's entire body shuddered violently as an explosive wave of pain overwhelmed him. He opened his mouth wide to scream, his face twisted in horror. He had spent the entire fight guarding against an attack to his head. He never imagined Lin Xian would aim for his little Liu Wei. As Liu Wei screamed, his focus shattered. In that fleeting moment of agony, Lin Xian darted forward like a ghost, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Sensing the approaching threat, Liu Wei's primal survival instincts kicked in. His 4 tentacles lashed out in unison, aiming to obliterate Lin Xian. "Die, you bastard!" Boom! Liu Wei's tentacles smashed down with all their might, only to collide with a suddenly conjured ice wall. The impact shattered the wall into shards, sending icy fragments flying in all directions. Before Liu Wei could register what had happened, Lin Xian had already slipped through the gap. By the time Liu Wei turned his attention forward again, all he saw was a single finger. A finger pointed directly at his eye. Wait. In that split second, regret flooded Liu Wei's mind. Whoosh! The wind cannon pierced his left eye, leaving behind a bloody hole. Liu Wei's body stiffened as he collapsed backward, his once defiant form now lifeless. He could never have imagined that despite possessing a Dr. Octopus-level superpower, he would meet his end at the hands of a seemingly insignificant young man. He had ruled as a self-styled warlord for mere days, only to die so suddenly and absurdly. Cough, cough. Seeing Liu Wei fall, Lin Xian immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of clotted blood. But he didn't allow himself a moment of rest. He grabbed a large pebble from the ground, staggered over to Liu Wei's corpse, and raised the stone high. Bam! 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 Each time the rock came down, Liu Wei's tentacles twitched in eerie, lifeless spasms. Lin Xian didn't stop until all movement ceased. Only then did he collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. Huff! Huff! As the adrenaline subsided, waves of sharp pain coursed through Lin Xian's body. From the intensity of the battle, he was fortunate not to have fractured any bones, but he could feel internal injuries and numerous external wounds all over his body. Suddenly, a strange light flickered across the sky, catching his eye. His expression shifted. Crap. Meanwhile, back on the train, Chen Sixuan was pressed deep into the corridor, her nerves stretched taut as she stared at the cockpit door that was being pounded on repeatedly. Open the door. Open it now. Bang, bang, bang. A yellow-haired thug climbed onto the windshield, slamming the butt of his handgun against the glass with all his might. However, aside from the initial cracks caused by Liu Wei earlier, the windshield remained unscathed. Get the hell out of the way. Another man climbed up, kicking the yellow-haired thug aside. With a cigarette in his mouth, he aimed an assault rifle at the windshield and unleashed a volley of bullets. Rat-a-tat-tat. Sparks flew, and stray rounds ricocheted off the glass. Damn, this thing is tough. Is this bulletproof glass? Watch it, DAF. Bullets don't have eyes. The door won't budge either, unless we get a cutting tool. Cutting tool? Where the fuck am I supposed to find one right now? Forget it, let's just leave for now. It's almost nightfall. At the mention of nightfall, the group of thugs all froze for a moment. The guy's dead anyway, thanks to Brother Wei. The chick's as good as canned meat, we'll come back for her tomorrow with better tools. Hey, don't worry, I stacked some rocks on the tracks. That train isn't going anywhere. Oh, Dave, about the Zhao family's car that Brother Wei used to block the road. There's no space left in the convoy. What should we do? Let them squeeze in somewhere? Squeeze in? Screw that. Tell them to fuck off. They didn't bring much to the table anyway, dragging their whole damn family around. Alright, we'll just leave them, then. Cursing and grumbling, the group finally left. Inside the train, Chen Sixuan watched the clock in the carriage, its hands ticking away second by second. Her heart felt like it was lodged in her throat. Is he dead? Night is falling. What do I do? Her face was tense, her body frozen as she clung tightly to the lever by the door, forcing herself to remain rational. 10 minutes later, frantic knocking suddenly echoed from outside. Startled, Chen Sixuan thought it might be Lin Xian and was about to respond when a woman's urgent voice cried out from the other side. Is anyone there? Please, is anyone inside? I'm begging you, let my family in. Miss. A bespectacled man climbed up to the window near the cockpit. When he spotted Chen Sixuan, he immediately pleaded, please, can you open the door and let us in to hide? It's almost nightfall. I'm begging you. The woman outside wailed desperately. Amidst her cries, a baby's sharp wailing pierced the air, its wah sounds chilling to the core. Miss, please, we won't eat anything, we won't take anything. We just need a place to hide. Our car is destroyed, we have nowhere else to go. Sob. Please, I'm begging you, show some kindness. Here. The woman's voice turned hysterical. If you don't trust us, can you at least save my baby? He's so little, he won't eat much, please. Please, I'm begging you. The woman's cries, the man's pleas, the baby's screams, all these voices bombarded Chen Sixuan. Curled up in a corner, she clamped her hands over her ears, tears streaming silently down her face. Inside, she was screaming, stop it. Please, stop shouting. The clock in the cockpit continued to tick. Gradually, the cries faded. The desperate knocking ceased. Night had fallen. Chapter 21, Teacher. As the light dimmed in an instant, Chen Sixuan scrambled on her knees into the cockpit. Using Lin Xian's phone flashlight, she quickly checked the train's travel mileage. Then, she returned to the corner, pulled out her notebook, and, trembling, carefully recorded, Day 1, departed from Zhang City, travel time, 50 minutes, distance, 54 kilometers, daylight hours, 16:00 to 18:45. Chen Sixuan's eyes kept trembling, her entire being on the verge of collapse. She seemed possessed, forcing herself not to think about what was happening outside. She tried not to think about Lin Xian, not about that family of 3, not about the darkness outside, and especially not about her impending death. Suddenly, the cockpit door automatically opened, and the corridor lights turned on. Startled, Chen Sixuan fell back onto the floor. The door opened, and Lin Xian, covered in blood and wielding a short blade, leapt inside. Chen Sixuan was overjoyed. She immediately got up to close and lock the door tightly. Then, to prevent the light in the hallway from leaking into the darkness outside, she shut the small door leading into the cockpit as well. Lin, are you okay? Chen Sixuan knelt in the carriage, staring in shock at Lin Xian, who was now covered in wounds. I'm not dead. Lin Xian grabbed a bottle of water from behind, twisted it open, and downed half of it in big gulps before finally exhaling deeply. Seeing him in such a bloodied state, Chen Sixuan quickly pulled out a towel to wipe him down. But Lin Xian grabbed her wrist. What's wrong? Chen Sixuan looked up in surprise, meeting Lin Xian's piercing gaze. His eyes were cold as ice, and he questioned her in a sharp tone, why didn't you open the door earlier? In truth, Lin Xian had been climbing up for a while. Although injured, he knew that Dave and his group would definitely leave before nightfall. So, he had hidden on the slope for a bit, looking for his short blade in the process. Chen Sixuan raised her eyes to look at him. Seeing his serious expression, she bit her lip, lowered her gaze, and, after a moment of silence, replied softly, if I had opened the door, wouldn't you have thrown me out as well? Yes. Lin Xian's voice was cold as ice. Chen Sixuan's expression darkened. Hearing Lin Xian's blunt response, she seemed deflated, leaning weakly against the wall. Her eyes filled with pain as she shut them tightly, and silent tears streamed down her face. Lin Xian let out a small sigh. Watching Chen Sixuan cry, he finally spoke. You hesitated out of kindness, I understand that. As humans, when we ignore the suffering of others, anyone with a shred of conscience is bound to feel pain. Hearing his words, Chen Sixuan's emotions completely crumbled. She threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, her slender shoulders shaking. Her sobs turned into uncontrollable wails, full of heartbreak and regret. She cried without any restraint, like a child admitting to a terrible mistake. I really didn't know what to do. Lin Xian gently held her trembling body and said in a low voice, "There's a saying in Buddhism, before saving others, save yourself. Before saving yourself, save your heart. If the heavens won't help, help yourself. If you can't even protect yourself, there's no way you can protect anyone else. If you had opened the door, not only would those 3 people have died, but you would have died too, dragging me down with you." "I know." Chen Sixuan wept, her tear-streaked face full of self-blame and guilt. "But I heard the baby crying." "That baby?" It sounded like it was only a few months old. A maternal instinct naturally surged within her. At that moment, Chen Sixuan felt like she had turned into a monster, a heartless demon. Lin Xian remained expressionless as he watched Chen Sixuan's near breakdown. With a faint sigh, he said, "If I told you it was all fake, what would you think?" Chen Sixuan, still buried in his arms and sobbing, froze upon hearing his words. Slowly, she looked up with teary, clouded eyes and asked, What did you say?" Lin Xian's gaze sharpened slightly as he explained, "We're right near Yashan Station. Even without the train, the safest option would have been to hide in the station. But as soon as that group left, that family of 3 came knocking on the door. It was too deliberate. And have you ever seen a mother cruel enough to pinch her baby to make it cry on purpose?" Chen Sixuan's pupils trembled violently upon hearing this. Tears glistened in her eyes, and her face was filled with disbelief. "You're saying they were lying?" Lin Xian gave a helpless smile. "Ms. Chen, you've heard the story of the boy who cried wolf, haven't you? If I'm not mistaken, that family of 3 was deliberately sent by the group to trick us into opening the door. In the apocalypse, everyone feared for their lives. Exploiting others' sympathy had indeed proven to be an effective strategy. And as it happened, Lin Xian had just experienced a similar situation the day before." Hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Chen Sixuan covered her mouth in shock. She found it hard to believe that people could be so despicable. Then she thought of Director Liang, and a chill ran through her body. She felt she had been too naive. At this moment, she truly understood the depth of human malice. Chen Sixuan felt utterly drained, her eyes blank and unfocused. Lin Xian glanced at her. He had to admit, her reaction brought him a sense of relief. He deeply understood how treacherous people could be in the apocalypse. If Chen Sixuan had been a bleeding heart, even going so far as to plead with him to open the door, he wouldn't have hesitated to abandon her entirely. He couldn't afford to trust such a teammate to guard the train. But this incident gave him a subtle shift in perspective on Chen Sixuan. In a short span of time, this woman, once a campus queen adored by all, had shown remarkable courage. It proved that she wasn't just highly intelligent but also possessed extraordinary resilience. To be honest, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a faint sense of admiration for her. "Am I just too stupid?" Chen Sixuan broke the silence after a long pause. Lin Xian adjusted his posture and replied with a faint smile, "Very stupid, and very naive." Hearing his evaluation, Chen Sixuan's expression turned self-deprecating, and she let out a silent laugh. Lin Xian, having just survived a brutal battle, was in considerable pain. He glanced toward the corner where their supplies were stored and asked, "Aren't you hungry? Why haven't you eaten anything?" Chen Sixuan's eyes widened at his words, and she replied seriously, You didn't give me permission to eat." Lin Xian's gaze turned peculiar as he looked at her. His expression was a mix of amusement and disbelief. "Ms. Chen, you're adorable." "What do you mean by that?" Chen Sixuan asked, her face puzzled. "I mean, Ms. Chen, right now, I feel like sleeping with you." "Huh?" Chen Sixuan was completely caught off guard by Lin Xian's blunt statement. Before she could react, Lin Xian pulled her into his arms. She panicked instantly, squirming like a frightened rabbit and stammered, "Wait, Lin, aren't you injured?" "Ah, does it have to be now?" "Hold on, you're covered in blood." "Lin Xian, I've never done this before." Wait. I have that in my bag." The night was as dark as ink, and snowflakes swirled gently outside. However, not far away, on a sofa, a young girl lay sleeping. Her eyes remained closed, but her delicate brows gradually furrowed. Chapter 22, The Doomed Convoy. Beep, beep. Inside carriage number 1, Lin Xian lay on a comfortable memory foam mattress, savoring the soft warmth of the person in his arms. After 2 consecutive sleepless nights, he finally managed to get some decent rest. He glanced at the time. 14:00. Fortunately, the night had been peaceful and uneventful. It was still dark outside. Lin Xian had preset his watch to observe the exact time daylight would return. The night was far too long, and they had slept far too much. The woman lying on him, Chen Sixuan, had already woken up. She remained silent, but when Lin Xian stirred, she blushed furiously and quickly got dressed, pulling up her pants. In a small voice, she said to him, "They seem to have blocked the tracks with rocks." Lin Xian pulled her into his arms, lowered his head, and placed a light kiss on her fragrant lips. He replied, "I know. I dealt with it before I got on the train." Chen Sixuan, feeling shy, slipped out of his embrace. She picked up the travel logbook and started speaking to herself, counting the distance from Yushan Station. "We covered 54 kilometers yesterday. Based on the survivors' shared information, daylight should return by 17:00 today." After their intimate night, she couldn't help but avoid looking directly at Lin Xian as she spoke. "We'll see," Lin Xian said, glancing at his watch. "This distance may not be enough to notice a significant change." Since it was still pitch dark outside, the two kept their voices low as they took out some food and water for a quick meal. Lin Xian leaned against the corridor, pressing a hand to the floor as he probed the outside situation. He also took a moment to check his injuries, and as expected, his recovery was astonishingly fast. As an ability user, his body was qualitatively different from an ordinary person's. Furthermore, after yesterday's life-or-death battle with Liu Wei, Lin Xian's wind cannon skill had improved significantly. Wind cannon level 1, 25 out of 100, ice shield level 1, 6 out of 100. Yesterday's fight had pushed Lin Xian to his absolute limits. For the first time, he realized just how ruthless and decisive he could be, maintaining a chilling calm in critical moments. He even found himself impressed with his own composure. Time ticked by. Lin Xian stared at his watch as the minutes passed. 15:00, still dark. 16:00, still no daylight. The later the sunrise, the faster they needed to flee. What worried Lin Xian most was the possibility of no change in daylight time. That would truly be despairing. The temperature had already dropped to around 0 degrees Celsius. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan both put on long-sleeved clothes to keep warm. Thankfully, he had looted a bunch of new quilts and memory foam mattresses from the furniture store, otherwise, they'd be stuck sleeping on cold, hard beds in this freezing weather. Finally, at 16:48, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The darkness abruptly retreated, and the setting sun hung low on the horizon. "It's daytime!" Chen Sixuan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with joy. Daylight had come 12 minutes earlier than the predicted time of 17:00, a small but hopeful sign that they were escaping the polar night. Lin Xian opened the door to the corridor, and he and Chen Sixuan stepped into the cockpit together. They stared at the sunlight outside, their eyes filled with both surprise and worry. The joy came from the fact that daylight had arrived earlier than expected, confirming that they were indeed making progress in escaping the endless night. The worry came from the realization that a mere 12-minute improvement was like a drop in the bucket. Chen Sixuan quickly regained her composure. Picking up the travel logbook, she began calculating, if daylight arrived 12 minutes earlier, and we only covered 54 kilometers yesterday, then to reach 17:00 daylight tomorrow, we'd need to travel at least 270 kilometers. More or less, Lin Xian nodded. That matches the broadcast information we heard. But don't get too optimistic. We're not traveling in a straight line, and covering 270 kilometers would take at least 3 hours at our current speed, unless we accelerate. Chen Sixuan's expression dimmed at his words. Yeah, but we can't go too fast. There's no guarantee someone won't try to block the tracks with cars or rocks again. In just 2 days, they had faced constant dangers, each time brushing past death. The thought weighed heavily on Chen Sixuan, filling her with anxiety. Vroom. The infinite train's 10-cylinder heavy gas turbine engine roared to life. Lin Xian took the driver's seat and glanced back at Chen Sixuan. "Miss Chen, hold on tight." Hearing Lin Xian still call her Miss Chen, Chen Sixuan felt a surge of awkwardness and unease. After all, the two of them had already. Did he have some sort of fetish? Was he into that taboo teacher-student dynamic? Unaware of Chen Sixuan's overthinking, Lin Xian drove the train into reverse. Seeing the train moving backward, Chen Sixuan's expression turned to shock. "We're reversing?" "Yes," Lin Xian replied solemnly. "We're heading back to Yushan Station to check things out." With Liu Wei dead, his convoy was bound to fall into chaos without its leader, especially as night approached. Without Liu Wei, an ability user, any remaining lackeys with guns posed little threat to Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan as long as they stayed on the train. He had already taken down their leader, it would feel like a waste not to reap some rewards. Moreover, Lin Xian now felt a faint sense of hope. If they could just keep pushing forward, they might truly escape the polar night. For someone who had endured months of this hellish survival, This was undoubtedly an encouraging sign. Clang, clang, the sound of the train echoed steadily as it rolled along the tracks. Before long, the heavy locomotive slowly backed into Yushan Station, and the scene that greeted Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan made their expressions change drastically. The platform was in complete ruins. The Oasis convoy had been entirely wiped out. The off-road vehicles and jeeps parked there were smeared with grotesque bloodstains, while the station's ground was practically soaked in crimson. Several members of the convoy had already turned into zombies, their bodies completely blackened. They stood there groaning, lifeless yet terrifying. Among them, Chen Sixuan recognized one of the zombified men. It was the bespectacled, seemingly cultured middle-aged man who had pretended to be the father of the fake family of 3 the previous day. Who could have imagined that in just one night, everyone would perish? Ah! Lin Xian, look! Chen Sixuan gasped, pointing toward the station's waiting hall. The relatively small waiting hall had been almost completely overrun. But what shocked the two the most was the sight of several large, insect-like legs scattered near the waiting hall's entrance. Chen Sixuan's face turned pale. Oh my god! What kind of monster is this? Lin Xian frowned, his thoughts flashing back to the insect-like creature he had glimpsed near Warehouse 14. A chill ran through him. He had driven over 50 kilometers yesterday. Could it have caught up to them? Lin Xian still had no clues about that strange creature or the pale giant. It was as if they appeared out of nowhere in the dark of night, only to vanish completely with the sunrise. If it weren't for the massive insect legs right before them, who would believe that such horrifying monsters could suddenly emerge in this world? Leaning against the train window, Lin Xian observed the scene carefully for a while before finally speaking. Don't be scared. It's daytime now, so these things shouldn't come out. Still, internally, he was cursing. He had just started to consider moving at night, and now reality slapped him right in the face. If these creatures were following him, how was he supposed to travel freely? Are we still going down there? Chen Sixuan asked hesitantly. Yes. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Since they were already here, and the Oasis convoy had fallen, this was a perfect opportunity to scavenge their remaining supplies. Alright, I'll go too. Chen Sixuan clenched her fists, but Lin Xian stopped her with a raised hand. Hold on. Let me go first. I'll take care of those zombies, and then you can come down. Okay. Chen Sixuan nodded obediently. Gripping his short blade, Lin Xian activated the train's cockpit door and leapt down. The moment he landed, he unleashed several wind cannon blasts, cleanly blowing the heads off the zombies on the platform. Although the skill consumed some energy, Lin Xian preferred not to risk alarming anything else. The wind cannon was quiet, making it ideal for surprise attacks. Thud. 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 One by one, the zombies collapsed. Only then did Lin Xian notice the overwhelming stench of blood in the air. He wrinkled his brows in disgust. The platform was riddled with bullet holes and littered with severed limbs. Clearly, a brutal battle had taken place here last night. Having witnessed the monstrosity of these creatures firsthand, Lin Xian was certain that regular firearms would have done little to harm them. This scene only confirmed how futile the convoy's resistance must have been. Chapter 23, The Train's Little Thief Up. The overwhelmingly gruesome scene finally broke Chen Sixuan's psychological defenses. As she stepped off the train, the stench of blood hit her like a wall, and she immediately began dry heaving. Lin Xian was about to comfort her, but she raised a hand and said, No. No need. I'll be fine. Her face was deathly pale, but Lin Xian could tell she was making a great effort to adjust to the horrific sight before her. Understanding this, he said nothing more. Be careful. There might still be survivors. Or more zombies. Chen Sixuan nodded, and the two began scavenging the parked off-road vehicles on the platform. Almost immediately, they discovered a large stash of water and food originally stocked by the Oasis convoy. There's so much food. Deliberately avoiding looking at the corpses on the ground, Chen Sixuan opened the car doors and started gathering supplies. Lin Xian swept his gaze around. Most of the supplies here were relatively intact, which made him frown. He surmised that the Oasis convoy's downfall wasn't caused by human attackers, otherwise, the supplies would have been looted already. His eyes fell on the massive insect legs scattered nearby, and his heart sank. Vroom. Lin Xian opened the hydraulic lift gate of carriage number 3 and called to Chen Sixuan, time is tight. Just toss everything inside for now, we'll sort it out on the way. Got it. And so, the two began working together, scavenging every bit of usable supplies from the devastated convoy. What Lin Xian didn't expect, however, was that the Chen Sixuan who had been gagging every few steps and frowning constantly was now completely consumed by the excitement of finding resources. Energized, she moved back and forth between the cars and the train, carrying supplies as if she completely adapted to the situation. At one moment, she excitedly told Lin Xian that she had found a large box of instant noodles. In another, she let out a cheer after discovering several crates of canned food. Then, from one of the cars, she somehow managed to unearth a basket full of bottles and containers, skincare and shampoo products, and immediately started jumping with joy. Watching her confidently running around the corpses without hesitation, Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel at her adaptability, which far exceeded his expectations. "Look, Lin Xian. What's this?" At that moment, Chen Sixuan found a black leather case inside a large raptor truck. Opening it, she discovered a purple plastic rod, a small perforated cup, some indescribably lacy lingerie, and even a USB drive carefully preserved in a small box labeled Precious Teacher Materials. Teacher materials? Chen Sixuan mumbled to herself, remembering that she was a teacher. Curiosity piqued, she thought it might be something important. She pulled out the purple plastic rod with a puzzled look, but as soon as she saw the strange clothing inside, realization dawned on her. Ah! She let out a small cry and immediately threw everything away, sneaking a glance at Lin Xian. Her face turned bright red in embarrassment. Lin Xian found it amusing. While he understood that such personal needs were normal, bringing so much gear on a doomsday escape was a bold choice. Clearly, someone in the Oasis convoy had been resourceful. The Oasis convoy, having left Zhang City just 2 days ago, had already been completely wiped out, leaving Lin Xian to reap the benefits. For over half an hour, the two tirelessly loaded the train with supplies. Lin Xian estimated that even if they ate 3 full meals a day, the amount of food they had collected would last them at least 2 months. By any measure, it was an enormous haul. He couldn't help but marvel at Liu Wei's audacity. He'd seen bandits block roads, and even vehicles, but blocking a train? That was a first. Liu Wei's overconfidence as an ability user ultimately led to his death, not undeserved, in Lin Xian's opinion. And yet, it had left him with a windfall. However, after searching for a while, Lin Xian only found 3 rifles and 1 handgun at the scene. All were in poor condition, and there wasn't a single bullet left. To fight so viciously. What kind of monster was it? Lin Xian frowned deeply. He took the guns off the corpses, but without bullets, they were practically useless. Maybe I should just devour them. Still, Lin Xian felt it would be wasteful to immediately consume guns that had been so hard to find, even if they were in bad shape. Forget it. I'll take them for now. Almost done. Let's get moving, Lin Xian said, raising the hydraulic lift gate to secure the supplies. The most important task now was to get back on the road. They had gathered everything useful they could. Clang. Clang. The infinite train was ready to depart once more. At that moment, Lin Xian's mechanical heart encompassed the entire train, and he suddenly detected movement inside. His brow furrowed immediately. Turning to Chen Sixuan, he gestured for silence. Noticing the seriousness in his expression, Chen Sixuan's face also changed, her gaze shifting toward the train. Is there someone on board? Lin Xian's face darkened as he remembered the unconscious girl still on board, a complete unknown to him. It's that girl. Chen Sixuan finally realized. Lin Xian stood frozen for a moment, half exasperated, half amused. The girl who had been unconscious for 3 days had apparently been playing a sneaky game with him. Clang. The infinite train's cockpit door opened as Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan entered one after the other, shutting it firmly behind them. Lin Xian promptly started the train and then turned to Chen Sixuan. Ms. Chen, be careful. That girl likely has some sort of ability. Let me handle her. Not wanting to waste time while on the move, and wary of the girl's potential powers, Lin Xian decided to ensure Chen Sixuan's safety by leaving her behind. Okay, be careful, Chen Sixuan replied, still full of curiosity. She had been puzzled by the girl's condition. How could someone sleep for 3 days without waking? With time of the essence, Lin Xian had to not only drive the train but also deal with the girl. Chen Sixuan, therefore, took on the responsibility of monitoring the road ahead. As Lin Xian entered carriage number 1, he found the sofa empty. On the floor lay a few lengths of rope, clearly untied. Slowing his steps, Lin Xian began closing the doors between carriages as he moved, intending to trap her. When he reached carriage number 2, a wooden stick suddenly swung toward him from the front, accompanied by a sharp shout, "Hi-ya!" The girl had clearly used all her strength, determined to succeed in her ambush. However, Lin Xian's speed had already surpassed that of an ordinary human, and he had been on guard. The moment the stick appeared, his hand shot out and caught it firmly in midair. Realizing her sneak attack had failed, the girl's expression changed drastically. She screamed, "Ah!" and immediately dropped the stick, turning to run toward the next carriage, attempting to shut the door behind her. What she didn't know was that the entire train was under Lin Xian's control. If he wanted the door open, it would open. Clack. The door she had just closed swung open again. Lin Xian, his face cold, stepped forward, gripping his short blade tightly. I was wondering why you didn't wake up after so long. No hunger? No bathroom breaks? Turns out you could untie yourself this whole time, Lin Xian said mockingly. Ah. The girl, clutching half a piece of bread, was so frightened by Lin Xian's imposing presence that she ran while shouting, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." She retreated as far as carriage number 3 without realizing it, her path now blocked. In a moment of desperation, her eyes darted around before she grabbed a cardboard box and hurled it at Lin Xian. Taking advantage of the moment he dodged, she tried to slip past him and run in the opposite direction. Lin Xian remained cautious. He suspected the girl possessed a powerful ability, so he secretly prepared his wind cannon and was ready to deploy his ice shield for defense at any moment. To his surprise, the girl merely threw a cardboard box at him. Bewildered, Lin Xian hesitated. Just as the girl attempted to dart past him, Lin Xian raised a hand, caught her wrist, and yanked her back. A quick trip of his foot sent her tumbling to the ground, where she cried out in pain. Ow! I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Big brother, please don't kill me. Lin Xian frowned. He had subdued her far too easily, encountering none of the resistance he'd expected. Yet he distinctly remembered this girl hurling Grandpa Li through the air during the night with apparent ease. His suspicions deepened as he noticed a faint trace of cunning flash in her tear-filled eyes. Instantly, his guard shot up. She's acting. Playing along, Lin Xian coldly rebuked, "You stole my food, then tried to ambush me? Is this how you repay the person who saved your life?" Sensing that Lin Xian didn't intend to kill her, the girl doubled down on her performance, her face flushed as she pleaded even more dramatically, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Please don't kill me." Pinned beneath him, the girl flailed wildly. Her short shorts revealed two smooth, bare legs kicking with all their might, struggling to escape. Chapter 24, The Dawn Project. Lin Xian firmly pinned the girl to the ground, preventing her from escaping easily. "Since you're awake, why are you pretending to sleep? What exactly is your purpose?" The girl struggled fiercely, stubbornly replying, I. Lin Xian's expression turned cold as he brought the blade across her line of sight. "Do you think I'll go easy on you just because you're a woman?" Seeing the steel blade glinting with a chilling light, the girl's eyes widened in shock. She immediately pleaded, "I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Let go of me. I can barely breathe." At this moment, her face was flushed red as she was subdued by him. Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't help but think, wasn't his girl the one who blasted through my door earlier? How does she suddenly have no strength to resist now? Just as he was pondering, the girl suddenly burst into tears. Ugh, please don't kill me. I'll do anything, as long as you spare me." Before the words even fully left her lips, the girl suddenly turned her head and sank her teeth into Lin Xian's ankle. Hiss. A sharp, piercing pain shot through him. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Damn it. This girl is as cunning as I suspected, ambushing me when I let my guard down. Enduring the pain, Lin Xian raised his blade and smacked her directly on the forehead. Bang. A crisp sound echoed as the girl let out a sharp cry of pain before fainting on the spot. Still pretending? Lin Xian was furious. At this point, he had no intention of showing any mercy. He went to the toolbox in the third carriage and pulled out a bundle of nylon cable ties. After tying up the girl's hands and feet securely, he finally felt a little more at ease. Leaning against the side of the carriage, he glanced at his ankle, where a bite mark stood out vividly. Fuck, am I going to turn into a zombie now? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the girl, with her head lowered, muttered angrily, "You're the zombie. Your whole family are zombies." Lin Xian's gaze turned cold. "What, not pretending to faint anymore? Speak up. What's your name? What's your purpose? Or you can choose to say nothing, and I'll throw you off the train right now." He drew a short blade, his tone icy, leaving no doubt that he meant every word. Clank, clank. The train moved steadily forward. The walkie-talkie remained silent, and Teacher Chen hadn't sent any updates, which meant the tracks ahead were clear. "My name is Kiki," the girl finally said. Her tone changed completely, from the innocent and soft, cutesy voice she had used earlier to a much colder and indifferent one. So it was all an act. How did you find me? What's your purpose? And why were you pretending to sleep this whole time? Don't make me keep asking questions, you should be well aware of your situation." Kiki, with her head still lowered, sighed suddenly. Tied up as she was, she struggled to sit up, glaring at Lin Xian. Despite her face being streaked with tears and her eyes still red, there wasn't a trace of grievance in her expression. Her ability to cry and switch emotions on a dime was honestly impressive. What else? That day, Weren't you the one waving a flag on the rooftop? A flag? Lin Xian frowned. Are you telling me you were in that helicopter? Of course, Kiki replied blankly, giving him a sidelong glance. Go on. Didn't you see? The helicopter crashed. And then? I had nowhere else to go. And? You peeked at my underwear. What? Lin Xian frowned deeply. Kiki bit her lip and muttered quietly, yes, I woke up the next day. But I didn't know who you were or where I was. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was you. Lin Xian's expression shifted. And so? And so I naturally assumed you were a pervert? Lin Xian interjected. So, the reason you pretended to be unconscious was to steal food and ambush me? Not exactly, Kiki said, looking aggrieved. I just wanted to escape, but I never got the chance. Lin Xian's expression shifted unpredictably before he finally spat out, fine. You think I'm some psycho holding you captive, right? Then go ahead. Leave. Lin Xian glanced at the setting sun outside and said bluntly, since you're so smart, I'm sure you'll figure out a way to survive out there. Judging by your background, why don't you just have your father come save you? His tone was icy, carrying a hint of probing intent. My dad's dead, Kiki replied flatly, her voice devoid of any sadness. The carriage fell silent for a moment. That has nothing to do with me, Lin Xian said, standing up decisively. Wait. I admit I initially wanted to run away, but now I realize I misunderstood you. Please, don't throw me off the train, okay? Kiki pleaded hurriedly. Lin Xian chuckled coldly. You didn't suddenly realize you misunderstood me. You just figured out you wouldn't survive out there. The girl was indeed clever, but Lin Xian remained calm and indifferent as he looked at her. Sorry, you're of no value to me. Hearing this, Kiki panicked and quickly blurted, wait, take me to Jinhai. My dad was the chairman of Linglong Group and a secondary investor in the Dawn Project. He had access to the Dawn Project's saturated rescue program, and after his death, that privilege passed to me. If you take me to Jinhai, someone will come to get me. Then, I can provide you with any supplies you need, or even arrange for you to become a third-class citizen under the Dawn Project, allowing you to move into the underground city. The orange glow of the setting sun filtered through the gridded armor of the third carriage, retreating across their bodies as the train moved forward. Lin Xian frowned as he listened to her words. He had indeed heard of the Dawn Project. During the initial stages of the apocalypse, countless versions of this plan had circulated online. Some claimed it was an official underground city project meant to help people survive the end times, while others said it was part of a rogue starship program designed to preserve the flame of human civilization. Speculation ran wild, accompanied by countless conspiracy theories, leaving the truth murky. Not interested, Lin Xian said flatly, his response completely contrary to Kiki's expectations. His tone remained as calm as water, and he directly rejected her offer. You don't believe me? Even if I did, I'm still not interested, Lin Xian replied firmly, his eyes cold as they bore into her. Not only am I uninterested, I find this conversation boring. You might as well jump off yourself, so I don't have to do it for you. Whether Kiki's words were true or not, Lin Xian genuinely didn't care. Compared to the so-called third-class citizenship in some underground city, he had far more faith in his own ability. As long as he made good use of his powers, his chances of survival were high. At least higher than being buried underground, where he might lose all sense of autonomy. Kiki's eyes flickered with panic under Lin Xian's indifferent gaze, though she quickly concealed her emotions and sneered at him. Why aren't you interested in the Dawn Project? Are you planning to rely on this train instead? Let me be blunt, your plan is ridiculously naive. Have you even thought this through? The outside world is already collapsing. Without maintenance engineers, the planetary rail network won't hold. 1/5 of the 320,000 kilometer track system is over oceans. What will you do if the tracks break? What if the train is damaged? What if supplies run out? What about storms, tsunamis, or earthquakes? Chapter 25, pleading not even 100 kilometers in, and you've already run into 2 groups trying to rob you. Do you think you'll always have such good luck? Besides, there are only 2 of you. That woman with you probably can't even handle a single zombie. What are you going to do when you run into a zombie horde? Do you have heating equipment? A radar system? After stopping, don't you need a sentry system for safety? A defense system? Transporting supplies might be easy, but what about transportation machinery? And another thing. Humans are fragile. With a global plague running rampant, what will you do if someone gets infected or sick? You'll need doctors and antibiotics, right? Long-term vitamin deficiencies mean you'll need vegetables and fruits. Do you have a medical system? Industrial exoskeletons? A repair system? Drone reconnaissance? And what if you encounter a glacier? Do you have an icebreaker shield? If you need to repair tracks, you'll need steel, small rail cars, and a track lifting system, right? Can you handle all of that? Honestly, your so-called infinite train project probably wouldn't last 1,000 kilometers before breaking down completely. It'll be game over, shut down, bye-bye. Kiki's voice grew more heated, her wide eyes glaring as her chest heaved in frustration. She clenched her neat little teeth over and over again. Hearing Lin Xian dismiss the Dawn project and stubbornly focus on running his train made her visibly agitated. Perhaps feeling cornered, her expression became serious. She glanced at the blade above her head, speaking urgently. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Instead of getting angry, his eyes lit up with increasing interest. Wait. Slow down. Sentry systems, defense systems, radar systems, transport machinery, medical systems, industrial exoskeletons, repair systems, drone reconnaissance. What else? His curiosity was piqued. Suddenly, he felt that her words had given him a lot of inspiration for his mechanical abilities. Kiki's mouth hung slightly open, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. She had poured cold water all over his proud plans, criticizing them from start to finish. But instead of flying into a rage, Lin Xian seemed genuinely excited, as though he were planning to follow her suggestions. Did you even understand what I said? Kiki shouted, exasperated. Of course I did. You're saying I need to prepare these systems to make my train faster and more reliable. Lin Xian replied with utmost seriousness. Were you also going to suggest installing railguns and unified mecha systems on the train if necessary? That's it? Nothing more? Alright then, goodbye. Lin Xian's face suddenly turned cold, his demeanor shifting so quickly that it was utterly unfeeling. Hey. Seeing Lin Xian rise and prepare to throw her off the train again, Kiki finally lost all composure. She looked up at him in panic, her face full of desperation. Big brother. Can't we discuss this? Fine, I'll do it. I'll be like that woman and let you sleep with me. Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. What did you just say? Kiki's eyes darted nervously as she stammered, but you'd have to wait a few months until I turn 16. Otherwise, it'd be harassment of a minor. Sorry, you've got no chest and no ass. Not my type, Lin Xian said with a straight face. You? The Infinite barreled down the Jianghu Railway, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, its streamlined form exuding a sleek mechanical elegance. Inside the third carriage, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Clank. The sound of the hydraulic liftgate rang out. Fuming, Lin Xian stomped over and opened the hydraulic tailgate mid-journey. Without hesitation, he grabbed Kiki like a chick by the scruff of her neck and hauled her to the back of the carriage. The wilderness should be safer than the city. Good luck, he said coldly, preparing to toss her off. Wait. Kiki screamed in terror, completely helpless in his grip. Her face turned pale as she cried out in desperation, handsome guy. What kind of terms do you want? We can negotiate. Lin Xian loosened his grip, his expression cold as ice as he stared at her. You think you're valuable to my team? You stole food, ambushed me, and I didn't kill you outright. That's already more mercy than you deserve. Though he said this, throwing her off the train at this moment would essentially be sending her to her death. But that didn't concern Lin Xian in the slightest. I am valuable. Kiki's wide eyes sparkled with desperation. Didn't I tell you about my identity? Keeping me around could get you lots of supplies. I already said, Lin Xian replied with a chilling smile, his tone utterly unmoved. I have no interest in your suggestions. I'm telling the truth. I don't need it. Goodbye. Lin Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath, his patience completely gone. Activating his mechanical heart, he instantly commanded the Infinite to begin slowing down. Screech! It didn't take long before the train slowly came to a halt. Lin Xian, his face dark, forced Kiki to retreat step by step toward the door. Get off, he said coldly. Kiki froze when she realized Lin Xian had actually stopped the train. Finally scared, her big eyes filled with tears as she glared at him with resentment. She struggled internally for a moment before turning around with a stubborn expression. But as she reached the edge of the carriage, she suddenly stopped, turned back, and looked at Lin Xian with panic in her eyes. Biting her lip, she asked, Are you testing me? Lin Xian frowned. What are you talking about? Kiki's gaze turned icy. You're testing my ability, aren't you? Lin Xian's pupils contracted slightly, but he remained silent. Seeing his lack of response, Kiki's expression suddenly softened. The fear in her eyes was replaced by a sly glimmer, and she looked at him with intrigue. Despite the tears still on her face, she let out a sly laugh. If you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it right from the start. You're just testing me, aren't you?" The young girl, as if realizing something, perked up and walked directly in front of Lin Xian. Tilting her chin slightly, she looked at him with pride, refusing to back down. "You know I have abilities, don't you?" "Do you?" Lin Xian asked with a faint smile. "Of course I do," Kiki replied seriously. "You know I survived a helicopter crash and managed to reach your shelter unscathed in the dead of night. My ability must be powerful, strong enough to fend off the night's monsters and giant bugs. That's why you're curious about me, cautious even. You pretended to throw me off the train just to test me, right?" Lin Xian silently observed the girl in front of him, who looked no older than 15 or 16. His expression remained calm, but his mind was racing. She had guessed correctly. If it had been anyone else, he would have killed them without hesitation. That night, when the girl had called for help, Lin Xian hadn't intended to respond at all. The fact that she had managed to survive the monster-filled night and make her way to his shelter was beyond comprehension. The shockwaves from that night had left a deep impression on him. If the girl hadn't displayed her powerful ability by breaking through his door, he never would have risked taking her onto the train. But now, seeing that the girl hadn't immediately used her ability to fight back, Lin Xian was even more perplexed. While he had no interest in a flat-chested little girl or the so-called Dawn Project, Kiki's sudden display of power that night intrigued him deeply. Of course, there was also a trace of wariness. That's why he hadn't gone straight for the kill. He was deliberately testing her, trying to figure out her intentions and why she was pretending to be clueless about her own ability. At this thought, Lin Xian's tone turned cold, and the casual smile he'd been wearing disappeared. "Weren't you testing me too?" "What? What do you mean?" Kiki's smile froze at his words. "You first pretended to be innocent, trying to see if I was some pervert who'd take advantage of you. When that didn't work, you shifted tactics, offering benefits to negotiate with me. Let's be honest, you were testing my limits because you were afraid I'd harm you." Lin Xian slowly pulled out a short knife, his face emotionless. "Well, let me tell you, my limit is right here." With that, his expression darkened, and he suddenly lunged at Kiki with the knife, fully intending to end her life in one strike. Kiki's face turned pale, her pupil shrinking in terror. Backed into a corner with nowhere to run, she shut her eyes tightly and raised her hands to shield her face, crying out in panic, "Stop! Stop! I was wrong. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Shhhk." The surroundings fell silent. For a moment, Kiki felt as though even her breathing had stopped. She cautiously opened her eyes and saw the cold blade hovering just inches from her face. Lin Xian's face was icy and unreadable. He had put his full strength into that strike, even secretly activating his wind cannon ability. Yet, at the brink of death, the girl hadn't used any ability to counterattack. This puzzled him deeply. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, Lin Xian stopped his hand. "Speak," he demanded coldly. Chapter 26, Testing Each Other After the Plane Crash. "I don't even know how I survived. I just kept heading toward your house. I knew I had an ability, but I didn't know how to use it. Then that day, when I woke up, I discovered. Lin Xian shot her a sharp glare, making Kiki shiver in fright. She whimpered tearfully, "I heard you rescued that Chen lady and said something about wanting to sleep with her, then mentioned the Infinite Train Project. It all sounded so sketchy. So, I thought you were one of those scumbags taking advantage of the apocalypse to deceive women, so." Lin Xian looked at her coldly. "So you were afraid that asking for help would land you in a wolf's den? So, you pretended to be unconscious and then tried to ambush me?" Kiki nodded, then quickly shook her head. With the cold blade before her, she averted her eyes nervously and stammered, I wasn't trying to ambush you. I was desperate. But think about it, I just survived a disaster, woke up, and saw you plotting something against me. Of course, I was scared. In this apocalyptic world, it's better to be safe than sorry." Both Lin Xian and Kiki had that mindset. After waking up, she initially wanted to talk with Lin Xian, but ended up misinterpreting his intentions. She mistook him for a complete pervert, and in a panic, decided to keep pretending to be unconscious, searching for an opportunity to escape. But when Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan stepped off the train, before she could finish half a piece of bread, Lin Xian, armed with his mechanical heart ability, caught her red-handed. "Well then," Lin Xian suddenly said, "if you don't even know how to use your ability, keeping you around is pointless, isn't it?" His statement was chillingly logical. As he spoke, the short knife in his hand inched closer to Kiki's neck. Her face turned pale, and she shut her eyes tightly. Wait. Don't be rash, let's talk this through." Kiki peeked open one eye, catching a glimpse of Lin Xian's fierce expression. She immediately closed again and blurted out, "Don't kill me. If you keep me alive, My ability could be useful in a dangerous situation. Besides, my life is already in your hands, isn't it? Hearing this, Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. Seeing the honesty in her eyes, he relaxed slightly. Life and death were at stake. If Kiki really understood how to use such a powerful ability, would she allow herself to be threatened like this? This realization made Lin Xian exhale deeply. Fair point. Clang, the wheels of the infinite train began to roll again. Kiki saw Lin Xian put away the knife, and the tension in her chest finally eased. She looked at him and asked cautiously, "So, are we good now?" "Good?" Lin Xian smirked to himself. This girl was truly unpredictable. He gave her a meaningful look. "I'll think about it." Okay. Kiki's expression shifted from panic to relief. "Keep me around, I can really help you." But before Kiki could celebrate, Lin Xian suddenly grabbed her by the collar and, with a strange smile, started dragging her toward the first carriage. Caught off guard, Kiki panicked. "Hey! What are you doing?" "Guess." Lin Xian's tone was cryptic. Alarmed, Kiki stammered, Hey. I said we're good now. I was wrong. I didn't mean to harm you, don't bully me." "I don't think so." "Wait. I'm not even an adult yet." "Doesn't matter." Wait. "Actually, I'm a guy. Look, I don't even have, anything. I'm not your type, and you already have that other woman. Just leave me alone. I'm not picky." "Oh right, I have an ability, remember? If I accidentally use it and hurt you, what then? If that happens, you should thank me for helping you unlock your power." In the first carriage, Lin Xian tied up Kiki's hands and feet with 2 extra ropes, securely binding her in a classic hogtie and tossing her onto the sofa. He declared loudly, "You reminded me, if your ability activates during danger, I can just use you as a shield. And since you've already pulled the stunt of untying yourself to attack me, I had no choice but to add extra layers to prevent any funny business. You're despicable. You bastard." Kiki struggled against the ropes. Lin Xian picked up a roll of smelly socks and held it up. "If you keep yapping, don't blame me for stuffing this into your mouth." Kiki was absolutely fuming, her face alternating between red and pale. While she was slightly relieved that Lin Xian didn't have any actual intent to bully her, the fact that he tied her up to use her as a human shield was utterly disgusting and vile. But now, she was under his roof and couldn't outmatch him. Seeing him holding those stinky socks, she decided to stay quiet. However, she glared at him with eyes burning with fury, secretly vowing to get back at him when the chance came. "If you keep glaring, you can spend the night sleeping with the zombies," Lin Xian said coldly, noticing her defiance. Hearing the word zombies, Kiki instinctively shrank back, cowering under his imposing threat. She remained silent for a long time before finally muttering, her voice barely audible, "Why are you so mean? What if I need to go to the bathroom?" Lin Xian suddenly chuckled. "Why don't you tell me how you managed these past 3 days without food, or bathroom breaks? That night, you weren't here. I waited until that lady fell asleep, then got up to eat and use the bathroom. And last night?" Kiki shot him a glare, her eyes shifting evasively. "Last night you were so exhausted. I waited until you both fell asleep, then got up." Lin Xian frowned. "So, if I hadn't caught you, you would have kept playing dead indefinitely?" "Not exactly," Kiki admitted hesitantly. "I was planning to confess today, but then I got hungry, and since you both were gone." Lin Xian. At 6:45 p.m., the sun dipped below the horizon, and night blanketed the sky. The infinite train came to a slow halt on a railway bridge spanning a mountain ravine. After leaving Yushan Station, the train had been racing for nearly 2 hours, save for a brief stop. Now, the entire train radiated residual heat, only to have its temperature plummet under the intensifying snowfall. The temperature had dropped to -3 degrees, and frost had begun to form on the carriage windows as the snowstorm swept in. Chen Sixuan lowered all the blackout shades and closed the door to the driver's cabin. Outside the train, the dark valley stretched endlessly, with only faint mountain outlines visible against the night. Inside the first carriage, Chen Sixuan cast a peculiar glance at the hog-tied Kiki. "She's been pretending to sleep this whole time?" "Exactly," Lin Xian replied, giving her a look. "We both let our guard down. Last night, she got a live broadcast of everything." "I did not." Kiki's face flushed red as she retorted, I kept my eyes shut the whole time. I didn't see anything." Chen Sixuan's face instantly turned crimson. If it had just been her and Lin Xian, no matter how embarrassing, she would have brushed it off as a bit of post-apocalyptic warmth. But with a third person there, and being caught, she felt utterly mortified, even as her moral compass had been warped by the apocalypse. Biting her lip in frustration, she glared at Kiki and asked angrily, "Why did you pretend to sleep?" If we hadn't taken care of you these past 2 days, you'd already be dead. Kiki shot Lin Xian a strange look. I just misunderstood this bad guy, that's all. Chapter 27, Giant Centipede. Oh, really? Lin Xian chuckled. Feeling reassured now? Kiki averted her gaze, muttering, didn't I already say we're good now? She suddenly turned to Chen Sixuan, speaking in a soft, pleading tone, Miss Chen, thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days. Can you help untie me? It's so uncomfortable like this. Really? I don't see how it's bothering you. Chen Sixuan snorted. You slept quite soundly these past 2 days while tied up. Though gentle by nature, Chen Sixuan wasn't without her limits. Kiki's stunt had scared her, and she wasn't in the mood to indulge her. Kiki was momentarily speechless, then shot an annoyed look at Lin Xian. Hey, you're not seriously planning to keep me tied up like this, are you? What if a monster shows up? Lin Xian's expression remained indifferent. This is punishment for stealing food. If you want me to untie you, show me what you can do. If your ability isn't helpful, you're off the train. Kiki huffed in frustration, stealing a nervous glance at him before curling up on the sofa. Fine, I was wrong, okay? If I have any ability, I'll use it to help. Just don't kick me off the train. Good. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He left it at that and got up to head to the driver's cabin, leaving Chen Sixuan to keep an eye on her. Lin Xian took out the guns he had scavenged from the Oasis convoy, shaking his head as he examined them. One of the axe even had a bent barrel. Judging by how the group had run out of bullets and likely used their guns as firewood sticks, it was no surprise they had been completely wiped out. What kind of monster could annihilate them so thoroughly? Devour progress, 5%, with no bullets and a warped barrel. Lin Xian decided to feed the gun to his mechanical devour ability and see if there was any value to it. Devour successful. Mechanical core points +2. Mechanical devour skill proficiency +1, devour successful. Mechanical core points +1. Mechanical devour skill proficiency +1. That's it? This was a gun. Staring at the notifications on his interface, Lin Xian felt his patience wearing thin. Axe aren't firewood. Damn it. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he sensed something. From the quiet floor of the carriage, a faint but distinct tremor came through the tracks. Clack. 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 The sound was rhythmic, like countless iron chains sliding along the rails, steady, yet heavy and deliberate. What's wrong? Chen Sixuan asked as Lin Xian stepped into the carriage. SHH. Lin Xian gestured for silence. Something's approaching, he said in a low voice, motioning for them to stay still. He quickly turned off the lights in the carriage, plunging them into darkness. Squatting down, he pressed his hand against the train floor, activating his mechanical heart ability to merge with the train and assess the situation outside. Chen Sixuan frowned. She walked to the bedside window, carefully lifting the blackout shade just enough to peek outside. Her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. From her reaction, Kiki's face grew tense as well. Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan whispered, lightly tapping his shoulder in the dark. Lin Xian rose and joined her at the window. Peering through the gap, he froze. What he saw left him utterly stunned. By the dim light of the night, Lin Xian could make out a massive black shadow climbing the iron bridge supports near the rear carriages. Its countless legs clinked rhythmically against the bridge's pillars and tracks, producing a metallic scraping sound. Two long, slender antennae swayed ominously in the dark. That giant insect? Lin Xian's heart sank. How was this thing still following him? From Zhong City's freight hub to Yushan Station, he had driven at least 100 or 200 kilometers during the day, yet this creature had kept up. Was it targeting him specifically? As the shadow drew closer to the rear of the third carriage, Lin Xian's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he activated his mechanical heart, pushing both the Whale 03E and Huangsing 7F locomotives to roar at full power. Run. That was his only thought. This massive centipede was just as terrifying as the pale white giant they had faced earlier. Regular armor would stand no chance against it. While the infinite train was fortified with rolled steel and high-hardness tungsten alloy used in tank armor, much stronger than the freezer doors from before, Lin Xian didn't dare gamble. Instead of waiting to be torn apart, it was better to let the train's combined power and weight charge forward. Whoom! The sudden acceleration threw both Chen Sixuan and Kiki off balance. The carriage lights flickered on as the engines roared louder than ever. Ms. Chen, to the driver's cabin. Lin Xian shouted, drawing his short blade. Chen Sixuan, her heart pounding, steadied herself before rushing unsteadily toward the cabin. Screech! The abrupt motion of the infinite train enraged the crimson centipede. A piercing shriek echoed through the canyon before the train was slammed violently from behind. Bang! The sheer force tilted the entire third carriage, causing the entire train to shudder. Sparks flew from the wheels, filling the air with a screeching wail of grinding metal. Not good. Lin's Yan hissed, tightening his grip on his blade as he dashed toward the third carriage. Meanwhile, Kiki, still tied up, screamed, "Hey! You bastard! Untie me already!" Clack 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 clack. Following Lin's Yan's commands, the blackout shades of all the carriages rolled up simultaneously, flooding the interiors with the eerie night glow. Lin's Yan rushed to the third carriage, where he spotted the massive crimson shadow clinging to one side of the train. Clang! 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 The centipede was unnervingly fast, its legs functioning like mechanical claws that allowed it to scale the train with ease. The immense weight caused the roof of the third carriage to creak and groan ominously. Lin's Yan's scalp prickled. This thing was far quicker than he had anticipated, it was impossible to shake off. Realizing it might try to reach the engine and derail the train, he decisively lowered the hydraulic tailgate at the rear of the train. But as it descended a third of the way, it jammed. Glancing outside, Lin's Yan saw the centipede's segmented body sliding rapidly toward the obstruction. Damn it! Without hesitation, he aimed his wind cannon at the insect's abdomen and fired. Thump! The powerful blast struck directly, emitting a harsh metallic echo. The impact severed one of the creature's hundreds of legs, sending it flying, but caused no significant damage. The attack, however, drew the centipede's attention. It scuttled rapidly onto the roof of the carriage. As the tailgate remained stuck, the centipede curled its tail upward, revealing several massive stingers over a meter long. With a sharp motion, the stingers converged and thrust violently at the steel tailgate. Chapter 28, Chen Sixuan's Decisiveness Bang. A tremendous force struck the steel hydraulic ramp, denting it inward with a massive bulge. Lin's Yan's heart pounded, this insect's strength was terrifyingly immense. At this rate, the armor would be punctured sooner or later. Thump thump thump. The front half of the giant insect had already climbed onto Car 2. Seeing this, Kiki hopped over to Car 2. With a swift kick, she uncovered a small utility knife hidden in the corner of the waterproof bag. So this was how she had secretly cut herself free earlier. Lin's Yan glanced at her but had no time to bother with her right now. King. King. At the same time, a sharp gnawing sound echoed from the roof, producing a horrifying metallic tearing noise. Lin's Yan was enraged, fearing the insect would chew through the carriage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a relentless barrage of wind cannon shots at the insect's white, soft underbelly. Puff. 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 The rampaging wind cannon finally showed some effect, shattering several pieces of the insect's soft underbelly. The powerful impact even blasted open a blood-red hole, sending dark green insect blood spurting out. The insect screeched in pain, swiftly retracting its stinger, only to coil it up and aim once more at the already dented hydraulic ramp. Run! Lin's Yan's pupils contracted, he knew the ramp wouldn't hold much longer. He turned and shouted at Kiki. Boom! The massive stinger pierced straight through the ramp and into the carriage. At that moment, Kiki was crouching on the ground, anxiously cutting the nylon cable ties around her feet with the small knife. Hearing Lin's Yan's shout, she looked up, only to see countless shattered steel fragments flying toward her like bullets. She froze, her pupils dilating rapidly. Lin's Yan saw that she wasn't dodging and felt a sinking dread. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly appeared in Kiki's field of vision, accompanied by a rapidly forming ice wall. Lin's Yan had already thrown himself in front of her, swinging his hand. Puff! Puff! The azure ice wall had barely solidified when several black steel shards embedded deeply into it, sending ice shards scattering everywhere. Kiki let out a soft cry as Lin's Yan pulled her into his arms, dodging to the side. Kiki was pressed down hard. The ropes binding her hands and feet snapped apart. Looking at Lin's Yan, who was sprawled over her, she seemed a little flustered. Hey, jerk, are you okay? Lin's Yan struggled to his feet, glaring at her with a fierce expression. If you don't help, we're all dead. I'll try. In her panic, Kiki quickly stood up, gritted her teeth, and waved her hands, shouting, hey. However, nothing happened. Lin's Yan's eyes widened. He was about to curse when Kiki's face suddenly changed. She pointed toward Car 3 and screamed, look out. The giant insect, having pierced through the ramp, seemed to have found an entry point. After wildly thrashing inside with its stinger, it retracted. Then, with a sudden shift, two crimson tentacles reached through the hole in the ramp. At that moment, both Lin's Yan and Kiki saw its gaping maw filled with massive pincers. King. King. The giant insect didn't give Lin's Yan even a second to breathe, immediately gnawing at the damaged ramp. If this thing got inside, all three of them would be dead today. Without hesitation, Lin's Yan got up and fired two wind cannons directly at the creature's maw. Boom boom. Blood and flesh erupted, The insect's mouth was blown open, dark green blood spraying everywhere as it let out an ear-splitting screech that made everyone's scalp tingle. Reeling from the pain, the insect's lower half hooked onto a row of iron fence posts beside the railway. With the immense traction force of the accelerating infinite train, it was almost pulled off the carriage. However, the insect's limbs clamped tightly onto car 3, causing the train's speed to plummet sharply. The resulting inertia sent everyone stumbling. Ah! Inside the cockpit, Chen Sixuan nearly slammed into the control panel from the sudden deceleration. Looking back, she saw a massive insect clinging desperately to car 3. She immediately shouted at Lin Xian, "Hold on. There's a turn ahead." Hearing this, Lin Xian grabbed Kiki by the waist and clung to the door handle of car 3 while activating mechanical heart to slow the train down. If they were going too fast, the train could derail. He had to reduce speed. Clang clang clang. The insect's lower body was getting caught on more and more iron fences. Its clawed feet left deep gouges on the carriage, sparks flying. Meanwhile, the red centipede-like creature screeched incessantly. As the train entered the curve, the centrifugal force flung the insect's lower body into more fence posts. Unable to withstand the pull of the train, it finally let out a shriek and tumbled off the roof of car 3, rolling down the embankment. Clang! Clang! The carriage fell silent once more. That was close. Seeing they had shaken off the insect, Lin Xian finally exhaled. His back was drenched in cold sweat. "Are you two okay?" Chen Sixuan called out. "We're fine," Lin Xian replied. Just as he was about to get off Kiki, a roar suddenly came from the left side of the train. Kiki immediately screamed, "Look out! It's coming again!" Boom! A red blur slammed into the side of the train with a thunderous impact, tilting the entire carriage. One of the iron wheels lifted off the tracks, letting out a piercing metallic screech. Lin Xian was caught off guard and was flung away by the shockwave, tumbling through the air. Just when he thought car 3 was going to derail and he himself would crash into the carriage, an invisible force suddenly grabbed him midair, stopping his fall. Lin Xian was stunned. Turning his head, he saw Kiki sitting up, reaching a hand toward him. Her panicked expression was mixed with a faint white glow in her eyes. Then, the invisible force pulled car 3 back onto the tracks. Clang! Clang! The wheels locked back in place. Lin Xian was shocked. This was Kiki's ability, she could lift an entire train carriage? Before he could process this, the giant insect climbed up the train again, its massive pincer jaw biting down onto the armored plating. "You fucking bastard, you just won't quit." Lin Xian. Ahead, Chen Sixuan's gaze was sharp as she shouted, "Speed up. There's a 3-kilometer-long tunnel ahead at Beiwang Station." Lin Xian's heart pounded. He immediately understood Chen Sixuan's plan and activated mechanical heart to accelerate, lowering the hydraulic ramp even further. "That crazy girl. Who are you calling crazy?" Kiki fumed. Lin Xian grabbed the tow hook and said grimly, "Use your ability to tie that beast up." Kiki hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Xian's serious expression, she knew it was life or death. She clenched her fists and said, "Got it." She focused, recalling the sensation from before, and lifted her hands. Whoosh! The invisible force reappeared, yanking the tow hook out of Lin Xian's grip and quickly wrapping around the insect's tail. Screech! The insect struggled fiercely, causing the winch engine to whine and spew black smoke. "Don't let it escape!" Lin Xian shouted. "Lin Xian, watch out!" A dark tunnel loomed ahead, lit by the train's orange headlights. The insect screeched in terror, but it was trapped. Full speed ahead. Lin Xian grabbed Kiki and leaped into car 2 as the train charged into the tunnel, dragging the monstrous centipede in with it. Boom! The gas turbine engine and electric locomotive roared in unison, accelerating forward. The front carriages surged into the tunnel, while a thunderous crash erupted from the rear. The red centipede-like creature slammed straight into the tunnel wall, causing car 3 to derail momentarily. The impact sent the other side of the carriage smashing into the tunnel wall, sparks flying, glass shattering. Screech! The giant insect let out an agonized screech, its countless legs thrashing wildly, trying to break free. But the train's momentum had already dragged it in. With the massive weight of the carriage pressing down, its thick, armored exoskeleton scraped against the tunnel walls, producing a horrendous grinding sound. Meanwhile, Kiki, pinned beneath Lin Xian, was clenching her teeth hard, bloodshot veins surfacing in her eyes. She lifted her hands, holding the tow hook tightly around the giant insect's tail, refusing to let it escape. SSSSSHHH. Crack. Crack. The carriage interior reverberated with a series of earth-shattering tremors and gut-wrenching screeches. 3 kilometers inside a tunnel, it felt like an eternity. Then, all of a sudden, the deafening noise ceased. Amidst the lingering metallic groans, car 3 was finally pulled back onto the tracks. Chapter 29, The Insect Corpse. Clang. Clang. The carriage returned to silence once again. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and looked up, only to see the massive pincers still embedded in the armored grating. His heart sank. Quickly turning around, he spotted the metal tow hook dragging the severed rear half of the giant insect along the tracks, leaving a gruesome trail. The tail was already shattered into pieces, blood and flesh strewn about. Is it dead? At that moment, Kiki finally released her hands and jerked her head upward. However, the abrupt movement caused her forehead to slam directly into Lin Xian's chin. Thud. The crisp sound echoed inside the carriage. Ouch! Kiki cried out, clutching her head instinctively with both hands. Damn! Lin Xian grimaced in pain, holding his jaw and groaning through gritted teeth. Neither of them had time to confirm whether the giant insect was truly dead as they both clutched their respective injuries, crying out in pain. That hurt, you jerk. Kiki glared at him angrily. Is your head made of steel? Lin Xian retorted furiously. Despite the brief spat, Lin Xian forced himself to ignore her and stood up, his gaze fixed on the motionless insect corpse outside the carriage. Half his tension eased as he began slowing the train. Cautiously, he picked up a blade and moved toward the rear of the train. Peering out, he saw the insect's body clinging to the side of the train. Its torso had been ground down to a thin layer of flesh and countless legs, with half its corpse severed and hanging from the tow hook. Eek! Lin Xian gently brought the infinite train to a stop. It's really dead! Kiki exclaimed as Lin Xian stopped the train. Rubbing her head, she eagerly rushed over. But as soon as she saw the shattered insect remain scattered across the ground, her face turned green. Covering her mouth, she dry heaved. Ugh, that's disgusting. Lin Xian turned to look at Kiki, his gaze wary. To his surprise, blood began to trickle from Kiki's nostrils. She didn't seem to notice, wiping it away carelessly and tilting her head with a smug expression. See? I told you keeping me around would be useful. You figured out how to use your ability? I think so. When? Just now, when I was saving you. Kiki blinked at him. See? I told you I'm a good person. As she spoke, a fresh stream of blood dripped from her nose, and her face turned unnaturally pale. But it's weird. Using it makes my head hurt and feel all woozy. Lin Xian realized her energy was completely drained. Growing serious, he looked around for something useful. Finding a towel, he tossed it to Kiki. Wipe the blood off your face. Is everyone okay? Chen Sixuan ran over with a look of lingering fear. When she saw the carnage in the third carriage, she immediately covered her mouth, gagging. The insect's corpse exuded a nauseating stench. Even the strongest-willed person couldn't help but frown. Lin Xian glanced at Chen Sixuan. He had to admit, the teacher was much sharper than he'd initially thought. In the face of danger, it was her quick thinking that led to their survival. We owe you for this, Lin Xian said earnestly. Chen Sixuan avoided his gaze, a little embarrassed. It wasn't really me. Of course it was. Without your idea, I wouldn't have known how to handle that monster, Lin Xian said bluntly. Hey. Kiki placed her hands on her hips, glaring in frustration. Why isn't anyone thanking me? As she spoke, another trickle of blood ran down her nose. Lin Xian frowned, noticing her unhealthy pallor. How are you feeling? He asked. Before she could finish, Kiki's eyes fluttered shut. Her body swayed, and she collapsed toward Lin Xian. Her face pressed against his chest as she lost consciousness, her hand grabbing his arm weakly. Don't leave me behind, she murmured faintly before passing out. Lin Xian's expression softened. Looking at the unconscious Kiki, his tense heart finally eased a little. Seems like she knows her situation. When it matters, she can be reliable. With this thought, Lin Xian let go of some of his suspicions toward her. He exchanged a glance with Chen Sixuan. Watch over her. I'm going to check the situation. If it's safe, we'll stay here until dawn. Okay. Chen Sixuan nodded uneasily, her gaze flicking between the wreckage of the third carriage and the dark wilderness outside. Lin Xian grabbed a flashlight from the toolbox in the carriage, jumping off the train through the rear ramp. Frowning at the insect's shattered remains, he inspected the scene closely. He soon returned, hauling out a small winch. Using it, he pried the insect's massive pincers out of the armored grating. The remaining torso fell from the side of the train. Lin Xian then moved to the back, unhooked the severed tail, and reeled the hook back onto the train. This'll need some fixing. Lin Xian gazed at the aftermath in the third carriage, his expression heavy. As that brat said, this train needs weapons and a defense system. Speed alone isn't enough. If it hadn't been for Chen Sixuan's quick thinking, Lin Xian truly wouldn't have known how to handle tonight's chaos. His wind cannon could rival the power of firearms at close range, but its effectiveness dropped drastically at a distance. Against thick-skinned monsters like the pale giant or tonight's red insect, Conventional weapons were practically useless. Just as Lin Xian finished clearing the wreckage and prepared to head back to the train, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, as if something was stirring underground. In an instant, a faint rustling reached his ears. Flashlight in hand, he aimed it toward the massive insect corpse beside the train. Black smoke was pouring out of it, but instead of dissipating into the air, the smoke seemed to be drawn underground by some mysterious force. Lin Xian frowned and stepped forward cautiously. The rustling grew louder, turning into what sounded like the cries and wails of countless people, sending chills down his spine. What the hell is that? Startled, Lin Xian jumped back several steps, distancing himself from the black smoke. As he retreated, the terrifying wails faded back into a faint rustle. Within seconds, the black smoke completely disappeared, leaving only the rotting corpse of the insect, its stench hanging in the air. Did I imagine that? Lin Xian stared in shock. When he had been near the black smoke, he was certain he'd heard the cries of humans, as though the victims swallowed by the creature were screaming in unison. It was disturbingly eerie. Returning to the train, Lin Xian attempted to raise the rear ramp. Though the train's body was damaged in several places, the hydraulic lift for the ramp was thankfully still functional. Activating his mechanical heart, Lin Xian raised the ramp, then looked over the mess in the third carriage. Tools were scattered everywhere, including the welder, small winch, and even his motorcycle. These items were essential. Repairing them would be difficult and time-consuming if they were damaged. Lin Xian's mechanical repair and manufacturing abilities were intertwined, requiring both materials and significant time investment. After the intense battle, he was utterly drained. Thankfully, this remote wilderness hadn't attracted a zombie horde despite all the commotion, allowing him a moment's respite. He glanced at the time, 9:15 p.m. The battle and escape from the giant insect had lasted over 2 hours. How is everything? Chen Sixuan rose as Lin Xian closed the door behind him. For now, we're safe. Lin Xian grabbed a bottle of water from the storage rack and downed a third of it in one go. As his gaze swept across the carriage, he noticed the young girl had fallen asleep on the couch, supported by Chen Sixuan. It was clear that while her newly awakened ability was powerful, it also drained her energy at an alarming rate. Lin Xian's expression turned complicated. Though he had just saved her life and they had fought side by side, he couldn't help but be wary of the girl's cunning nature. Now that she had awakened an ability, Lin Xian wasn't confident he could best her in a confrontation. The thought troubled him. Are you injured? Chen Sixuan asked, noticing the blood on Lin Xian's hands and face. Just scratches. Lin Xian sighed, then turned to Chen Sixuan. We've covered a lot of ground tonight. Tomorrow, depending on the situation, I plan to stop at Beiwang Station to rest. Chen Sixuan nodded. Beiwang town is small. It shouldn't be too complicated there. After Beiwang, the next major city is Yubai City. That's where we'll properly enter the planetary orbital rail. The conditions. She hesitated. Initially, she'd intended to say the conditions might improve, but now she wasn't so sure. After all, they'd been lucky not to encounter rubble or broken tracks so far. Who knew if the road ahead would be better, or worse? Chapter 30, Unexpected Gains in the Dark of Night. The infinite train rested silently on the tracks in the valley, like a mechanical behemoth. Inside the third carriage, Lin Xian's eyes glowed faintly as he activated his mechanical repair skill, focusing on the rear ramp and side armor. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan busied herself disinfecting the wounds on Lin Xian's hands and face using a first aid kit they had scavenged from the Oasis convoy. Lin Xian suddenly paused, his pupils filled with shock as he stared at the light screen in front of him. His attributes and skill proficiencies had made a significant leap. Current mechanical heart level, level 1, 310 out of 500, note. Leveling up the mechanical heart grants special skill rewards. At level 3, level 6, and level 9, it unlocks a mysterious awakening. Basic attributes: strength, level 1, 47 out of 50 speed, level 1, 16 out of 50 defense, level 0, 28 out of 30. Current basic skills: mechanical devour, level 2, 8 out of 500 mechanical manufacturing, level 1, 112 out of 300 mechanical scan, passive, mechanical repair, passive. Mechanical operation, passive. Special skills: wind cannon, level 1, 66 out of 100. Ice shield, level 1, 18 out of 100. How did my attributes increase without devouring machinery? Lin Xian muttered, perplexed. After the battle, his wind cannon had jumped from 25 to 66 proficiency, while ice shield, which had previously gained 5 points after his fight with Li Wei, had now increased by 12. While it made sense that fighting stronger enemies yielded more gains, the unexpected rise in his basic attributes puzzled him. Previously, attribute increases were rewards gained exclusively through mechanical devour. Yet tonight, his strength had risen by 14 points, speed by 7 points, and defense by 8 points, a gain equivalent to devouring 4 large freezers. What's going on? Both surprised and delighted, Lin Xian mulled over this anomaly. I've killed so many zombies before, but they've never increased my attributes. He sank into deep thought. Could it be that killing these eerie entities grants ability enhancements? This seemed like the most plausible explanation. He recalled the black centipede on Grand Poli, the white humanoid giant in the furniture store, and now the massive red insect. He hadn't been the one to kill the first two but had finally dealt the killing blow tonight. Letting out a sigh, Lin Xian decided not to overthink it. Gains were better than nothing. From his current attributes, both strength and defense were close to leveling up, a concrete improvement that significantly boosted his combat prowess. Far away, hundreds of kilometers from the valley, the city of Zhong was plunged into polar night. In the darkness, the city's streets and corners teemed with zombies and eerie entities. The radio waves had gone silent. High above, within the enormous cloud cover, a colossal floating corpse trembled. The clouds dispersed, revealing its massive form, like a mountain blotting out the stars. Suddenly, the zombies throughout the city grew agitated, and countless hidden creatures began howling. Black blood mist was forcibly drawn from their bodies, coalescing under a strange gravitational pull. As if the heavens had flipped, the zombies collapsed en masse, falling like grain in a harvested field. A suffocating deathly aura enveloped the entire city. Then, the continent-sized floating corpse slowly turned eastward and began to move. After a night of repairs, Lin Xian had restored most of the damage to the third carriage. He patched the broken sections with steel plates, rendering the carriage functional once more. Exhaustion had taken its toll, and when he finally opened his eyes again, it was to Chen Sixuan calling him awake. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Opening his eyes, he saw Chen Sixuan's bright, excited gaze. It's daylight, she exclaimed, grabbing his hand and pointing to his watch. Look. Lin Xian focused his gaze, feeling the sunlight streaming through the window. His watch read 16:26, an hour and a half earlier than expected. His eyes widened, and the grogginess vanished instantly. How far did we travel last night? He asked Chen Sixuan. Over 400 kilometers. If the odometer is accurate, we're only about 50 kilometers from Beiwang town. Lin Xian turned toward the nearby couch and noticed Kiki, already awake, sitting cross-legged with a cheerful grin. She waved at him. You're better now? Lin Xian asked. Yep. After a good night's sleep, I feel great. Kiki beamed, full of energy. Lin Xian frowned and muttered, I think I forgot to tie you up. Kiki's face instantly darkened, and she tensed up. Hey. I saved your life yesterday. You're still thinking of tying me up? No need to tie you up, Lin Xian replied seriously. Considering your performance last night, I'll let the food theft slide. But if you don't answer my questions honestly, I'll still throw you off the train. Kiki's expression grew uneasy. She hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. What questions? You said your father is the owner of Linglong Corporation and a secondary investor in the Dawn Project. Is that true? Kiki tilted her head, confused. Didn't you say you weren't interested in that? Answer me. Lin Xian demanded sharply. His stern demeanor made it clear he wasn't in the mood for games. Kiki's personality was unpredictable, and her newfound ability made her a potential threat. If Lin Xian didn't set boundaries now, she'd be impossible to manage. Even Chen Sixuan, standing nearby, felt a pang of nervousness. She quietly reflected that she hadn't realized Lin Xian possessed such decisiveness and intensity. In moments like this, he seemed more like a commanding leader than her peer. It's true. Kiki snapped, her tone annoyed. She thought to herself, this guy is insufferable. Where were you heading in the helicopter? I don't really know, Kiki replied with a shrug. I just know it was toward Mount Daluo. Lin Xian studied her closely. Her tone didn't seem deceptive, so he pressed on. Do you know why the helicopter crashed? At this, Kiki's face paled slightly. She shook her head. I don't remember much. It lost control all of a sudden, and there seemed to be something in the sky. Lin Xian's frown deepened. As he suspected, the massive cloud formation over Zhong City harbored something truly terrifying. That oppressive presence was even more unsettling than the onset of the polar night. All right, one last question. Lin Xian exhaled, fixing Kiki with a scrutinizing gaze. You're young, but you seem highly knowledgeable about advanced technology. Why is that? Kiki, who had been tense, relaxed slightly at the question. Her eyes lit up, and she smirked with confidence. You underestimate me. I'm well versed in cutting-edge information systems. There's nowhere online I can't access. Before all this, I could even get my hands on the specs for the Starfleet's most advanced heavy integrated armor. Ever heard of the multi-aperture phased array radar? Or the experimental I-17 multi-leaf plasma cannon? Those are fun toys, but I know much more. She continued, now gesturing toward the train with enthusiasm. Take your 2028 model Whale 03E heavy gas turbine locomotive. It's been retired for nearly a decade and struggles with the turbulence and high salinity windstorms of transoceanic railways. You've only driven it 1,000 kilometers, and you're far from the oceanic route. But food, water, air, information, defense, and medical supplies? Aside from the energy shortage, you're basically starting from scratch. Am I wrong? Chen Sixuan looked at Kiki in sheer disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this young girl could possess such extensive knowledge. Chapter 31. The motorcycle rider girl. Lin Xian looked at the spirited girl in front of him with interest and smiled faintly. Hearing you say that, it sounds like you have a better idea? Of course, Kiki replied, her face brimming with confidence. Now that we're all in the same boat, even if I don't care about helping a bad guy like you, I still have to think about my own safety. Given the current situation, how do we make it to Jinhai? Let's hear it. Kiki turned to him and asked, your ability is controlling machinery, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's correct. Perfect? Kiki snapped her fingers, exuding confidence. I know of a nearby military outpost close to Beiwang City. There should be plenty of military supplies there. If we're lucky, you might even snag a radar system or a sentry system. At the very least, some weapons. That's got to be better than slashing bugs with a knife like you did last night, right? Hearing this, Chen Sixuan, standing nearby, looked shocked. A military outpost? How do you even know about something like that? There's a lot I know. Kiki looked proud as she turned her gaze to Lin Xian. So, what do you say? Shall we cooperate? Lin Xian looked at her, his faint smile suddenly turning icy. I refuse. Ah. Kiki froze in place, clearly stunned. Just a moment ago, Lin Xian seemed quite interested, so why had his expression suddenly gone cold? You. What do you mean? She asked nervously. Lin Xian's cold eyes fell upon her as he slowly said, I'm not someone who likes being manipulated. If you think that awakening your ability gives you the right to oppose me, then let's settle this here and now. Life or death, it'll save us from mistrusting each other along the way. Kiki looked guilty upon hearing this. Who said I wanted to oppose you? Lin Xian smiled faintly, his tone still calm but firm. I can take you to Jinhai. It's just another city along the planetary orbital rail, but I have no intention of making deals with you or going out of my way for you. Right now, it's about surviving each day as it comes. If I bring you along, it's because I can trust you and because you can contribute to this team. No one here will serve you, and food is limited. Everyone has to pull their weight. Whether taking you to Jinhai benefits me or not, I don't care. Understand? Others might think Lin Xian's outlook was short-sighted, but in this apocalyptic world, immediate survival took precedence over long-term promises. He had to focus on daily survival and escaping the polar night. Future benefits and agreements were burdensome distractions. Kiki's idea of negotiating for special treatment aboard the train, demanding others cater to her, was completely misguided. While other survivors might be motivated by promises to go all in, Lin Xian was not that kind of person. To him, someone insincere was worthless, no matter how capable they were. Most importantly, Kiki needed to feel a sense of crisis. Otherwise, if Lin Xian compromised, she might misinterpret it as fear of her abilities. Since that was the case, he figured it was better to clarify their stance as allies or enemies right away. Kiki stared at Lin Xian, who was smiling at her. For some reason, that smile didn't feel warm at all. On the contrary, it was as if turning her back on him would reveal a terrifying demon behind that grin, ready to devour her whole. Faced with Lin Xian's strong words, Kiki's gaze began to falter. After a moment of silence, their eyes finally broke contact. Hugging her knees on the sofa, she looked up at him like a small kitten, her large eyes wide and pitiful. Oh, okay. Okay, what? Lin Xian's gaze remained intense. I'll do as you say. Kiki fidgeted with her fingers, clearly disgruntled but softer in tone. Just don't let me go hungry. Lin Xian walked over to the storage rack, retrieved a can of fruit and a bag of snacks, and tossed them to her. His voice remained cold as he said, I don't care who you were before, but once you're on this train, it's best not to have any other ideas. Everyone only has one life. If I can't trust you, I'll throw you off no matter how useful you are. Hearing this, Kiki's eyes darted around as she snuck a glance at him, her thoughts unknown. She opened the fruit can, took a bite, then broke the silence. My name is Wenqi. Is that name fake too? Lin Xian asked. Kiki blushed slightly. No. I've always gone by Kiki. Wenqi is my real name. Lin Xian nodded, recognizing her attempt to show sincerity, and his tone softened slightly. I'll take this as your way of showing goodwill. Can I make a request? Kiki asked. Go ahead. Can I live in carriage number 2? Kiki didn't want to stay in the same carriage with Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan. Though her personality was carefree, she was still a 16-year-old girl and somewhat sensitive about such matters. No problem, Lin Xian agreed. But carriage number 2 is mostly empty. It'll need some work before it's livable. I'll figure it out myself. Lin Xian's gaze hardened, his tone turning unfriendly. Kiki quickly corrected herself, speaking gently, I'll get your approval first, and of course, I'll need your help too. Now that's better. Lin Xian felt much more satisfied with Kiki's current attitude. After a somewhat friendly negotiation, Lin Xian decided to temporarily accept this complicated girl into the group. Having fought alongside her last night, he acknowledged her value. Hey, as Lin Xian turned to leave, Kiki pouted and called out to him. Bad guy, do you still want to check out that military outpost? Lin Xian frowned. There's no trap, right? Kiki rolled her eyes and, surprisingly, softened her tone. If you don't trust me, I can go with you. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly. He could tell her words were sincere this time. At the same time, he reassessed his infinite train plan, realizing it still had many shortcomings. Although his ability temporarily solved their energy problems, the challenges they faced since setting out were far deadlier than any power supply issues. So when Kiki mentioned a military outpost near Beiwang City, Lin Xian couldn't help but feel interested. He urgently needed to upgrade the train's armor and weapons. The mobile fortress also required better reconnaissance systems. Even he needed to level up his mechanical heart ability or acquire more useful skills. Lin Xian once gained a powerful wind cannon skill from something as simple as a hairdryer. If he could devour military-grade weapons, who knew what surprises might come next? With this in mind, Lin Xian nodded. I do want to upgrade the train's armor and weapons. That military outpost you mentioned, we'll check it out. We can also stock up on supplies at Beiwang Town. Great. Kiki's eyes lit up as she pointed toward carriage number 3. Shall we ride that? Lin Xian frowned. Do you even know how to ride it? TSK, who do you think you're looking down on? Kiki turned slightly, revealing a small tattoo on her slim waist, a black cat wearing sunglasses. Paired with her short shorts and long legs, she exuded a punkish charm. Do you know my nickname back in the day? Wannabe biker girl? Ugh. No, it was the Lunar Black Rider. Black taxi service? Ugh. You're so uncultured. Chapter 32, The Foggy Station. The infinite train roared through the mountains, speeding forward. However, before long, what should have been a gradually widening view was obscured by a dense layer of white fog. Inside the cockpit, Chen Sixuan kept a close eye on the situation displayed on the radar, her brows furrowed. Snowfall and fog this thick. Something feels off. It's also a blessing, Lin Xian remarked, his gaze fixed on the fog ahead. A train this large entering the city would definitely attract the attention of survivors. This fog saves us a lot of trouble. Chen Sixuan glanced uneasily toward carriage number 3, where Kiki was enthusiastically tuning the motorcycle. Do you trust her? Compared to Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan's established relationship, Kiki was an unexpected guest. Both of them could sense a layer of inscrutable pretense around her, so Chen Sixuan was always skeptical of what she said. Lin Xian's expression remained calm and unreadable as he replied flatly, she's a smart person and knows this train can't move without me. Unless she has a better survival strategy, cooperating with us is her best option if she wants to stay alive. Hearing this, Chen Sixuan nodded slightly. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Xian abruptly pulled her into his arms and kissed her firmly on the lips. The sudden move left her blushing and her heart racing. What are you doing? She stammered, her voice shy yet playful. Ms. Chen, Lin Xian said, looking at her with admiration. Thank you for last night. Hearing his words, Chen Sixuan, though silent, felt a surge of joy in her heart. Despite her outward gentleness, she had always been a strong-willed woman who refused to be treated as just a pretty face. In this life-or-death situation, hearing Lin Xian's acknowledgement gave her a deep sense of validation. Don't underestimate me. I'm still your teacher, after all. Her tone carried a hint of playfulness, but as soon as she said it, she realized how ambiguous the phrase sounded given their current relationship dynamic. Her face flushed deeper. Lin Xian chuckled softly. Indeed. They say teachers are the navigators of life, and now, you truly are the navigator of this train. Clang, clang. The train passed over a track switch and began to slowly approach a fog-covered station. Visibility was extremely low, barely a few meters. To avoid colliding with any trains possibly parked at the station, Chen Sixuan quickly pulled the brake lever. I'll stay to guard the train, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Right now, We don't have many options for defense. I feel better with you staying here. While it meant one fewer person searching for supplies, Lin Xian couldn't risk leaving the infinite train, their only means of survival, unguarded. Everything they owned was on the train, and Chen Sixuan, being neither an ability user nor armed, was best suited for guarding it. Chen Sixuan nodded firmly. Don't worry. I won't open the door for anyone. Lin Xian looked at her and added, if there's an emergency, go to the electric locomotive's cockpit and start the train. I taught you how to do it, remember? At the same time, he handed her a white remote control. This is the emergency brake for the electric locomotive. It can be used to start or stop the train using reserve power in a critical situation. Ah, this. Chen Sixuan was momentarily taken aback. The idea of her driving the train surprised her, but it also warmed her heart. She knew this was a sign of Lin Xian's trust in her. Without hesitation, she took the device and looked at him with a determined expression. Got it. After briefing Chen Sixuan, Lin Xian checked the time. It was 4:50 p.m., leaving about 2 hours before nightfall. Wasting no time, he headed to carriage number 3. By now, Kiki was already seated on the motorcycle, wearing a pair of goggles Lin Xian had prepared for her. With her long legs and slender waist, she straddled the bike with ease. The sight of her in her short shorts and crop top, exuding a punk biker girl vibe, was striking. Just waiting on you now. But heads up, there's not much fuel in this thing. Lin Xian tucked a short blade into his belt and activated his ability to lower the tailgate. He approached the motorcycle, his brow furrowing slightly at the sight of Kiki's slim figure. With fog this thick, don't ride too fast. Ugh, stop nagging. Kiki shot him a look of mock annoyance and patted the back seat. Hop on already. Lin Xian sighed as he climbed onto the back seat. Just as he hesitated over where to place his hands, Kiki grabbed them and placed them on her slim waist. With a huff, she remarked, you were so harsh about kicking me off the train yesterday, but now you're being shy about holding my waist? Humphrey, hypocrite. Lin Xian. The outside temperature had already dropped below freezing, but Kiki remained in her usual outfit, shorts and a crop top. The only warm piece of clothing she wore was a baseball jacket. Lin Xian's hands rested on her waist, feeling her smooth, supple skin. It was cold to the touch, and he couldn't help but ask, aren't you cold dressed like this? Do I look like I have other clothes to wear? She retorted, rolling her eyes at him before starting the engine. With the bike in gear and the brake released, the motorcycle roared forward. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan quickly retracted the hydraulic tailgate, lowered all the blackout panels, and turned off the interior lights. The train vanished into the fog like a ghost, completely concealed. Woo! The white beam of the motorcycle's headlight pierced through the dense fog, leading them onto a city-bound road. In the eerie silence of the mist, the only sound was the roar of the bike's engine. It triggered guttural howls from zombies lurking in the fog. The road was littered with abandoned cars, their roofs dusted with snow, and trash scattered everywhere. As Lin Xian felt the biting wind, his worry deepened. While the passenger compartments of the train had a heating system, they were decades old and had never been activated. Repairing or installing new heating equipment would be a major project. Even then, the energy consumption would significantly strain their resources. Last night's battle had already pushed Lin Xian to his limits. If not for the reserve energy of the Huangsing 7F electric locomotive, he wouldn't have had the strength to fight the giant insect while driving hundreds of kilometers. The extreme cold presented far more challenges than he had anticipated. In front of him, Kiki had mounted her phone on the handlebars, displaying a map she had set up earlier. Although the navigation system no longer worked, she seemed to have memorized the route. Lin Xian couldn't help but ask, why do you seem so familiar with this place? TCH, I've got a great sense of direction. This place only has a few streets, how complicated could it be? Hold tight. With that, she twisted the throttle, accelerating the bike. However, after only a few hundred meters, Kiki suddenly slammed on the brakes. Screech. The screech of tires echoed down the empty streets, followed by the increasingly close howls of zombies. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked. Kiki frowned, staring into the dense fog ahead. There's something up ahead. Chapter 33, The Fog Spider. The street cloaked in dense fog felt eerily quiet, with even sunlight nearly blocked out. Lin Xian and Kiki rode into an open stretch of road, but suddenly, they stopped the motorcycle. Something's not right, Lin Xian muttered. He too felt an unsettling presence. Drawing the short blade from his back, he assumed a vigilant stance. Shhhh. Plap plap. The sounds came from a distance, growing into a deafening cacophony like waves crashing ashore. Hearing the noise, their expressions shifted drastically. Zombies! Lin Xian exclaimed. Doesn't seem like it. Before they could speak further, a few zombies suddenly darted out of the fog ahead. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. These were unlike the ones he'd encountered before. Their skin was a decayed, grayish-white, their movements unnervingly fast. They crawled and bounded on all fours, more like beasts than humans. The sight instantly brought back memories of the Uncle Lee incident at Zhang City's shelter, the night he had saved Kiki. In a flash, a tide of zombies surged forward behind the initial group. Kiki's face turned pale as she yelled sharply, "Hold on!" She released the brake and twisted the throttle hard, the motorcycle's rear wheel screeching against the asphalt and emitting a plume of white smoke. Forward. Without hesitation, Lin Xian raised his hand, firing a wind cannon toward the front. The gust shot through the air, blasting the head off a lunging zombie. "Og!" A chorus of anguished shrieks erupted as the motorcycle shot forward, narrowly avoiding the grasp of several grotesque zombies. Lin Xian, on high alert, swung his blade with one hand while his other hand fired off bursts of wind cannons to carve a path through the unrelenting zombie horde. Bang! Another wind cannon tore a female zombie in half. As her body collapsed, a black centipede-like creature burst out from her back. Seeing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. These aren't ordinary zombies. He was shocked. From past experience, these eerie entities usually appeared only at night. So why were they emerging in broad daylight? Damn it! Kiki, gritting her teeth as she drove, saw a dozen zombies closing in on them. In a desperate move, she waved her hand, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The force blasted the zombies ahead, clearing a path for the motorcycle to escape. However, Lin Xian noticed something was wrong. The motorcycle wobbled slightly, and when he glanced at Kiki, he saw her face had turned pale. Her hands, which gripped the handlebars, were trembling. He immediately activated his mechanical heart ability to take control of the motorcycle. Just as Kiki looked around in confusion, realizing the bike was no longer responding to her inputs, Lin Xian pulled her to the back seat and took over the front. "Hey! What are you doing? There's something wrong with this fog. Stop recklessly using your ability." Every survivor knew that eerie entities emerged at night. Lin Xian had thought he and Kiki, both ability users, could easily handle any trouble. But these grotesque creatures had caught him off guard. These entities were far faster than regular zombies. For an unarmed person, there wouldn't even be time to react. This realization made Lin Xian reconsider their plan. If entities like these appeared in the fog, it was entirely possible even larger threats, like the pale giant or the crimson giant centipede, could show up. Changing his mind on the spot, he declared, "We're not going to the place you mentioned. We're turning back." Kiki glanced at the massive zombie tide surging behind them, her face grim as she muttered, "And how exactly do we go back?" Lin Xian checked the rearview mirror, then glanced at the map. Aside from retracing their path, the only alternative was to take the outer roads around the city. But with the horde on their tail, turning around wasn't an option. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Lin Xian's instincts kicked in, and every hair on his body stood on end. Without hesitation, he slammed the brake and swerved the bike. The next moment, something spear-like shot down from above, slamming into the ground beside them with a loud thunk, sending shards of concrete flying. Lin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't swerved, he might have been skewered. "What the hell is that?" Kiki cried out. The motorcycle's rear wheel screeched as it accelerated again. But just a few meters ahead, the same sharp whistling sound echoed once more. "Watch out!" Thud. Another sharp, rod-like object shot down, narrowly missing them as Lin Xian swerved again. This time, he got a better look. The spears were covered in tiny black hairs, resembling part of a living creature. "Look up!" Kiki shouted in terror, patting Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian glanced upward. Above the fog, a massive spider-shaped silhouette loomed. It towered over the surrounding buildings, its 6 impossibly long and thin legs measuring at least 10 meters each. The spears raining down on them were clearly the creature's spider-like limbs. "What the fuck?" Lin Xian's pupils dilated as he cursed under his breath. Sometimes, it really seemed as though speaking of a nightmare summoned it into existence. The grotesque spider, so large it made the buildings around it look like toys, was the stuff of pure nightmares. Without hesitation, Lin Xian twisted the throttle, sending the motorcycle hurtling into the fog ahead. Why is it always bugs or spiders? Kiki clung tightly to Lin Xian, burying her face in his back as she shivered and cursed. Lin Xian remained focused, his expression tense as he navigated the fog-covered road. Thud thud. 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 The spider clearly had its sights on them. Its elongated limbs moved with terrifying speed, stabbing down from the fog as it pursued them. "Turn left!" Kiki shouted. Lin Xian quickly adjusted course. "Above us!" Lin Xian hit the brakes again, narrowly avoiding another limb stabbing down from above. But the spider's legs were absurdly long, allowing it to easily traverse between the buildings. Its speed far outmatched Lin Xian's. Thud thud. 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 Within moments, the creature extended several limbs to block the intersection ahead, as though toying with its prey. Damn it! Lin Xian saw the giant spider lowering its massive body from the fog, preparing to attack. He raised his hand, ready to fire a wind cannon. Just then, the roar of a car engine erupted from another direction, and blinding white headlights pierced through the fog. A heavily modified pickup truck burst onto the scene, ramming into several of the spider's limbs with immense force. The impact knocked the spider off balance, sending it tumbling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the truck drifted to a halt in front of them. Clang! The truck's rear hatch opened, and a girl, no older than 11 or 12, yelled, "Get in, quickly!" Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He revved the bike and drove it straight into the truck's cargo bed. The young girl slapped the side of the truck and called out, "Go, bro!" Vroom! The modified pickup roared to life, speeding away without a moment's pause. The spider, clearly enraged at being outmaneuvered, let out an ear-splitting screech. Its 6 legs slammed against the ground as it began to give chase at terrifying speed. Chapter 34, Surrounded. Lin Xian jumped down from the locomotive, gripping the car plate tightly as he launched a counterattack against the giant spider. He fired several wind cannon blasts in quick succession, but due to the distance, they only created faint vibrations upon hitting the shadowy figure in the dense fog. At that moment, the spider's long legs struck again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he quickly lunged in front of the young girl, raising an ice shield with a swift motion. PSSH. The spider's leg pierced through the ice shield but was blocked in the process, its sharp tip stopping just inches away from the young girl's face. The girl stared wide-eyed, her breath quick and shallow from shock. Looking at Lin Xian, she exclaimed, "You're an ability user? Shasha, use this." At that moment, the rear window of the driver's cabin slid open, revealing a rugged-looking man who handed over a grenade launcher. The girl, referred to as Shasha, took it without hesitation, expertly loading it, and fired directly at the giant spider. Boom! The tremendous recoil sent the young girl staggering backward, and combined with the car's inertia, she plopped onto the ground. Yet, she didn't seem to care in the slightest. Watching as the grenade arced through the air and exploded upon hitting the spider, sending up flames, she excitedly yelled, "Hit it! Got it! Good! Hit it while it's down!" Kiki stood up at this moment, gritting her teeth as she prepared to activate her ability. But Lin Xian grabbed her arm. "No need," he said firmly. The giant spider let out a piercing screech after taking the grenade hit but quickly retreated into the dense fog, vanishing from sight. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Except for Kiki, who was visibly irritated, scanning around for the black shadow. When she confirmed it had disappeared, she turned to the little girl. "Hey, what's your name?" "Not bad with that launcher." The young girl, sporting ear-length short hair and wearing a black puffer jacket, had a face dirtied from long days of running. She sized up Lin Xian and Kiki without speaking before knocking on a rear cabin window like she had found treasure. "Bro, this guy's also an ability user." The man driving cast a glance into the rearview mirror but said nothing, keeping his eyes on the road. He seemed the quiet type. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. "Also? Did that mean one of the two siblings was an ability user too? I'm Lu Hua, and she's Lu Shasha. My brother's a bit of a blockhead and doesn't talk much." The girl introduced herself while hugging the grenade launcher and leaning against the rear cabin wall. Lin Xian forced a smile and offered his thanks. "I'm Lin Xian, and this is... I'm Kiki. You two just got here too?" Lu Shasha shook her head, her eyes scanning the dense fog outside. "We've been stuck here since the day before yesterday. Just like the others, trapped in this cursed fog." "What? You're saying the fog's inescapable?" Kiki frowned immediately. "Why? Because of that spider just now?" "That's not all." The little girl pouted. "There are all kinds of monsters in this fog. All phones and radios are useless. And when someone dies, they quickly turn into some kind of creature. It's creepy as hell." Lin Xian asked, "You mentioned others. Are there many people trapped here?" Lu Shasha gestured in the direction the car was heading. "There are at least a dozen convoys and hundreds of people stuck here. My brother and I wanted to take a chance and escape during daylight, but..." Hearing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. The situation seemed far more dire than he had imagined. What kind of monsters are keeping so many people from breaking out? Who knows? Lu Shasha shrugged, her voice youthful yet her demeanor unnervingly mature. The creatures in the fog seem to have some kind of telepathy. If everyone stays still, they don't attack. But the moment someone tries to escape, they swarm out of the fog all at once. "That's so bizarre," Kiki muttered in confusion. "Don't they attack you at night?" "What does it matter if it's night or not?" Lushasha replied, clearly frustrated. In 2 days, this whole area will enter polar night anyway. By then, we're all done for. Lin Xian studied the siblings with a grave expression. If what Lushasha said was true, the fog might as well already be a permanent night. And the monster's lack of aggression toward the survivors seemed almost like they were toying with them. The thought sent chills down his spine. Click click. Lin Xian pulled out his walkie-talkie, only to find that there was no signal at all. Unable to contact Chen Sixuan, he could only hope she could hold her ground. What do we do now? Kiki sat down beside Lin Xian, tightening her jacket. She looked exhausted, her face pale from using her ability earlier. I don't know, Lin Xian replied, turning to Lushasha. Are you heading back to that plaza then? Lushasha nodded. Can't get out, so there's no other choice. She glanced at Kiki and asked, are you cold? Kiki widened her eyes and nodded. Without a word, Lushasha rummaged through the piles of luggage in the truck bed. After some searching, she found a slightly oversized blue sweater and handed it over. Here, this is my biggest one. Wow, thanks. Kiki's eyes lit up as she accepted it eagerly, taking off her baseball jacket and slipping the sweater on before putting her jacket back over it. I don't have long pants, though, Lushasha said with a complicated look at Kiki's long legs, her expression almost saying, just looking at you makes me feel cold. No worries, hee hee. Kiki laughed. This is much better. Thanks. You're welcome. Having anything was better than nothing. Compared to her thin crop tank top from earlier, the thick sweater made Kiki feel much warmer instantly. The modified pickup truck weaved through wrecked cars as it made its way into a T-shaped plaza. The dense fog thinned noticeably here, and Lin Xian could see the vehicles of other survivors in the distance. The area, resembling a small town's central square, was packed with dozens of specially modified vehicles parked in a ring to form a makeshift defensive perimeter. The lineup included heavy trucks, various jeeps and off-road vehicles, and even armored cars and tankers. But as the pickup entered the plaza, a group of over a dozen armed men suddenly emerged ahead, blocking the path. The sound of guns cocking filled the air as the dark barrels of their weapons pointed at Lu Hua, Lin Xian, and Kiki. Who are you? A middle-aged man with a scarred face and a hoarse voice shouted from among them. Living people. Kiki stood up and placed her hands on her hips, shouting back confidently. Lin Xian stood as well, his gaze sweeping over the group. Though their clothing varied, they all wore the same type of tactical bulletproof vests, indicating they were part of an organized armed team. Eagle, a tall young man with a cold expression, stepped out from the fog behind the group. He looked to be in his early 30s, wearing polished military boots and stylish tactical gear. The oddest thing, though, was his dark sunglasses, despite the thick fog. The young man removed his sunglasses as he walked forward slowly, fixing his gaze on the driver's seat. It's you two again. His name was Keon Yu, the leader of the largest convoy here, the Black Zhao convoy. Backed by over 100 armed personnel, many of them former employees of his security firm, Keon Yu had taken it upon himself to assume the role of leader among the stranded survivors, given his superior resources and equipment. Click. The pickup truck door opened, and a man as tall and solid as an iron tower stepped out. He was over 2 meters tall, and as he exited, Lin Xian felt the entire vehicle rise slightly. Lu Hua, looking to be in his early 30s, had a square face and an intimidating aura that made it clear he was not to be trifled with. His presence caused the surrounding armed men to tense visibly. Hey! The petite Lushasha climbed onto the truck hood, raising her grenade launcher as she glared at Keon Yu. We're not part of your convoy. What gives you the right to control where we go? Chapter 35, Survivor Camp Humphrey. Keon Yu snorted coldly, immediately pulling out a pistol and aiming it at Lushasha's head. His voice was laced with venom as he said, if we were somewhere else, I wouldn't care if you got yourselves killed. But here, nobody can leave, and we're all in the same boat. If you attract trouble, I'll be the first to put a bullet through you and your brother. At that moment, Lu Hua, who had been silent, suddenly reached out and grabbed Keon Yu's hand. In an instant, all of Keon Yu's men raised their guns and aimed them at Lu Hua. However, Lu Hua merely tightened his grip on Keon Yu's wrist, forcing his hand down and preventing him from pulling the trigger. Let go of me. Keon Yu's eyes flashed with panic as he struggled to free himself, only to discover that Lu Hua's strength was astonishing. Brother. Lushasha called out anxiously, clearly not wanting to escalate the situation with these men. Hearing his sister's voice, Lu Hua finally loosened his grip on Keon Yu's hand, his expression calm and unchanging as he looked at him. Keon Yu gritted his teeth, shaking his now aching hand. His eyes glinted with malice as he glared at the siblings. Just as he was about to lash out, his gaze shifted to Lin Xian and Kiki in the truck. And who are they? He asked. Same as us, unlucky fools who stumbled in here, Lushasha replied. Ki-On-Yu's expression flickered, his gaze lingering briefly on Kiki before he snorted and turned to leave, gesturing for his men to follow. Eagle, keep a close eye on those siblings. Bring extra men, Ki-On-Yu ordered in a cold voice as they walked away. Boss, that Lu Hua might be an ability user, but he's not invincible. If you want him gone, it wouldn't be hard, the scar-faced man walking beside Ki-On-Yu said casually. No need, Ki-On-Yu replied, his tone dark. If we're going to charge through, that guy might still come in handy. Ki-On-Yu wasn't stupid. The combat power of an ability user was far beyond that of ordinary people. While Lu Hua couldn't be recruited to his side, with the group still trapped in the fog, Ki-On-Yu wouldn't mind having a few more disposable pawns to improve his own chances of survival. The modified pickup truck slowly drove into the plaza, parking in a corner. Many survivors from the other convoys cast curious and wary glances in their direction, though most of the attention was focused on Lin Xian and Kiki, the two unfamiliar faces. Aside from Ki-On-Yu's Black Zhao convoy and a Lu siblings truck, there were over a dozen other survivor convoys stuck here. Most of these groups were made up of people fleeing eastward from nearby cities. The largest groups had over 20 people, while the smallest had only a handful. Unlike the heavily armed Black Zhao convoy, most of the others had only a few firearms at best. The convoys were clustered in different areas of the plaza. Women and children stayed inside the vehicles, while the men patrolled the perimeter on high alert. When we first arrived 2 days ago, there were more people here. But yesterday, everyone banded together and tried to charge toward the edge of the city. We lost dozens of people, so we had no choice but to retreat, Lu Shasha explained as she jumped out of the truck, tossing 2 cans of food to Lin Xian. She added, you have abilities, and so does my brother. If we work together, maybe we can make another attempt to break out. Lin Xian and Kiki glanced at Lu Shasha's towering brother behind her. The stark contrast between the siblings was hard to ignore. Lu Shasha was petite like a fawn, while Lu Hua was built like a bear. I'm not sure, Lin Xian said seriously. Even just that spider today was tough enough. If there are more monsters out there, I don't think our chances are very high. He surveyed the plaza. There were at least 200 or 300 people here. Ki-On-Yu's Black Zhao convoy was well equipped, and combined with the other groups, there were at least 70 or 80 firearms. If even that kind of firepower had failed to get them out, and they'd lost dozens of lives in the process, adding just him and Kiki to the mix didn't seem like a game changer. Kiki climbed onto the truck's tailgate, her legs swinging as she gazed at the foggy sky. What's up with this damn fog? She muttered impatiently. Who knows? It hasn't shown any signs of clearing in days, Lu Shasha said with a hint of despair. So what now? Lu Shasha gestured toward the center of the plaza, where Ki-On-Yu and the leaders of several other convoys were deep in discussion. I think they're still planning to make a break for it. If we can't get out before the polar night sets in, we're all doomed. Time passed slowly. Lin Xian glanced at his watch. It was 6:05 p.m., with only 40 minutes left until nightfall. But thinking about it, the current situation wasn't much different from nighttime already. Do the monsters attack more aggressively after dark? Lin Xian asked Lu Shasha. They do, she nodded. Any loud noise will attract those grotesque zombies, but the bigger creatures haven't shown up yet. Before she could finish, the distant roar of engines and gunfire suddenly shattered the tense calm of the survivor camp. Everyone immediately stood up. The men grabbed their weapons, ready for a fight. What's that sound? Over there. Be careful. Is it another convoy? The survivors murmured in alarm. Lin Xian and Lu Shasha exchanged wary glances. Let's check it out. Lu Shasha grabbed her grenade launcher and ran toward the commotion, her brother Lu Hua retrieving a rifle from the driver's cabin to follow her. Lin Xian and Kiki cautiously trailed behind. In the northwest street, dense fog rolled in as the sound of groaning corpses and gunfire grew closer. The survivors scattered across the plaza spread out defensively. Some climbed onto vehicles, while others ducked behind roadside planters for cover. Soon, several military jeeps burst through the fog, crushing a few grotesque zombies under their wheels. The people in the jeeps fired relentlessly at the creatures swarming the streets and sidewalks behind them. Ki-On-Yu's eyes lit up when he saw the military vehicles. Regardless of who they were, their firepower gave him a better chance of survival. Everyone, help them out, he ordered. Gunfire erupted across the plaza, echoing like a small-scale modern battlefield. Under the cover of the survivors' heavy firepower, the military jeeps quickly broke through the zombie horde and entered the plaza. As the vehicles retreated to the makeshift defensive line, more gunmen from the survivor camp opened fire, joining the battle against the advancing zombie tide. At this moment, several pale zombie dogs, controlled by the black centipede-like creatures, howled as they lunged out of the horde. In a flash, They pounced on a few unfortunate survivors who couldn't dodge in time, sinking their gaping maws into flesh and tearing viciously. The unlucky victims screamed in agony. "Hold the line!" someone shouted. The convoy's defensive perimeter began to shrink under the relentless assault, the sound of gunfire echoing as the zombie dogs rampaged, ignoring the hail of bullets and crashing straight into the crowd. "Take these beasts out first," Lin Xian barked decisively. To survive, they had no choice but to align with the other survivors. Thud. 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 Lin Xian fired several wind cannon blasts, shattering the heads of multiple zombies. Meanwhile, Lu Shasha and Lu Hua also joined the fight. Lu Hua didn't bother with the rifle slung on his back. Instead, he charged forward, grabbing a roadside guardrail with one hand. With a tremendous heave, he tore off the metal pole and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The metal pipe screamed through the air before impaling a pale zombie dog, sending its body flying over 10 meters, leaving a gruesome trail in its wake. "Whoa, what incredible strength!" Kiki exclaimed in amazement. "He's an ability user," Lin Xian said solemnly. "What kind of ability?" "Super strength?" At this moment, the people in the military jeeps also disembarked to join the fight. Lin Xian had assumed the newcomers would be military personnel, but to his surprise, they were civilians dressed in a hodgepodge of clothing. Leading them was a balding middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. However, the weapons they wielded were unmistakably military-grade, standard-issuing UO-26 automatic tactical rifles. "Focus on killing those dogs first," Qian Yu bellowed in fury, his rage fueled by the sight of his own men falling one after another. His rifle spat continuous streams of bullets at the zombie dogs charging through the crowd. "I'm getting in on this." Seeing the zombie dogs rampaging through the survivors, Kiki gritted her teeth in frustration. She suddenly reached out, and to the shock of everyone around, she lifted an abandoned bus on the roadside with invisible force. With a swift motion, she hurled it forward. Boom! The immense force flattened dozens of grotesque zombies and a handful of zombie dogs, crushing them into a pile of mangled flesh and gore that smeared across the road. The sight left everyone stunned and filled with dread. The sheer magnitude of the impact drew countless astonished gazes toward her. Nobody had expected this new face to be such a powerful ability user. Kiki's devastating move instantly eased the pressure on the group. The remaining armed survivors quickly regrouped and re-established their defensive line. With a renewed barrage of gunfire, it didn't take long before the previously overwhelming zombie horde began to recede. The streets grew quieter as the last of the gunfire faded away. The sudden zombie-tide attack left the Black Zhao convoy with 3 casualties, and the entire survivor camp suffered over 10 deaths. The plaza was now heavy with the stench of blood and filled with an air of tragedy. As the survivors caught their breath, Lu Shasha gaped at Kiki with wide eyes. "Wow, you're amazing!" she exclaimed. Lu Hua, standing protectively behind Lu Shasha, also studied Lin Xian and Kiki with a curious and unreadable expression. Meanwhile, Qian Yu and Eagle from the Black Zhao convoy exchanged complicated glances, their eyes fixed on Kiki. The atmosphere turned distinctly uneasy. Chapter 36, The Alliance. In the center of the plaza, the core members of each convoy gathered for a meeting. With nightfall imminent, many armed survivors patrolled the perimeter, keeping watch. The people who had earlier stepped out of the military jeeps turned out to be local survivors from Beiwang town. Their leader, a middle-aged man named Tang Hai, was the former station master of Beiwang Station. According to him, after the apocalypse began, he had led stranded passengers and some local residents into a nearby military outpost's air raid bunker, where they had been holding out for some time. Tang Hai explained that the dense fog surrounding Beiwang town hadn't appeared at the onset of the apocalypse but had rolled in after the first polar night. Initially, many from their group had tried to escape eastward, but the fog claimed the lives of anyone who ventured into it. Gradually, they realized they were all trapped in this cursed place, where even though the sun still rose, it felt like perpetual night. "This fog has been here for more than 10 days? A chubby man, the leader of a small convoy, asked in disbelief. His group originally had over 30 people, but in just 2 days, more than half were gone. "Exactly," Tang Hai confirmed. "Then why did you risk coming out of the air raid bunker to find us? What's your real objective?" Qian Yu asked bluntly, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Tang Hai. "What else? Of course, we're here to save you." Before Tang Hai could respond, a cocky young man beside him spoke up loudly. "There's a small path in the south of the city. I've scouted it myself. It's relatively clear. With large vehicles and armored cars leading the way, we can definitely make it out." The area fell silent after his declaration. The convoy leaders exchanged skeptical glances, and some even let out disdainful snorts. Qian Yu sneered coldly, glaring at the young man. "Do you think we're idiots? If there's a way out, why didn't you escape yourselves? Why come all this way to save us? His words echoed everyone's thoughts. In the apocalypse, survival instinct reigned supreme. Distrust between groups was common, and even a child like Lushasha wouldn't easily believe such claims. "Yuming, let me handle this," Tang Hai said, raising his hand to calm the group. He explained, "To be honest, we all want to escape. Our goals are the same. That's why we're suggesting we join forces. The more people, guns, and vehicles we have, the better our chances of survival." Hearing this, the other convoy leaders nodded in understanding. In desperate times, it was natural to band together for protection. While the idea of an alliance seemed logical, every survivor secretly thought about their own survival. For most, the goal wasn't solidarity, it was to use others as cannon fodder to improve their own odds of living. Tang Hai glanced around the group and said earnestly, "We know the routes well and have decent equipment. If we combine forces, our chances will be much higher. Plus, you have ability users here." At the mention of ability users, the leaders exchanged glances, their gazes drifting toward the corner of the plaza. "Those siblings and those two newcomers seem to be no ordinary people," someone murmured. "That woman. What's her background? She's insanely powerful." Yu stood up and looked toward Lin Xian and Kiki. "I almost forgot about them." With that, he strode in their direction, and the other leaders quickly followed. "Uncle, what kind of ability does that woman have?" "She's so strong." Tang Hai's nephew, Feng Yuming, asked as they trailed behind the others. "Seems to be some sort of telekinesis." "Quite impressive," Feng Yuming replied, frowning. Tang Hai's eyes lit up with excitement. "With someone like her, our chances of escaping are much better." Feng Yuming cast him a sideways glance and added, "Uncle, she's also a major threat to us." Tang Hai's expression darkened at the remark. On the other side of the plaza, Lin Xian noticed Yu and the others heading toward him. He already had a sense of their intentions. "That move you pulled earlier must have drained a lot of your energy, huh?" Lin Xian asked quietly. Kiki quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. "Shh, keep it down, you idiot." Lin Xian glanced at her pale face, noting her fatigue. He was relieved that she hadn't had a nosebleed this time.